Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, Peter. Jack, what's up? Waiting for some other people to roll on in. Scott's going to come join me in a second. How's everybody doing tonight? Just got done listening to Mace do his thing for a while. Now we're going to listen to me and some other people ramble for a while. Scott, you here yet, Scott? Well, there's Brady. One sec, Brady. I'm going to see if we got some of my speakers coming in. I'll let you here. I'll pop you in real quick.
No rush or pressure,
What's up,
brother.
man?
Cruising to a friend's house for band practice. About to take a picture
Word.
of the sunset.
That's what's up.
Doing
That
nerd
is
shit.
what's up.
Nerd shit.
Hey, I'm a nerd too, bro.
Nerd
I'm a
gang
bad
shit.
nerd. I feel you.
Taking pictures of pretty sunsets next to my community garden and fucking going to band pictures.
So you photographer? You do photography?
Oh yeah. I fancy myself a photographer. I could probably tear it up at a wedding.
Then you should totally do that and make people charge people for that. That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah,
like, I can take some dope ass pictures. Why don't you give me some money?
Yeah, I just need something better than my phone. As soon as I have something better than my phone, it's gloves off.
I feel you.
I definitely.
Wouldn't it be nice to have one of those like $3,000 fucking like super nice Canoners or something?
I'm thinking about it, dude. I'm flirting with the idea. I really want something that can do video and photography. I mean, I really want is a badass video camera, and I could just take us from any of those shots. Hopefully, all goes according to plan, and it'll be just right. You know, I can pick out just the right still, and that's the end goal. So wish me luck there.
I wish you luck. I'm interested in photography. I've just never really, because I love landscapes. My mom is a visual artist. She used to paint in school and stuff, and she's always taken wonderful pictures of landscapes and sunsets, and just has a really good eye for, I guess cinematography would be the word, or what would be the word for that when you have for like good landscapes or whatever.
Angles. That's just good photography. Good perspective.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, she's got that for sure. Oh, Honenheim. Yep. Where'd he go? God dang it, get back up here. Bruh, why you jump immediately down the speakers? Don't do that. I'm just kidding. So it's early for you, right, Honenheim?
It is literally like 20 seconds into the day, so
good morning.
I'll be back with you. How you doing? How's it going? What's been the topic?
I'm okay, buddy. We're just going to have an easy night tonight. Tomorrow will be torture time again. We're going to take it easy tonight.
Oh, wow. It's literally 4 minutes into your chat. That's awesome.
Yeah, we just got in here. We're just chatting and chilling right now. I'm waiting for everybody to show up and get Scott in here, and maybe we'll focus on a topic for a minute. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just bullshit the whole time. Who knows what I fancy?
Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be with you.
All right, go for it. Yeah, you're good. I have Brady and Peta to talk to.
So what's the weirdest and coolest thing that you've seen this week?
This week? I saw some new pictures from the James Webb Telescope. Some of the other pictures they've been taking, it takes like 12 hours to get a full photo or whatever. But it's probably the weirdest thing I've seen.
Yeah, those Jupiter
What's that?
nudes. The Jupiter nudes were sick.
Those nudes were dope, bro. That planet was totally showing it all.
Globular. Totally globular.
Brady, for some reason when you're talking, it's like it's going in and out, like it's modulating or something. Like I can hear you real good, and then it like goes out, and then I can hear you. I don't know what's going on with that, but
That I'm a little
I don't want to miss
slow
what you're
with the mute
saying.
button. How about now?
Yeah, sometimes it'll be great, and then other times it's like it's up and down and up and down, and I really want to hear you, but sometimes I can't make out certain words. So
yeah, I'm afraid I'm a little slow with the mute button. Kind of sometimes I have to press it a couple times, and so
well,
I'll
see,
try to
like
be a
right
little
now I
more
can hear
aware
you
of that.
perfectly. I don't know why. I don't know what you changed, but I can hear you just fine
Yeah, I'm
now.
just coming on and off mute isn't as smooth as it could be. I feel like they need to just rearrange these buttons a little bit, and that'd be great.
Gotcha. Well, you don't have any background noise or anything going on. You could probably stay unmuted until something like that happens, and we'll let you know.
All
Ain't no
miracle.
big deal.
I'm driving down the road with my windows down right now, so
It's
right
probably
on.
a signal
Audio
issue.
engineering.
Did you hear
They've got the
Peter?
audio engineering down to a T. It's great.
Go ahead, Peter.
I said it's probably a signal issue.
A signal issue. Yeah, you're right.
If he's moving, yeah, the signal will be coming and going. So.
Yeah, you're right. Probably. Most probably. Scott, where the hell is this guy, dude? He said he'd be in here. Killing me, Scott.
I'm going for a cigarette because cigarettes are good for me.
This is not going to be like a big arguing show or anything. I think everybody had their fill with old Mace's show. We're going to have a cool, easy breezy time. Josh may be joining us later too, but he's doing some stuff right now. We'll have some more people rolling in on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely cutting up real bad now.
Yeah, I can see some issues with the app, it seems like, too.
That's okay. We're still just chilling, waiting for everybody to get here.
I met Hakeem today. Hakeem is a very cool dude. Had a good time. So that was one of the coolest things that happened today. And one of the weirdest things for me, let's see. I know there's got to be some weird shit. I think it would be Alexander Dugan's, like Dugan's daughter. When Dugan's daughter was assassinated with the car bomb, I think we might all be familiar with that.
Yeah.
Is it Alexander Dugan? I think it is Alexander Dugan. I'm not.
Oh, dude, I don't know too much about politics. I saw that story, but I didn't remember the name.
But what I saw was a leftist Ukrainian who was speculating that she's not even dead, that he was smiling at her funeral, yada, yada, yada. Basically, Alex Jones style accusations, which I was like, okay, she could be right. For all we know, this could be ploy to like do something. Like, who knows? What do we know? But like, I had to stop and be like, okay, but what's up with the hypocrisy of the situation where like, could Alexander Dugan like sue this lady or slap this lady with a libel lawsuit? I don't know what those
that's
laws
the thing
are like
right
in
there,
Russia.
isn't it?
I don't know what those laws are like in Russia. I don't know if they even have anything like that.
I don't even know if they have any protection for like journalists or anything in terms of the law in Russia.
Right.
But I mean, wasn't that a daughter of an oligarch or a daughter?
She was the daughter of the modern day Rasputin to Putin. Basically, Alexander Dugan. I think Dugan. I think his last name is Dugan. I could be wrong about that.
Dugan's a funny name.
It is kind of a funny name. Yeah. I need to look it up again, but we know who are here at least.
Yeah.
And so he was an advisor to Putin, who was kind of a quasi-spiritual, kind of like QAnon figure to Putin.
Oh, okay.
And
so he kind of gave Putin that crowd, right? Is that what you mean?
He's that whisper in Putin's ear. Absolutely. And
the Putin whisperer.
They were all collectively very anti-journalistic. You know, they during the
oligarchies don't like journalism.
In fact, his daughter during the Ukrainian war was speaking out against people who were protesting the war. You know, she's like, y'all need to shut the fuck up, basically, you know. So, I mean, it's all just interesting to me at this point. I'm just kind of sitting back watching. but I feel like what I'm really missing, like I really actually enjoyed that girl's perspective, that maybe it was a political hit job, maybe it was like a fake death kind of situation, which, let's be realistic, like faking a death is not an impossibility in this day and
not
age.
today. No, faking a death isn't. I mean, here's the problem: is that there's so many cameras everywhere now. It's going to be really hard. I mean, on building fronts, on ATMs, on certain cars. I mean, just there's cameras fucking everywhere, in most populated places. So, but like,
not to
I don't
mention
know. You can still
things
fake
like
a death.
biometrics. Yeah, biometrics would make it really difficult for your average person to fake a death.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who's already more or less at the end of his life, you know, the guy is kind of like he's headed towards retirement age. You know, he could very happily live in an underground bunker for the rest of his life and just be supplied.
Do you think there's
with
evidence to show? I'm not being a dick here. I'm curious person.
Yeah, totally.
Have you found any evidence to show that he might still live?
Yes, and it's going to sound pretty vague at first, but I can bring it all back home and.
That's okay. You can explain it. We're still not full of people yet, and we're not on any specific topic. So go ahead.
So on 4chan,
oh boy,
there's a 4chan post saying, "Hey, I'm a security guard at the jail where Epstein was held, and that night we had some army guys come in with a van, and they didn't log in like normal. They came in, they took something, they left, and." That's all I could say about it. But if
this is from a guy on 4chan.
Yeah, but he says if you were to go and check the videos, all you got to do is check the videos and then check the logs and see that there's something weird going on.
The time logs.
Yeah, so I haven't, verified this myself. Of course, I don't have the ability to verify it myself.
I don't know if anybody does unless they're,
certainly the CCTV in New York City could absolutely verify what the fuck's going on that night. And that's my problem is that footage has not been openly available for everyone to just be like, look, here's what's going on. There's him leaving. There's him going to the morgue. You know what I mean? Like nothing like that. Like,
well, in New York City, that whole I'm with you. That in New York City, that whole cameras everywhere hypothesis I was talking about a minute ago. There is no way to complete. Do you think there's a way to fake your death in like Times Square or something like that? You know, something really to where
totally. Yeah, you can fake a heart attack very easily and then just be whisked away to the quote unquote morgue, and then from there just be shipped away to. It'd be so fucking easy, dude. Like,
so I wonder if they had, not talking about Jeffrey Epstein, but going back to the Dugan story. I wonder if they have biological evidence, forensic evidence that they've put up online of the deceased and all of that. I don't, of course we would have to see the body if we wanted to really be scientific about it.
One of the interesting points that they brought up was that they initially said the body was so burned they couldn't identify who it was. But then she had an open casket funeral where you could clearly see there's nothing wrong with her face, so that was strange. But
Travis says a good thing, and I agree with Travis. He says adjust your standards for evidence, and that is kind of what I'm getting at. I know it's really difficult, and look, I'm not saying that they couldn't have faked their own death. I don't know, man. It's just it would be impossible to tell without. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's just a thought experiment that we're having right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to be like.
I'm not holding you down to you better show me scientific evidence. I'm just saying if
they
we
can do that if they want to, but they're not going to make me sweat. I'm like, hey,
no.
You're asking the wrong guy though. They're asking the wrong guy. I'm not the one. Like, they need to be asking that question to whoever has in charge of evidence and video evidence.
So when governments tell you things, do you usually lean towards not trusting them, or are you kind of in the middle?
I usually lean towards not trusting them.
I do too, but not in the sense to where I would draw day-to-day, conspiracies happening. And I didn't say conspiracy theory.
Like for instance,
I said
down to the water you drink or the food that you eat. Would that be considered day-to-day?
Yeah.
So you trust the government when it comes to their messaging on the water you drink and the food you eat?
If I was in Flint, Michigan, I wouldn't.
That's what I'm saying, my dude.
No, I lean towards not trusting any government because, with power corrupts people. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not
it's
an
just
absolute, but it just seems to be the nature of things when it comes to most governments.
yeah, just a more
I guess it would be
scientific
different if
version
you
of
lived in.
religion.
What if you lived in Sweden or Finland or Switzerland or whatever, and it was just an open, easygoing, permissive society that wasn't, that was really quite easy to live in? Would you be more
So I would
apt
have
to
two
that?
perspectives. I would have two perspectives simultaneously. So as a citizen of that country, I would be like, "Oh, this is nice. I like this. These guys are good." And as a citizen of the planet, I might have to take a step back and be like, "Is my comfort being afforded to me at the expense of human suffering all over the rest of the world?" I'd have to seriously
Well,
ask myself those questions.
none of us. I'm gonna invite you up to talk. None of us can get that out. We're all good people here, I believe, and we
We're all
can't get that
complex
out of our.
people.
We
We're
are
all
complex
people. We're
people.
just people. We're all just
Well,
people.
I was just gonna say, I think I'm gonna make the statement. I think we are all good people in this chat, and I think we can't just forget about the world suffering. 9 million 9 million children die a year under the age of 5 from suffering and diseases and all that kinds of stuff. So,
Well, hey, man,
you can't really take all that.
good and evil is just a matter of perspective. There's always room for us to improve, no matter who we are or how good we think we are. There's just like so much infinite room for improvement that we might as well just consider ourselves evil right now and wretched. And like, you know what I mean?
Aristotle considered the greatest evil ignorance.
Yeah, yeah. I do too. I hold it right up there for sure, no doubt.
Okay.
It's beyond frustrating for me when someone has the ability to recognize the truth and they choose to ignore the truth as a way to make themselves comfortable, temporarily comfortable, I should say. It's a synthetic comfort is how I would describe it. It's not a real comfort, but they're opting out for like a fake synthetic comfort over the real of knowing the real truth and understanding the truth and being one with it. I think that's where real comfort comes from. Doesn't matter how much food you got in your stomach. If you have, once you reach a certain amount of awareness, it is so just like I could say, what's the right word? Just orders of magnitude more liberating than any amount of comfort you'll ever receive. You actually start leaning into this as a way to learn more and learn faster.
I think I see what you mean. Yeah, I think I see what you mean.
And
can I bring you up to speakers and let
let's do that.
Dorian? Yeah, let me do that real quick, bud.
I can mute up.
Get some more callers here, please. Did you get the invite? Let me try it again.
I did not get the invite. I'm happy to hang up if it doesn't work.
No, you're good. You can jump right back in line.
Yeah, we'll try that.
You can totally. Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Today I was able to accept a speaker. Maybe I have to like you as a friend first. I don't know.
Yeah, try following me and see if that changes
I don't follow you first. Let me see. Yeah, I haven't followed you yet. My bad, dude. So I followed you now. Let's give it another shot.
I'm pretty sure I've got you followed.
We'll try it now that we're following each other.
All right, let me try it one more time. Invite to speak. Give it a go.
Nothing on my end yet, so I'll just go ahead and pass. I'll just pass the joint. They're still working on this stuff, so it's I don't know.
Just call right again.
Right on.
All right, buddy. Dorian.
Well, Brady, he had a lot to say there. That was like phenomenal.
Brady is an interesting individual who has a lot of. Yeah, he's got a lot of interesting opinions.
And you were talking about
you have anything on your mind?
And I think the most interesting part about it, I was thinking about, because I was talking earlier, maybe in another call-in show, about the Jane Elliott experiment. Are you familiar with that?
Vaguely, will you describe it to the audience, please?
So then, sure. So this was a teacher, and I believe it was in Iowa. and where she was trying to explain to her students what racism was after the assassination of Martin Luther King. And she lived in Lily White, Iowa, so the only way she was able to separate a classroom was by eye color. So she separated blue eyes, brown eyes, and then she made the brown-eyed people seem like they were the greatest. They had all these advantages, and then she would denigrate those people with blue eyes. And then you saw how the students took on the characteristics. So the kids that were denigrated
of how they were
took
being
on those
treated.
characteristics as well. Yes.
Yeah.
As well as the aggressors. And one of the things I was like looking at this, and from maybe an elite perspective, right? They're thinking, this is great. I have control over these children at this young age, and imagine what you can do going further as far as like manipulation. But my question is, what is the end goal, right? At the end of the day, you could have trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars. You can be laden around with people who are nothing is going on and it's miserable. Where's the gain? Just on that level, how would you be satisfied if everywhere you looked is squalor, knowing you can make it a paradise if you wanted? Just like I'm sure you've heard this. I don't know, maybe you haven't. Like the Rothschild said, if my sons didn't want war, there would be no war.
Oh, like the Rothschilds, the family, the big banking family?
I heard something like that. I heard some quote like that, yeah. But to some extent, like, so what is the interest? And I'm like trying to understand the psychology of that. Maybe you can talk on that. Thank you.
Oh, I don't know too much about the psychology of. Are you talking about the Roth that quote, or are you talking
no, I'm
about?
not talking about the Roth.
Maybe I'm dumb and not following. I'm just playing with you too. I'm just playing.
As I'm reading your thing, it says we colloquially can cover anything related to psychology. This is what's in your description here.
Oh, on my show. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. We haven't started. We haven't started talking about the topic really yet. We were just having people jump in and just kind of have an easygoing night because everybody had just got done with my friend Mace's show, which was a heated discussion on politics. So I just kind of we can talk about the self and the psychology of all that if we need to. Absolutely, we can.
The psychology of what I just described. Like, is there? Or do you have thoughts on that? I'm curious of your thoughts, given the conversations you've had with Brady. Or if anyone else wants to chime in, because I see there's other speakers here too.
Yeah, anybody else? Hodenheim, you got something? Scott?
Oh, I didn't quite get it. Well, what was the, you'd have to repeat it quickly. I didn't quite get it. Can you repeat it? Can you hear me?
No problem. My thing is, what is the end of, let's say, at the end of the day, everything seems to be this pyramid scheme everything's going to the top. What is the end goal for the person at the top? If this person, let's say whoever it is, I'm just going to arbitrarily use like a person just to personify it, right? If this person has the world, why make it hell versus heaven?
Control.
I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Shit plays.
What's that, Peter?
If you're in control, why make it a shit place? What do you?
Yeah. Is there a way to know if there is one person on top of that pyramid, though?
Do you know what I could still be the richest person in the world and be the greatest person in the world at the same time, too. You see what I'm saying? I could build, let's say, I'm Jeff Bezos, right? I could build Flint, rebuild the entire place if I wanted to. But that's not what I'd rather have my employees still have to apply for assistance. My employees still have to strike. But what is that mentality? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I
You
mean,
see
I
where I'm
don't
going
get it
now?
either, because like half, I do see what you mean, and in my opinion, it's kind of crazy that he could end world hunger for years with probably like half of his personal. You know what I
And
mean?
why not?
So
And that's the
I
thing.
just
And I
don't
don't
understand it.
understand it.
They
It
didn't get
Yeah.
literally
there in
would
the
mean
first
nothing
place.
to him. And he
Those
could
guys,
do it,
yeah,
but doesn't.
those guys didn't get there in the first place by working for other people.
You mean being charitable?
Exactly. They
Yeah.
got there by being fucking selfish.
Yeah. Well, there's an argument by one of the top psychologists in the world on narcissism, and she says, you know, if I were to title a book on how to, you know, the best narcissists are the heads of companies. You know what I mean? The very malignant narcissists that don't mind cutthroat, you know, activities to get to the top and things like that. So, you know, she says that at least a good, she just guesses a 15-20% of all of the people at the high end of these companies are probably, you know, some form of narcissist.
Oh, I believe it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I talked to them, and
Yeah.
there's no doubt of it because the way they look at it, they almost philosophize it. I mean,
I see.
and some degree you almost agree with them
Yeah.
with the way they do it. I'm like, wow,
And
that's how
many of
they
them
justify it.
play the good guy, the
Okay,
hero looking after the little guy.
yes,
They do
yep.
go under that
And then they'll
guise.
say, you know what? I worked hard, you know, and when I
They'll
was
give
on
to
my
their little
feet
tax
and I picked
charities and
myself
they'll
up,
say, I'm
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I think there's a delay between
But
us.
let's
That's
go
my
based
bad,
on what
brother.
you just said. Oh, sorry about that. No worries. Let's
No,
just
you're
go
good.
based on what you said as far as like the ending homelessness and the narcissism, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Wouldn't if you are a narcissist, what would be the best way to feel yourself? Wouldn't it to be almost praised like a god for doing great things?
Well, that's
That would be
ultimately
the
what we want,
ultimate
is to
fuel.
be.
So why wouldn't
Yeah,
they
I mean,
go that
that's.
direction instead of the other one?
I don't
You see what
know.
I
I don't
mean?
know
It
because
doesn't
if
even
he
make
did
sense.
give, I don't know, because if he
Do you
did
know how
give
much
half of
praise he
his
would
wealth
have?
to, if he did give half of his wealth to solve, you know, world hunger, think about how much more his brand would be worth.
Bingo.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about. You could
Think
use
about
the
how much more his
narcissism,
employees
use
would
it to
give a
your
fuck.
advantage. Yeah, use it to your advantage. He could. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense, even on that value.
I know that's very idealistic, but I agree with you on that. I just don't understand why they don't do things like that and then realize that in the long term they're going to gain so many by solving like world hunger and shit. Like they're going to, or at least to the best of the ability that we can, you know, in the countries that will let us and
Or
stuff.
imagine a company,
You
let's
know?
say that was Amazon, right? Their employees
Yeah.
never had to worry about where to work, live, blah blah. Everybody would be completely loyal to them. They would be
Right.
one of the biggest companies in the world because they would have loyalty.
You're right.
And it's like, yet there, I'm like, how does that not work?
It'd be
Like,
like if
you don't
Apple
need
started
those billions.
building, you know,
They're
if
going to do
Apple
it
started building
anyway.
homeless
That's why it's a
shelters all over the
psychopathy.
United States. Do you hear me?
And this is why it's a disorder. Pardon?
I was saying, yeah, I think we have a bad delay. That's my problem. I was just saying that Apple, if Apple or Microsoft started building homeless shelters everywhere instead of making the profits for their shareholders even higher, then you would have people buying their products left and right and coming to work for them, and their brand would just skyrocket. I don't know why they don't see that long-term investment.
Exactly. Apple could literally put like $1 billion, like a fund, right? That would literally fund the housing that people would never have to worry about it, just living off the interest, and could build just from that, build more housing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like their ideas are out there, and there's money, and there's people, and you connect them the right ways. But the problem is, it's the people that do have it and what they're doing with that power.
Yeah.
And that's where we're talking about this whole psychology. And that's why I really do think it's psychopathy. It's a disorder. You're literally
here's
killing
the
the hand that
thing.
feeds you.
Yeah, here's the thing: is I've done a lot of study in psychology, especially on the B type personality cluster disorders, and that would be the ASPDs, the antisocial personality disorders, the narcissists, and uh, the histrionics. So, I mean, studying the narcissist and basically antisocial personality disorder is psychopathy and sociopathy, but they don't. So a malignant narcissist is so close to a psychopath, it's crazy. But not every psychopath is a narcissist, but not every narcissist is a psychopath. Does that make sense?
I'm very familiar with that. I was had a childhood of abuse very on, hugely
Mm,
traumatic, and I know that because of it, I suffered.
I'm sorry
And
for
and
that.
and part of it
I
was
feel
in the
you.
form of, you know, psychopathy, but it's not necessarily like you said. It doesn't necessarily you have to be negative. I still have those different things and feelings, but it's just not the same.
Well, this is a show of openness, and you can tell us anything you want to about that. I'll be glad to tell you about my past as well.
So
It's like, oh, okay.
I'll
Well,
respond.
Yeah,
yeah.
go
That'd
ahead,
be good.
Honenheim.
Um,
Yeah,
for
so I was
me,
going to say I think the problem is it's not the people that have like reached the peaks of well. I think the problem is the people who are like dying in the valleys and rivers. I think that's the problem. I think we should raise them up, not pull the ones at the top down. Um,
Mm.
I think that would be a better idea because these people just think, well, hey, I made this. Why don't you, as a whole country, as a government, help the people at the bottom, not try and take me to thrive in? And now you're kind of trying to take it off me. It's,
Yeah,
you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. Not everybody thinks like I do. You know what I mean? So we got to understand that. Dorian, I just wanted to let you know real quick, brother. I love talking to you, but we have a bad delay going on, so just be mindful of that, okay?
I can actually lay in his speaker. Oh no, that's not his speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else's.
I hear you. Understood.
Dorian, can you hear us? Okay. No,
Yes, I
you're
can.
good. You can talk about whatever you want, and I was talking about you sharing your younger, if you had I can't talk tonight. If you had a psychopathic mother or father, or if you've dealt with, malignant
Hmm.
narcissism, the worst kinds, or tell us
I
about
don't
it.
know what you would classify it as, to be honest with you. But if you had the studies, maybe you can tell me.
Damn.
My my mother had me at 14 years old.
Wow.
Um, she she's a product of incest herself,
Hmm.
and then I was born into what was it? So let's see, 14 gang related activity. My grandmother at that time, her mother was what do you call it? Special needs. I'm trying to think the more politically correct way. Is that fair?
Special needs sounds fine.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm not trying to offend anybody.
No, you're fine.
And and then and obviously I lived in a very impoverished neighborhood in
Hmm.
New York. I'm not going to go into details of that, but I'm just going to give you the gist.
I appreciate that.
You sound
I
I
very
appreciate
well
you sharing that.
spoken
was
for that type of origin, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, I
yeah.
agree.
So then the house I lived in was, I guess you could say, probably the poorest part of the neighborhood. I was in the crack house. Essentially, mother was in
Damn.
gangs in and out the home, and I guess I have early memories because it was very traumatic and it's very vivid for me. But in that time, so it's 5 years, grandmother died. No one was ever told me what happened. I starved,
It's okay.
neglect. Uh, let me explain the start again. It was there would be days where my mother would not be home and I would just be there.
Holy
So I
shit.
have to figure out how to eat.
Mm.
So then I'm 2, 3, 4 years old, drinking toilet water, toilet
Oh my
paper,
God.
What a
going to
legend.
neighbors' homes, like trying to figure out how to survive.
Dude, bless you for turning out. to be a decent human being?
I'm not even done.
He's like, that's not even the
Keep
bad part.
hey, keep
Man,
going, bro. If you want to
man.
keep spilling it out,
Oh
brother, keep
no,
spilling
I
it
think it's
out.
important because these things happen
Yeah,
to people, right?
yeah.
I always say the only reason why I'm able to deal with this because I dealt with it longer than
Mm.
Well,
most.
you have learned
So,
how to deal with it, obviously. So I
right.
applaud.
Obviously, and then there's the sexual abuse from the people that came in
Mm,
because she's related to drugs. Finding out
Yeah.
there's that. Then I remember, I'll even be honest, frank with you. One time, I was asleep. Imagine you are a child. I never waking up to someone raping you.
oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Keep going. This is not bothering anybody. We
So,
want to hear this kind of
and
stuff.
then the foster care took me, and then the New York State finally took me. I think it was a neighbor might have called. I think about it sometimes
How
because
old
that
were you?
neighbor. I think she was like, "What? I had to be between 4 and 5."
God damn.
I remember the neighbor. She's like, "What is she doing?" She seemed really annoyed when I came asking her for a sandwich this time,
Mm,
and I think maybe that's what happened. But anyway, obviously I was starved, malnutrition, the works.
yeah.
And so then it's like they had to start from scratch. But of course, there's a court case. Now, here's what a lot of people don't understand. Yes, my mother was a shitty mother, no doubt about it. But
Yeah.
to a child, they don't know it. At least
Yeah,
not
she was
yet.
still your mom.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when I'm in the courtroom and then you see like the police officer pull this person away, right? That's my
Yeah.
last connection to anything. So from after
Mm.
that, I have
Mm,
people just telling me where to go, where to this, do this, right here. I felt I had no autonomy. And that was the worst part.
I take
And
my
then
good
you're put
childhood
into
for
this
granted,
place.
dude.
Sam.
I really do, man. I think more people should hear your story. And you are a
I guess I've
strong
had time to
person for
really,
putting
like,
it out
really
there.
learn. Yeah, it is what it is. At the end
Well,
of
the
the day, I
people.
can't take it with me.
Would you mind
At
if I
least I
asked
can
how
help
old you are
somebody.
now?
39.
Oh, yeah,
You
you've
know, it
had a
took me
long
until
time.
I was 30, 36 though,
Yeah, I'm
to really like
36. Go ahead,
actually hit
Perry.
me. And the
Um,
only reason is because of COVID, and I actually had time to sit down and think. If that
Mm,
hadn't happened, I don't think I could be able to even have the conversation I'm having with you.
go inside.
that's good.
Go inside. No.
Perry,
I
did you
was
have a question
I
for him or
was
anything?
just gonna say. I mean, he brought up the whole kind of pyramid hierarchy type notion, and he's like, why don't the guys at the top, um, deal with hunger? I got or whatever poverty is what you guys brought up, right? Or
Yeah, I was
homelessness,
saying hunger. I
or
don't know
hunger.
if I
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, hunger.
I mean, those people at the top don't have these kind of experiences, I would assume. So that
Yeah,
doesn't
some of
help
them probably don't.
toward. And I mean, I thought it was a silly question when he originally brought it up, but I mean, I think about this all the time. I hypothesize what a world. I mean, it's a dog eat dog world right now. It's a selfish world. Capitalism has a lot to do with that. The free market,
There's still good people
and
though, right?
there is still good people, yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, there's obviously an infinite amount of factors that go into why people act
Mm-hmm.
as they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was also good that Dorian brought up, I mean, the notion of psychology, because that clearly has much to do with it, if not all to do with it. And
Huge.
I always hypothesize this world where, I mean, you go to work, you do what you got to do because you first need to suit your needs, and then secondary the needs of the people around you, if you're able to do that, right?
Yeah.
And just think of a completely opposite world where that whatever actions that you display through that selfishness, what if it was selflessness and you're just constantly worried about trying to help the person next to you? And I mean, it's a completely made up, situation. This will never happen amongst primates.
Well, yeah,
like
I get
us.
it's a hypothetical thought experiment, yeah.
But I mean, just think of potentially it's a libertarian hypothesis, but just think of all of the terrible things that would be fixed. And you pretty much hit a major point with the hunger. I mean, whoever you were talking about that has X amount.
Well,
of
I mean, I was just basically saying it would not be a huge hit to him if he just used half of his actual personal income.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, nothing's going to change in his life. What is he going to have?
Nothing.
One less jet of his 20 or whatever? Like,
yeah.
And
but what we were saying is it would sell his brand so much further if he was building homeless shelters, solving world hunger, doing those things as a free entity, separate from a government.
It would make you should realize that.
Exactly. That's the selfish altruism. That's the selfish altruism I try to argue for people who don't give a fuck all the time. I'm like, you want to make the world better.
It sounds ideal.
Well, yeah, you want to make the world better. It is an oxymoron. But when you talk to people who say, well, I don't give a fuck, I care about me. You say, well, if you care about you, then you want everything around you to be better so that your life is easier. So you need to facilitate that. That's the argument for selfish altruism.
Yeah, I mean that would be probably just as good as my libertarian selflessness hypothesis of altruism. I guess
Well, I agree. I try to seek selfless altruism, but I don't know if it's ever completely possible. So I try to just respect it. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you remember correctly, you have a decent idea of my view of how arguably everything is subjective. So your idea of altruism is going to be subjective, of course, and we would have to have a couple of hour conversation to dig into the details of what that altruism actually means.
I am anytime ready to do that, but we don't have to do it on the show. But
I mean, we don't have those options amongst, we have just the non-selfish option that I would argue is caused by. I mean, I'd make an evolutionary...
You're saying that's the state of affairs now, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
And
it seems as though the altruism nor the altruism is taken into account when people are at that high of a level of finance. You know what I mean?
So it's funny, and that's why psychology comes into it, because I always say to myself, well, if I ever got that rich, I'm a very non-materialistic person, very minimal.
Yeah, me too.
I would literally I would do research on charities that and this brings up another thing that I thought of, literally give, I don't know, I would give a certain percent to charity, one, to minimize taxes, whatever that number would end up being if I ever get that rich. And, I mean, I would just give most of my money to charity because I know that...
Yep.
I mean, tax deduction isn't my main reason for doing it. It's because of altruism, but that is a epiphenomena.
Well, I would give a substantial amount to things like Doctors Without Borders and all these people like that,
Yep. And so, a quick thing, you know how a lot of people love to gamble? What if some org, some group of people, whatever, created a casino where X amount of that they make, because they're obviously filthy rich, all the casino owners, would go to a charity? What if some government or some sovereign, type of government came up with that? Because that money's just going into the void, and people, feel like shit, obviously, when they gamble. And I'm not advocating gambling, but I would perhaps allow a strategic, like a nicotine patch. You're not actually smoking the cig, but you're trying to...
Right.
I don't know if that's a good analogy to it, but either way,
let Honenheim jump in here in a second. I think he's probably got a good... Honenheim, what's up?
So I shared down in the chat. It seems like many of the wealthiest people in the world have given almost half, some even more than the net worth. Like in the past, they've given more to charity than net worth. And I think the amount of money that governments have, countries have, well, they can almost, in fact, just give out money. They can create money if they want. I know we don't want that done in massive amounts, but I think they could make much more of an impact on the world, especially the poor, than the rich. And the rich are doing their part, and I think they
true.
just.
I would like to think that they're all doing that, but I don't know if that's the case. I'm sorry, Honenheim.
I posted the link. I can read a bit of it to you if you want.
Please do.
Yeah, I'd like
so.
to.
We have Warren Buffett, net worth 88 billion, lifetime giving 42 billion.
Nice.
Bill and Melinda Gates, 120 billion, lifetime giving 30 billion. George Soros, net worth 8 billion, lifetime giving 16 billion. Bloomberg,
wow, he's making
net
money.
Worth 50. Yeah, we're making money off him.
Yeah.
Chuck Feeney, net worth 2 million, lifetime giving 8 billion. So his net worth is 2 million. He's given 8 billion.
Right.
So they're doing
well,
it.
see, these aren't the current highest billionaires, though. You know what I mean? These are like older names. But I agree with you that some of them are awesome. But do you agree that some of the really high-end billionaires now could give at least a quarter of what they personally own and not make really any impact on their life whatsoever?
Is Bill Gates not one of those high-end rich people?
Oh, that's right. I forgot he said Bill Gates.
Yeah. Or, I mean, Warren Buffett, who was, 60%.
Well, is he still in, like, business, or is he just, like, his... I don't know. I don't know too much about Warren Buffett, honestly.
Sorry, closed the wrong tab there.
Sorry, I was just making some idealistic political bullshit, stuff up,
just saying,
pulling it out of my ass.
Closed the wrong tab there.
But isn't the argument that one of them could fix all of, what was the topic, hunger?
Yeah, I mean, like, Jeff Bezos has, like, I don't know, 160, 180. Who knows? I haven't looked at it in a while. But, I mean, world hunger, you could solve it. I mean, even just giving everybody a pack of fucking ramen a day, you could solve world hunger with $20 billion at least for a year or so. You know what I mean?
For a year.
But Thomas.
Well, so I'm being idealistic, by the way. I'm not saying this is a pragmatic or practical thing.
Look, I agree with the ideas that you give, but there's a problem.
Yeah.
Why don't you train people? You know that old saying, Thomas, you've heard it. You could take
horse to water.
You could take the child, fishing. You could bring him a fish, or you could teach him the skill how to survive. And this is a problem in a lot of third world countries. People, the rich and everybody else that do help, and they'll give billions of dollars. You guys mentioned some of the guys. The third world country will always be putting out their hand. If you don't teach them the skills that they need to survive, so they won't never have to ask, and that to eradicate this poverty, the problem perpetuates and continues in a vicious cycle.
I do agree with you on that, but I would say, would you, of the 9 million children that die a year from diseases and hunger and stuff, we could stop a large portion of that if we invested more.
That is true, I do believe, but there's a problem. Why is it always an ongoing problem in Africa? Like right now, Haiti had an earthquake back in 2010, and it's still in the worst state. Mm-hmm. What is it that is not being done to get them out of that? What is it? And I have to ask, because if it's a cultural, racial, ethnic problem, then it has to be addressed.
I think Scott's got something to say.
Yeah, I mean, with Africa specifically, think about how much money comes from diamond mines in Africa. You know who owns those diamond mines? Not the Africans.
Not Africa.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean,
there's also a problem.
You have these structural problems that, I mean, until that kind of shit's sorted out, man, like some place like Africa, like they literally don't own the fucking material in the ground that makes that country fucking so much money.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Scott. There's also a problem too, and it's cultural. For example, it's been known, I don't know what African country, if anybody could correct me, they allowed the Chinese to mine the gold. They gave them the land. They probably rented it out. They get a little bit of money. But why aren't they collecting on that gold that's in that land for that tribe?
Yeah.
The Chinese are taking advantage of it. They brought in the machinery. They brought in their own people. Why the hell that? It's exactly what Scott is saying. Somebody else is reaping the reward.
It's cultural from centuries ago that hasn't been addressed and fixed, and it's just stayed that cultural issue that has been normalized.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, because like think about places like Nigeria. You know, like they gave Nigerians computers, and what happened? They scammed the fucking world. That's how fucking industrious those people were.
Wow. Well, there's got to be things that have to be taken care of at a cultural level before you're able to give them again a help. That they don't do that, because Nigeria is known for being extremely corrupt at every level. In fact, I could get a birth certificate from Nigeria, and guess what? I'm Nigerian now.
Yeah.
And I'm not even, ethnically from Nigeria. I just, hey, I got my Nigerian passport right here. What are you telling me,
Yeah.
So that's how crazy it is. And of course, there's the story, the blood, the blood money from blood mines and all that, from diamonds and all that. You've seen the movies and all that.
But something else about Africa, you have to realize how fucking big it is. I mean, like, so what's going on in like Sierra Leone is completely separate from what's going on in Ethiopia, what's going on in the Congo, what's going on in South Africa. I mean, it's just so fucking huge.
Who deals with that? Who deals with that without using war and aggression? I mean,
yeah.
When the United Nations has to step in, like for example, you mentioned
United Nations, yeah, but
at a cost. It's always going to come at a cost, one way or another. They're going to charge them a tab. They're going to get them sooner or later. As soon as they find out, and maybe they caused this. Like for example, I think it was Senate Sierra Leone, which is French speaking blacks.
Yep.
I believe that's where they found Ebola, and it was eradicating people. And sometimes I question, why do this shit come up in some of the most beautiful countries like Africa, but where people are poor? They can't afford to deal with a disease like that. And guess who steps in? Yeah, you might have Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders kind of thing, and other great organizations. But they're always in there to get some kind of natural resource, and they'll find a way in when people are dying from a disease.
Yep.
Next thing you know, they're in there to help. And they always have a plan, because it all comes from World Economic Forum, United Nations, all of them working together with the United States and Western countries. And as soon as they help them out, they always tax them on a natural resource.
It's capital. This is why I brought up capitalism, how it affects everyone's psychology and how it induces their selfish behavior that is already primal in them, that is already there, benign, just waiting for a catalyst to spark it, and nothing better to spark it than something like free market and
spark it, free market. Ooh.
Yeah, spitting bars.
Yeah, let me ask you, Perry.
And that's with everybody. That's not just like people in Africa.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Peter?
Go ahead.
Yes?
What were you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, you liar. You came... What are you...
I was on mute.
I think maybe they caught on to his idea of the next disease and then how to reap the reward after that. I don't know. Maybe he's having second
What's funny though is like when people talk about Africa, they never they never refer to like Morocco, right? Because they're fucking rich.
They're the ones actually doing the exploiting. Everybody coming into their town, that.
Yeah, they always talk about.
And people are not there to stay in Morocco. They're ready to go over to Spain. What is it that they want to go to Spain? They want Spain so much.
So unequal wealth distribution is not just in America. It's also in Africa.
It's a world thing. It's a world inequality. Yeah. But the thing is, what I would say is cultures have to change, even if it's religious. They have to change their paradigm, their belief system. I don't mean you can continue to be as religious as they want to be, whatever they subscribe to. But if their beliefs, maybe tribal, tradition, whatever, is keeping them from moving on ahead, then the problem is them, not the world. Because if we're going to go on for another 30 years with the same damn problem, then the shit is with them.
The culture needs to be changed, right?
Exactly, transformed.
Yeah,
exactly.
But it's sort of the culture of like governments, right? So like Kenya is really nice.
Yeah.
So like it really depends on like who's in control of those areas. Like Rwanda, like you have warlords in control of it, but Kenya, you have a strong government, and they're like, nope, that shit ain't fucking happening here.
Exactly. And I think history has told us a lot from all those dictators that have risen to power. They always walk away whenever they leave power with billions of dollars. Look at what happened in Sri Lanka. They're right now, they're bankrupt. And their leaders walked away with billions of dollars? Really?
Let's let Hannah jump in.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, even if, and I don't think it is the case, even if it is cultural in Africa, even if it's like part of like exactly who they are, I personally think it's just people. That's what people do. People within their situation. If we were in their situation, we'd be doing exactly the same. But even if it is purely cultural, even if that's what makes them up, I think they still need help, and I think it's a situation that we should try and help fix, or however we can. I think that would even be more of a reason to help, because then it's intrinsic, not put onto these people, if you know what I mean.
And at the same time, all those filthy lucres that come in, the ones that, remember what I talked to you last time, Hohenheim, the different bands. If society collapsed, you're going to go into a gang mentality, survival of the fittest kind of thing. Might makes the right. Well, there's that attitude is prevalent there in those areas of Africa. It's whoever knows more, whoever street smart. They're the ones in control. You got the guns. You're the one that is the marauder. You're the one that's terrorizing people. You're going to explore. You're going to, I mean, if shit like that is not stopped and taught at a young age, where you tell people, look, this is what happened in the past. We can't have that shit going on ever again. We have to respect each other, and we have to work with each other. We start our businesses, start schools, and become a thriving population. Otherwise, we're going to be left in the Stone Age every time. And it's sad. The world's in Stone Age, and later on they're crying, well, this is a problem of the slave, or they come up with their woke political identity and all that victimization. No, it's not. It's made in modern day society because of the people taking the wrong steps. Everybody that's normally not necessarily on the top elite, it's who rises to power. Instead of fixing the problems in society, they start raping the system, raping people, taking advantage of them, hoarding the money. And next thing you know, they end up, if they're in a former French colony. Well, you have to make if you go against the people, it's treason.
Vlad, let him jump in real quick. I'm not cutting you off, buddy. I'm hearing you.
Well, I wanted you to answer, but I wanted you to answer with something else. I don't think, I mean, laws is what we try and do. We try and create laws, but Vlad, what do you think is actually the way that we fix getting away from our barbaric Stone Age tribalism?
It's gonna have to be teaching people.
Yes,
real. And what school doesn't teach you at school. Wasting time just supposedly moving you up the system, and then you're not even ready to go to college. But teach you real history from different perspective, and teach you the history of these type of marauder people that are very selfish, people that come into power in a dictatorial way, and through dictatorial fiat they take advantage of the wealth of the nation.
And that's
now we got to find a way to perpetuate education throughout Africa.
Yep. Correct. Exactly. But not only that, it's an example would be I think one of the leaders in Angola. She ended up making deals with the corporates from around the world, and they ended up coming into the country. She walked away. I forgot the name. She walked away in Angola with $25 billion. But by the time they discovered that, and by the time they discovered that and they tried to do something about it, it was way too late. She was gone. She had left the country. But
so many stories about people doing that to their small countries, dude.
so some laws have to come in, and also the international community is to blame, because when a lot of these dictators and families, they walk away with millions and not billions of dollars, where do they end up putting them? In the Cayman Islands or in Swiss banks? So why is the international community in Europe taking care and allowing them to do that kind of shit? Is it, you know what? They benefit from all the money that they put in their banks. They get an interest from that. They don't do that, So it's also they're responsible that when they see and they hear people go into the treasury chest, the coffers of the people, they should be castigated. You do business with this bastard, guess what? You two are going to go down, because that is the money of the people that he stole. And if you go into the past years, 30, 40 years, all these dictators had a history of that shit, and they got away clean.
Nobody without money is going to take them down, though. It's going to be someone else with money and the same attitude.
We didn't all get away clean.
And this
is hey guys, let's let Dorian talk. He hadn't talked in a while.
And
go ahead, Dorian.
I guess maybe I have a different perspective on this, and that is, it takes all the accountability away from people when you do that. It's like, you can point it at the elite, you can point it at this, you can point it at that. But how many people had to sign off and say, okay, I'll give you an example. we need you to bomb this house, this building or hospital. This is the particular objective. I'm going to hand the order down. That person could have said no, but it went further down, went to lieutenant. That person could have said no. It went down to the gunner. That person could have said no, but no one said no along the way. That's the issue. Like, we can look up all we want. At the end of the day, I find it's incredible to me, like how many people I almost laugh. Maybe I'm like, okay, so you're going to continue to do something and expect a different result. I'll wait. It's either this is what you do, you don't do this, and that's it. You either move forward, backwards, or you don't move at all. Those are your choices.
Anybody want to respond to that?
And that's how I see it.
Hey guys.
Again, it's exactly like Dorian saying. It's the same mentality. If the change, if people are not taught their own history and the atrocities committed by their own governments and people that came out of their communities that were poor and they took advantage of the people, they will not change. They'll continue the same cycle. You know, let me give you an example. Over here in Mexico,
I just wonder how many people do it locally.
Exactly. You don't become a gangster
You see
overnight.
something locally, do you stop it, right? Right, exactly. Do you stop it locally? I saw somebody, an injustice, and I stood up, right?
Yes, you should.
That was important to let that person know, because if I don't, that means I'm condoning that behavior. That's what I don't do. That's how I feel about it.
No, thank you.
Yeah, let's let Hakeem jump in real quick. He just came to join us.
Come on, Hakeem. Come on down.
Guys. What's up, Thomas, Peter, Scott, Perry, Dorian?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Glad. G.
What's up,
bro?
Yeah,
guys,
G with us too.
So, you know,
do you want to respond to Dorian, or did you have something?
Just about how things go up the chain of command.
Mm-hmm.
And it just reminded me of the experiments that were done. Oh my gosh, why is his name escaping me right now? Because I studied this very deeply in school.
Nazi Joseph Goebbels?
No. Well, yes, it was related
Goebbels.
No, it wasn't Goebbels.
Oh, you're talking about Mengele, Dr. Mengele, right?
Oh, Dr. Mengele.
No, guys. This guy's parents were concentration camp prisoners.
Are you talking about like Simon Wiesenthal?
No.
This guy's unknown, apparently.
Oh no! Okay, guys. I'm sorry. I thought this was choose your favorite Nazi day kind of thing.
Well, that's cool. It sounds like a fucking putting together a fantasy fucking team.
Fantasy Nazi team? A fantasy Nazi football team?
Again, choose your favorite Nazi.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Hakeem.
Nah, you guys are cool, man. It's
we're here chilling, man.
It's Stanley. Is it Milgram?
Yeah, I know that guy.
If you got a link, throw it in the chat for everybody.
Yeah, where he,
if you can.
He basically had college students and actors take part in an experiment, and every time they answered a wrong question, they would get an electric shock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
yeah,
is that Stanley Milgram?
Yeah, that is
the experiment.
Yeah. Okay.
That is Stanley Milgram. Yep.
Okay. I know I studied it in school, but I just forgot because I also just took a hit. So
I'm there with you, brother.
Hey, I could see that as a new reality show. We're gonna answer questions. If you don't answer them right, you get double shocked. You know?
Oh shit!
No,
well, we've got.
He had people giving lethal doses. They weren't actually shocking, but if they were, they would have been killing people, actors, and people just went right along with it. It's crazy shit.
And you know what? A guy named Darren Brown.
Yeah, I love him.
He repeated the experiment.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and so the whole idea that we learned about it in school for clinical hypnosis was it was the first hypnotic modality. The claim is that there are three main things you need to hypnotize people. The one that hypnotizes most everybody, and that's all you guys too, me included, is authority or one-upsmanship. And for example, if I was a medical doctor, but I was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, but there was a guy next to me who was wearing khaki slacks and a lab coat, right, with the stethoscope and all, right? People would respect him more than me, even though I might have just given him my clothes because he was cold, and he's my patient who doesn't even know who he is. So, authority and one-upsmanship is given automatically, and one of the ways given is through special clothes, like the big
That's
old
the
hat
first
the Pope
modality?
wears. Yeah, is one-upsmanship or authority.
Okay.
And that's why people follow orders, even though it's wrong, because a guy in a white lab coat, and they keep going, even though it might go against their own ethics and morals or whatever the hell it is that makes people not do fucked up shit.
Yeah, that's the fallacy of authority. People need to know that shit.
Yeah, so anyway, that's, well, I know I go off a little bit, but that was just what I heard from, things going up the chain of command. So anyway, always
you're
great
good.
listening. Yeah, I'm learning from you guys. It's awesome.
I love you calling in. You're the only caller right now, so you're more than welcome to stay with us. But Honnenheim G, we got some other people who need to throw their 2 cents in here. Yeah. Scott, too. I don't even know if Peter's with us anymore, or Perry, or Dorian. I think Dorian's still with us.
Well, I'm kind of just hopping in to say hi, basically. But we're on the topic of, I guess, sort of ethics and how it might relate here. I mean, at the bottom of this sort of thing, this idea that, like, there's a threshold for kind of the fucked up shit that you might see, Unit 731, Mengel's experiments or something like that. So,
yep.
Basically, you have a cost-benefit analysis that is fundamentally underlying that whole equation there. And generally, if you're not going past, say, a third or fourth stage level of sophistication regarding ethical deliberation of, say, like on Kohlberg's pyramid, his stages of ethical or moral development, chances are you're going to be very receptive to that kind of basic cost-benefit analysis, right? Especially if, you've got countrymen and fellow patriots kind of reinforcing the idea of, like, your duty or something along these lines. Yeah, your obligations to your countrymen, which was very popular amongst, Nazis. That sort of mentality. As a matter of fact, this mentality goes back thousands of years. But
nationalism.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes back even further. I mean, even the Greeks thought that patriotism was the highest moral good that
tribalism.
You could. Yeah. But it's more than that, like most people don't
get into it. Go for it.
Most people don't think outside of a sort of deontic model of ethics.
You think most people think deontologically? Excuse me.
Yes, I think so.
I guess I would have to say so, since most of the planet is religious, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Yep. There you go.
I mean, that's actually a brilliant connection. I mean, of the 7 billion people that we have on the planet, at least 4 billion of them, I think, was the last time.
Are deontologists.
Yeah, they're deontologists too.
More than 4.
More than 4.
More than 4. I mean, they're deontologists to the core. So
keep going, G. That's all good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like you provide people this kind of framework. Because, like, you got to think about it, even in the modern day here in America, I mean, if you sort of analyze how, say, police are trained in their, how to administer their duty, so to speak, it doesn't go past, a deontic ethical
process.
Yeah, it does not go past that. It never does. And I mean, that's all policemen. That's all military men too. I know this from personal experience. So yeah, I would just keep that in mind on some of this stuff.
If I had to push back on that, I would say, do you think that the Western general vibe of moral obligation is compatible with Eastern philosophy and their moral scope?
I gotta be
and how they view things.
I'm a Westerner. I'm not too well versed on the Eastern style stuff.
Gotcha.
I've met a few cats here on Fangburn's plethora of people that might be better for that sort of.
What I would ask you then is, do you ever see any issue coming up with people's idea of moral obligation? I mean, someone may be doing something that they think is morally good, and then the guy next to him, the guy who just got cut off by him in traffic or whatever, thinks this guy's not doing his moral duty. Like, come on, man. You ever see that potentially happening? And
every single day, all day long, on almost every imaginable front.
So what mechanism do you have, if any? And I'm not asking you to be omniscient, but what exercise can we use to potentially reconcile these differences amongst us?
Well, I would say first off, you can use basically all of the Western ethical frameworks. So, like, I would definitely dive into
the Bible.
Virtue ethics. No. I would definitely dive into virtue ethics laid down by Aristotle.
He's talking like post-Renaissance, right, G?
Oh, I thought he was.
No. I was asking you, G. I was asking you. You're talking about post-Renaissance, right? You're not talking about like biblical, is what he was getting at.
Yeah, I'm talking about like
what do you mean
Western
by
ethical
Western? What is Western virtue ethics? What is that? If I'm a new student,
so,
what would you tell
okay.
To that?
So
you can explain that to the audience. It's all good.
Virtue ethics was laid down by the Socratics of the Greek of ancient Greece. So Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. Basically, Aristotle was the first to encapsulate an actual ethical theory, Nicomachean ethics.
The Stoics. Don't forget the Stoics.
I was just reading that. man.
Nicomachean.
Yeah. You got the page 3 of book 1. So
definitely give that a read. Basically, there's all kinds of material to work with that'll help you, enhance the quality and sophistication of one's
he believes in
teleological
ethics. The end.
Yeah. I would say there's still
the telos.
Yeah, so I would say that even in the context of modern science, there's still an argument to be made on that.
Hey guys, can we let Dorian jump in after you, G?
Yeah.
Actually, go ahead. Yeah.
Go for it. That was good.
Go ahead,
Somebody's fixing some drinks back there. Who's that?
Dorian, is that you, buddy? You still with us?
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry about that.
Oh, I guess he's not with us. G and Perry. Yeah, Vlad or Honenheim, if y'all want to go ahead, that's fine.
My question would be, in 2 occasions, the United States rescued Russia from a famine. Can't something similar, if you want to look at it, since Perry did ask a question about East and West. The Western nations, like the United States, definitely proved it was superior in helping a foreign country, not even its neighbor, but a foreign country like the USSR, the former USSR, in a time of need. Do you guys remember the Holodomor incident, what they did to the Ukrainian?
No.
The United States came in with lots of money under the American, I think it was the American Rescue.
What year?
Relief.
What year, Vlad, are we talking?
It's maybe about the 2930s, around there, if I remember.
Okay.
Just the brink of World War II. A couple of years just before war, and it lifted up. Now, what am I proposing? Are these countries in famine? No, but they've been in famine. Again, mentioning the third world, Africa, Latin America. Whenever there's such a thing, can something be done? Not only food, material, water, potable water stuff, but things to to lift them up one time and get them going so they'll never fall again,
You got to teach them, though, after you do that for them.
Exactly. Thank you. I agree with you right there. I'm on you with it 100%.
No, yeah, that's
but
what
can't
you've
the
been
world
saying.
community,
Yeah.
can't the world community come together? Screw the IMF. It's not about a bank loan or anything. It's about teaching them, putting some laws into their books through their legislature and president. You will not screw up your own country. You will not take off with the millions of dollars after you fix your country and leave the people hanging there, you know? So fix the situation, fix the political scene if possible, help the people rise up, feed those little kids that are dying.
It's not. We can't keep coming behind countries that are doing this kind of evil, the kind of evil that is implied in wrecking one's political system, invading other countries, and wrecking their infrastructure. No, we cannot keep coming behind them, fixing those problems and saying, okay, all right, you're fine now. Just carry on and be good people. That's not how this works.
The structure's not there.
Okay.
That's right. I mean, the thing
again, it goes back.
Go ahead, Dorian.
Again, it goes back. I'm sorry about that. Again, it goes back to you can fix the laws. Those people will once again circumvent those laws to do the same thing. They do it over and over. They just do it in different flavors. Doesn't matter what happens. You have to beat it at the root. And that
sounds like you're agreeing
you have
with me.
to get people to say no when it occurs. Like, let's say if people are taking off, like no one just takes off. Someone has to sign off on those transactions, right? That person can't just like, ooh, let me just carry $3 billion out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people who sign off on that.
Live in fucking Monaco or something.
And that's where I'm going with. So it has to be internal. People have to be grounded in something much stronger than themselves. And it doesn't matter the law. That's where I stand on that. Yeah. That's all.
No, thank you, Dorian. This is the very same thing that Perry was alluding to, and I agree with Dorian and you, Perry, regarding educating people of their own history and of the people that have screwed them up over and over again. Because I'm getting really tired of all this shit about it was the colonials. Damn, they're freed countries. Your colonials are not there. It's your local damn government, your own that is doing this to you. What happened in Venezuela, that's their own doing. What happened in Haiti, that's their own doing. You have to make people responsible and be accountable for their own action and stop blaming and using all this CRT, critical race theory bullshit that it's the colonials. The colonials haven't been there for hundreds of years.
Vlad, don't you understand? If you analyze a little bit of the history of states, what you'll notice is that scapegoating is the number one method by which people convince other people to vote for them and provide them with the power to continue doing the things.
Well, yeah, the Nazis were experts in their propaganda against the Jews. You're right.
Well, yeah, and so are the Democrats today in regards to everything they hate, and so are the Bolsheviks
both parties
in regards to. I mean, you understand that this is the modus operandi.
Exactly. So that's what people have to be taught their politics and how the game works, so they won't do the same shit. So that means this is not going to be academic education. It's going to be mentorship and tell them, look, this is what happened in your country. These are the parties. These are with the system, the Constitution, and this is how they rigged the whole system. So you have to prepare them to expect fraud. Go ahead.
The thing about this,
countries are corrupt.
There's a problem
all the way down.
How do you hold the mirror up to these people and say, look, it's actually your fault? Look, it's actually the people's fault. This region or something like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Real quick, Vlad, everybody. Wait. Slow down. Hold on, guys. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. Hang on. So we do want to get Dorian in. We haven't heard from Scott, Honenheim, or Hakeem, so I'm just letting everybody know we want an equal amount of time for everybody. This is my job. I have to do this. I'm sorry. Let's let. I know everybody understands. Let's let Scott go first, then Hakeem, then Dorian. How's that sound?
Thomas, you're being a true egalitarian.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, the problem of saying, like, we're going to go in there and teach them, like you mentioned something that happened in Ukraine in the 1940s. Like, do you go in there and teach them something in the 1940s and expect, like, people now to still have the same thing, right? You know, like, I don't know, man. Like at that point, it's you can't have that mentality where you're just going to have to go back every 60 years, 80 years back. Oh, we got to teach them.
Amazing point. Yes.
Well, Scott, I would like to.
Hang on one second, Vlad. Hakeem, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I kind of, when you guys are speaking, things pop into my mind, and I can only speak through things that I've learned before. So
that's fine.
Somebody was saying earlier about how they just basically change disguises and just do whenever laws change or different regulations passed or people become aware how whoever the perpetrators of
I think Dorian was saying that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that it reminds me of how companies change their name and then just another name,
Yeah.
So that was one thing to just pop in mind. And then
that's cool.
He said signing off, somebody has to sign off on, like, nobody just walks out with $3 billion in their pocket or whatever, right? It kind of reminded me, how did all those Nazis get in South America? Like, where did...
Exactly. The Vatican.
Yeah, we'll put it like this. It isn't random. It isn't random.
And another thing, too, why is it that
when in Rome, the Germans did.
Right. Why was it that regarding signing off, why is it that Juan Diego Perón were so willing to accept all these Nazis? Why aren't those countries made responsible?
And
all Nazi artifact has been found in those countries. But also a German striving. Go ahead.
Well, because Vlad, it's not the countries. If you were to stop, or just a run of the mill citizen off the road in any of these countries that you're and you ask them, hey, what do you think your relationship with, like, the history of Nazism is? They're going to be like, bro, fuck you. I don't know who you are, but go away. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you see this kind of thing here on the streets of America when people say, hey, how many states do we have in the country? And they say, I don't know, maybe 30. It's that level of disconnection between one's country and one's life. It's not the countries that are the problem. It's the actual perpetrators of the crimes.
Honnenheim, do you have anything to say, my brother?
Oh, I did a while ago. I was going to respond to Dorian and just say
Please
I agree. There's so much more that we could do as the people who sign off, and we basically support these bad systems, these people. We the people. Sorry, I'm just going to say we the damn people, but we the humanity, as the colony kind of thing. I don't know if you've seen the old cartoon Ants. Support this, and we could just change it if we want. We're the ones that have the power here. These people who we think have the power that can control anything aren't really the ones who do. It's us, the public, that does. We just need to start talking and making decisions ourselves without following like sheep these politicians that we vote in and then blame. Is this weird situation.
Dorian, did you want to respond to that before I let the others go free for all?
Sure, absolutely. And that's exactly what I was talking about. And I mean, that's what the Nuremberg trials were about, right? They finally asked that question. And we have the answer in law, written. That following rules that are not lawful is not lawful, period. And it's no excuse.
Go ahead,
Certainly not moral. I would say, well, just a quick
or immoral.
Return to Honnenheim here.
I'm sorry, not lawful, immoral. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, it's completely immoral. As a matter of fact, if you're going to make the claim something is moral based on some sort of duty as administered by some sort of lawful body, this is called an appeal to law fallacy. It's totally illogical. So, like, that's your first clue that we're dealing with something outside of the domain of ethics, right? Because if ethics is a philosophical domain, and you're making arguments based on, fallacy, that's your first clue. We're already working with something outside.
Yeah, the appeal to law is a deep one. That's a deep cut.
I would agree. Most people don't. Go on, Han.
Isn't that appeal to authority? Isn't that the same thing? Is it in the same fallacy? Isn't that the one?
Let me look that up.
Well, no, an appeal to authority would say, well, this is right because so-and-so said it. And
yeah, exactly. So yours is appeal to what again? To appeal to
law.
It's the same thing.
Law.
It's
law is saying...
Any...
Well, no, it's saying...
Oh, no, hang on one second. 1 second. A fallacy in which someone tries to encourage or defend an action purely because it is legal, or tries to discourage an action purely because it is illegal.
Yeah, like if Hanaheim, you said, well, I mean, it's clearly ethical to support, broad armament of the public because of the Second Amendment. And I would say, no. The Second Amendment is encapsulating a group of ethical arguments that already exist. It isn't itself an argument. Do you see?
Wait, I didn't say that, but say how I said that.
Try it again.
Well, what I'm saying is that the difference between an appeal to law and an appeal to authority is saying, well, this is moral because the law says it's okay.
Yes.
Whereas an appeal to authority would say, this is moral because, Jordan Peterson said it. Or
they are kind of the same thing because, they are kind of the same thing. Yeah.
So I'd say they're just the same. I'd just say it's right because of this. That's just I'd say law is then the authority just because it's
we'll just call it
the that's fair. That's fair to me.
And I call it passing a buck.
Passing the buck.
Doing. Because you don't want to take personal responsibility. That's what it is. Because you know what you're doing is wrong. So now you need to have that type of appeal.
Well, the thing about that, Dorian, is I'm getting to the point, and this may sound totally pessimistic, but, maybe we should talk about it. I'm getting to the point where I'm not so sure these people really do know that this is wrong. I think that whole, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. I think Jesus meant serious business whenever he said that.
Give us a good description of them, just so that the audience, who are we talking about?
Oh, whenever you, okay, well, how's about this? Whenever you see those people, in that picture of Hitler giving that speech in the hundreds of thousands and they all have their hand raised. Yeah, I don't think any of those cats knew what the hell was going on.
I don't think so.
Not a clue. I think they had. I don't think they had an ability past about Kohlberg's third stage of development to actually contend with an ethical argument that someone might present to them.
You think most of them were ethically deliberating even on you said third level?
Yeah, I mean, so if you've got, say, 3 stages, right?
I'm familiar, I just don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it memorized. So
and each of the stages are split into 2 levels. We're dealing with stage 2, first level.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as far up and basically what that is good boy ethics. Oh, you did good, boy. Good job, buddy. That kind of ethics.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that with go ahead.
Go on, Scott.
Go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of with the Nazis, a lot of that comes down to is people are oh, my life's better now. There's bread in the stores now. So fuck yeah.
Right. And that falls back to that cost benefit analysis from earlier that I was talking about. Right.
Yep.
That's basic, is my homeostasis, is it maintained? Are my pleasure drives able to be met? In the sort of Epicurean, Pangburnian kind of way, you know what I'm talking about? It's am I able to just basically assess my life from the perspective of I'm not dealing with any sort of consistent negative emotion or effects?
Jamie, I can respond to that.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. People are not willing to be uncomfortable.
Correct.
You're going to be uncomfortable. That's it. And if you're not,
you showed us a minute ago that you're willing to be uncomfortable. Yeah.
Right.
If
you're not willing to step out, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're good, Dorian. You can finish what you were saying, then Vlad can jump in.
Well, what about Brett? I think Brett's been waiting a little.
Forgot about Brett, dude. I am so sorry. Fuck, man.
Good call. All good. I'll make it. Hi guys. I'll make it 30 seconds. What about need versus greed? There's a very you want access to create a good life for yourself and your family, but we don't know what's the point of I'm guilty of that. I don't know, but I think that is all conversation.
Yeah. Can't we just be content for the?
Yeah, and where is a sustainable line versus the need for continuous growth, still root a team and having a purpose that keeps the driven innovation and whatnot. That's a hard line.
Like the American team.
No.
In general, I was just generalizing big time.
Well, Brett, if I may jump in on that and kind of answer that in my own kind of way. I don't know how much you guys are going to like this, but one of the core aspects of virtue ethics is that it's basically a personal assessment of how you're engaging the world on all of the different like dimensions of how you're engaging the world.
Peter.
Right. And so whenever I hear a word like greed is something that I apply to my own life and my own personal calculus. I do not apply this to other people because my sense of greed is not your sense of greed. And their sense of greed is not your sense of greed or my sense of greed, right? So whenever I say need, I do the exact same thing. Like what I would regard as my needs past like my basic biological necessities, I wouldn't extend to you or to Thomas or to Scott or to Honnenheim or Peter or anybody. Like it's a basic G calculus. Same with greed. Does that kind of make sense, Brett?
It does. That's probably where you or I would differ. I wouldn't do it at the threat of a sword, like you've said before, but I would make a passionate plea to people that infinite material satisfaction in of itself is not a sustainable product with the planet. We live in a finite system. And so I would probably almost like, I don't want to say like then, but I passionately would come
Breaking up.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would passionately say to people, we including myself, need to question how we find happiness, and that, like, yes, we have the biological needs, we need the shelter and other things, but we also have to consider, how much of our advertising and how much of our economy is just like buy things to make yourself happy,
Yeah. It's a lot of commercialism and bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, and and like you said, G, I wouldn't force somebody to do that, but I would say to them, if you want to have an honest conversation, that has to be part of the calculation of what kind of system we live in, what planet this is, what is like a sustainable, with production.
Yeah, but Brett, I mean, this is falling back to what I would really, really highlight is so essential in all of this is that you're talking very high level here. You're talking stage 5. You're talking level 5 of Kohlberg's.
Describe for everybody what that is.
So basically, level 5 is going to be, or stage 5. He calls them stages. I suppose I should just use that term. So stage 5 is going to be that point in your development, in your moral development, where you really are contending with like important ideas that allow for social cohesion in a way that's like not just
meta ethics and shit.
Yeah, like it's like you're actually developing ideas and stuff. We are dealing with, my friends, and I know this sounds pessimistic, but I'm telling you, if you put some thought to it, you may find yourself agreeing with me. We are dealing with a mass populace who has not developed past stage 3. That's our biggest issue. Like
Grown
getting
children?
people to understand.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty well. We're only trained to about pre-algebra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With ethics. That's
philosophy. Let's let Honnenheim and Dorian jump in here real quick.
I'm third Dorian.
Yes.
Yeah, I studied. I was going to ask G if you've ever met a 6. Have you met anyone that's on level of 6?
You're talking to him.
I love that answer.
Yes, I have met them. Yes, it's not like, and don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm using this stage thing to administer some sort of condemnation. That's not what my point is. But the thing about it is, it's just the same way Thomas is far more proficient than me at mathematics and that sort of thing.
Ooh, I'm blushing over here.
I would say there are those among us who are far more proficient at the art of it. And basically, that's a very bad thing because the art of ethics is the most important thing that you can take part in as far as your interpersonal relationships, the quality of your own personal life. Do you see what I'm kind of saying here? It's like it's different than just having the skill of calculus or the skill of skateboarding or some shit like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's a broad gap between what certain skills can give you and what certain skills like ethics, like how essential they are to have anything else. That's why virtue ethics covers, well, anything you might engage in. So that being said, yes, I have met them. We're not an extinct species, but we're on our way out.
Yay.
Well, 99.9% of all, or 99.8% species that have ever existed are dead now. So you may be.
Well, I mean, Tart's a 6.
Yeah,
Tart's a 6, man.
He's pretty heavily ethically involved. Universal universal ethical principles in terms of how he considers things.
Yeah, it's why I'm the yin to my yang.
Oh, I love Tart, man. He's one of my spirit animals. Perry, you said you wanted to go third, and I didn't know if Dorian wanted to respond, or maybe Vlad can go too.
Yeah, I was going to wait after Dorian if he has anything to say.
Oh no, I was just saying that's really spot on as far as the level of where people are at and how they're deciding morally or ethically. It really does seem kind of, I don't know, maybe I get this anecdotally.
Yes.
But in my own personal life, right? Just from like people around me and just from everything I've seen, I'm like, why is it so difficult for you to grasp this concept?
Well, have you ever tried passing off? Well, try telling an 8th grader who's never had trigonometry about sine and cosine.
Oh yeah.
I mean, really, give it a go. See what the hell happens.
Or explain metaethics to a 7-year-old. Have fun with that.
One thing is really challenging is if your child or your nephew or your niece is threatened by another person, you see that importance of their life in a matter of seconds, right? And yet, why can't I ascribe that to my neighbor's child as well? Why does it have to be direct kin? And it's just because you flat out don't know them.
Empathy.
You haven't introduced yourself.
You have to be able to empathize.
Yeah, you haven't introduced yourself to your neighbor's child. You don't realize that, like, at some level, they are a human just as you are. And it's scary to say, but, like, doesn't that child deserve your, protection and community as much as your actual child does? But I don't know. That's
100%. Well, no, I mean,
I was going to say something based on that, and I just want to say this as a person who didn't come from a normal family background.
That's
right.
Yeah.
I always find it odd that when you see families, I feel like.
You got to say that again, Dorian. You cut out. You got to say that again.
Outside of themselves.
Dorian, buddy, you cut out there for a second. You may have to repeat your last 2 sentences.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
I said, sometimes I feel like I have more empathy outside of myself than they do outside of their family. Literally is just them. And nothing else. And no one else. They don't care about the guy that's on the corner. That's just annoying. But, there might be a story behind that.
Empathy can sometimes be strengthened by suffering.
You know what I mean?
You guys are going to hate my take on this.
Not to be.
Why is that?
Well,
why are we going
because I actually don't need empathy to have the first basic universal, right? If you come to the point where you're doing what people me or Tart or Pangburn really on kind of a daily basis and really think about ethical philosophy and stuff, what you're going to come to, that's simple. All humans are valuable. Every human should be given the right, should be given the respect, is entitled to their own damn life, their own damn happiness, their own this sort of thing. I don't need empathy for this at all. And the fact of the matter is if I start applying my empathy standards, right? So say I have level 6 and above empathy standards, Brett, and I start applying that shit to other people's kids, other people's way of life. What I'm going to do is I'm going to basically present with my own contradiction, which is to say I'm expecting other people to do exactly what it is that I'm capable of doing, what I've done to get there.
But then,
and
I don't feel like
all
that's
going to do is,
that's
what I'm saying, it's not going to
That's
lead.
empathizing, but then you're saying you're projecting your frame to what you think they are rather than being there. That's what I'm talking about with empathizing.
I'm rejecting
I feel like you're
anything of the sort.
it.
No, I'm saying it's wrong to project any sort of. That's okay. You see what I'm saying? Then it's not me. It's not me projecting my assessment. I'm saying I will fall into the trap of making that assessment if I start projecting.
Okay, I see where you're going with that. But at the same time, what about let's meet people where they're at? They're just not there. Right? So is empathy a lower?
Not everyone is a level or a stage 6 like you.
Or what level?
Again, it's not about that, Perry. No, and I never said anything.
So that's what Dorian was talking about, the majority.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is if I start outsourcing what I am going to find is that there are not people meeting those standards. I'm going to become embittered and angry at the fact that they're not doing that. This is something you should not do, is what I'm trying to say. You should have empathy standards for yourself, and you should apply universal value to all people to pursue their own damn standards. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know if here when me and Thomas were talking about it, he has this kind of theoretical of selfish altruism, which kind of what you're saying. And then I brought up this libertarian, view of selfless or just altruism. You say you don't want that type of projection of empathy because you're not confident that other people are going to project that likewise back to you. And that makes plenty of sense in a dog-eat-dog selfish world that we live in. But what if the whole thing changed and somehow this libertarian view came to fruition and, is actually surely as a stage 6 moral person, you would agree that showing empathy would be a top priority, would you not?
No, I would say
in the libertarian view, not pragmatically, because
I would say if you want to use the term empathy, that would be fine with me, in the sense that, as long as I'm showing you the respect that your humanity absolutely does, and vice versa, and in broad universal application, 100%, Perry.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what we mean by empathy.
And you don't think that is pragmatic in a type of world that we... But it sounds like you were... I don't know, perhaps I'm just confused listening, but it sounds like you were not advocating for...
No, I'm saying you don't really need the term empathy. All you really need is to be able to understand that every human being is actually owed their own humanity.
Okay.
I don't actually need empathy for that. I mean, I've met people who I've felt sort of an internal alignment emotionally with their
family, right?
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Usually the first bubble that we branch off of, and then friends, and then etc. Okay.
But I don't actually need it to know that each and every one of you are human beings that are as valuable as me universally.
So what about Dorian's guy at the corner? What are you either thinking or doing about Dorian's guy in the corner that he talked about, the homeless guy at the corner?
I do nothing for the homeless guy at the corner.
Are you saying that's where you're at right now, or are you saying if potentially you're in an excess of money or you're in a good mood, I don't know, like whatever factor,
well, look,
it just seems like there's no possibility for you to help.
No, let me tell you a little story. I knew a homeless guy named Herbert. I got on a very deep level with this guy. We talked history, we talked philosophy. He was living in the woods, and basically he had met this social worker who was going to help him, set him up with an apartment. And he came to me and said, "Hey, I've asked you for money and stuff, but this means a little bit more to me. I kind of need you to just sort of sign off on who I am, my name, and just sort of write a paragraph or two about me. I said, no problem, Herman. So basically, he gets this apartment and doesn't live in it. He won't live in it because he doesn't like it.
He likes the woods more?
He likes the woods instead.
Okay.
And he complains about the social worker, and he complains about the apartment.
How did that detriment you? Did that detriment you at all, or?
It didn't detriment me at all, but I stopped thinking that I should just willy-nilly be dishing out things like empathy.
But why? It didn't detriment you, so you didn't lose anything, but you gained the opportunity to potentially help someone. So it was a
I helped him, and it didn't matter to him. Is what I'm saying. A lot of people helped him, but it didn't matter to him.
That his own psychology. That was the extreme
Right. That's right. His psychology. That's precisely right. I'm going to leave him to his own psychology.
But what if
that's precisely
Herbert? Right. What if the next homeless guy, Timmy or Tommy, was in the same situation? Are you saying now you wouldn't do that for Tommy? Because what if Tommy's like, fuck Herbert, like that guy's an idiot, like I'm a homeless guy.
I would just if he wanted my help, he would present to me a case that states, hey, this is my psychology, this is what I'm going to do with it.
So
and I say, okay, that's convincing.
That's
right. That's either that's right. Yeah, I'm not going to go on feeling or anything. It's like either that's convincing or it doesn't mean I'm going to disregard his humanity at all.
Okay,
but
that's fair.
But at the very same time, that does not mean I'm going to invest all this time. I invested money in this guy, you understand, when I didn't have any, because I felt for his situation. He didn't feel.
But you weren't detrimented, like you got your deposit back and whatever.
It didn't hurt me.
Right.
Can I jump
real quick, guys? Can I let Vlad or Dorian or Honnenheim or Scott get in real quick, and then we'll. Oh, and I forgot about Brett. I keep on fucking forgetting about Brett. Sorry, Brett.
Why don't you bring Brett to the speaker if you can?
Oh yeah, I could do that, couldn't I?
Yeah. So this is my thing, Terry. You could do exactly, and I agree with what she was doing because I've done it, and you could have high expectations on people. But if you do not, you understand how the mentality of these people work, you're going to go downfall just like them. You're going to get mad, pissed off because you helped out, you forked out money, you try to change them, and you did not get that at the end. I'll tell you, this is one of the reasons. Hold on.
Sorry, my bad.
Well, no, Vlad was making a really good point here. You cannot extend empathy beyond their own empathy for themselves. Like, you can't extend it past what it is that's going on in the psychology. Very brilliant point.
So the thing is, for example, I was working with this church organization, mostly Korean and all other racial groups. We were at Echo Park, and eventually it closed down that March of last year. They reopened Echo Park, but not to become a homeless encampment anymore. Out of the people that got there, that were there, which was a lot, hundreds, they got the most important ones, which are families with kids, right? They put it was at the Alexandria Hotel. They refurbished the whole place. There was room for 110 people. 10 walked away. 100 stayed because they were really needy, and they weren't going around kind of like that guy, like what G was saying, that he didn't like it. They had no choice. It's either back on the streets or the refurbished room that's being paid for.
Mm-hmm.
So they had some obviously some strict guidelines they had to live by, and if there's a male in the house, they had to start working, the training, getting cleaned up, and all that. The 10 guys that left that didn't want to stay there wanted to be back on the street, exactly like what G was saying about that fellow. What happens? So you work with 100, but you know that even though you make the call for 250, 110 rooms are available, but 10 are going to walk away. You don't worry about the 10. You worry about the 100 that want their life restored, might want to go to church, might want the clean clothes and food given to them. Everything is served to them in a silver platter.
Quantity over whatever.
Exactly. You work with those that really want, because remember, not everybody that's homeless has PTSD with an ex-veteran or is a drug addict. They're down and out for whatever reason, but they need to rise up again.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of people like that, and say, I want the husband and wife eventually working back so they could pay these unaffordable, horrible rent prices somewhere else, but they give them enough time to restore themselves. Those are the ones we want to focus on. We cannot fix a broken world. That's impossible. That's humanly impossible. Why? Because there's always 10 people out of the 110 in every state. Go ahead.
No, you're Vlad. I think everybody understands exactly what you're saying. Let Brett jump in because he's been trying for a little while.
I think Brett's playing pool. Are you playing pool?
No,
No, I was opening my door. Sorry about that.
Oh, it sounded like you're racking some balls together.
Guys,
I want to hear Vlad's finished thought. I just know you've been trying to get in for a while.
No, go ahead, Vlad. Finish your thought.
No, you're good.
Okay. All right. Guys, if we're gonna go to level 5 and 6, I'm really gonna push us right now that we are careful on giving endless love with expecting a certain result. Buddha and Jesus did not help people to say you must change everything around. Now, I understand that we have finite resources, that including your time, to give to other people, but it doesn't seem to me that if you're just going to say from the capitalist model that the person must produce something, then I would basically tell the guy on the street who's addicted to drugs, I'm not going to help you until you help yourself. And I understand the concern because we're finite. We have so much time, and what you're going to invest your time in, and like Vlad said, who's going to accept the help? But if I'm not willing to extend universal love to every human as much as possible, now granted, someone's trying to mug me, that's an extreme situation.
Yeah, there has to be a line somewhere when it comes to self-defense. But yeah, I'm with you.
But it's just like I ask, where does the ethic go if, again, it's just like the person, and I can feel for G, like the guy who he did so much for and then just kind of spits in his face and just doesn't accept
I've got
help.
more stories than that, Brett. I'll tell you another one. One that falls right in line with what you're talking about.
Hang on, let him finish real quick.
So sorry. Yes.
I just want to again challenge the group on that point, that where does the consciousness and where does the effort go? Because if it's conditional on an expectation or what's the thing with a desire in the Buddhist sense? If I'm obsessed with the result of desire, then am I really going to the ethical level of consciousness, or goes towards the creator of the universe that would try to give universal love?
Well, you tell me, Brett. I want to tell you another story that falls right in line with this. I had a buddy of mine. His name was Jack. He just died 5 days ago. Now, I want you to know this. This guy meant a lot to me. I spent a lot of time with this guy, and he was a very close friend of mine. I want you to know something. About 2.5 years ago was about the last time I chatted with him. And I knew the last time that I chatted with him, I probably wouldn't see him again. And guess what? He ended up dying quite in line with what I suspected he might die, in accordance with. So what am I supposed to do with that, man? Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for trying to play with these ideas of universal love and all this good stuff. What is to do with that? I knew 2.5 years ago that this guy was going to die precisely with what he died with 5 days ago. Precisely. I'm talking to a fucking T, like I'm a prophet. I knew what he was going to die with.
You're clairvoyant.
No, it wasn't clairvoyant.
Dorian has a...
G. Hold on, Thomas. 30 seconds. G. Yeah. If you're the prophet, you.
But I'm not. What I was trying to say is, like, I'm not a prophet. This was just basic common sense.
But you are, though, because you can partially recognize that you could only give endless love, and even if it wasn't enough, it doesn't make you a bad person, and it doesn't make him a damn soul. You did what you could do, you know, like that's. It's hard to be content with that, right? Because our mind says, I need to have that result, but I'm not.
No, that's fair enough for me, Brett, what you just said. That's fair enough for me. But my thing about it is also, while I'm still here on the planet, I want it to be fair enough for me even before Jack dies. Even before, you know, these people. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? I want to be able to have a principle, a group of principles even, that I can apply universally that are enough. That are enough when I apply them, and not beyond that. I'm not required to. There's no deontology that's going to be applied to me that has nothing to do with my assessment, that sort of thing. We have to have that sort of thing. That's why Kohlberg's level 6 is the most Well, basically, it's the most sought after, so to speak, but it's the one that's hardest to get to because you have to have that cutoff. You have to say, no, I applied my goddamn universals, and guess what? He or she did exactly what I knew they were going to because they had no universals. They didn't have anything above about a 2 or 3 on the damn. So what? That's You see what I mean?
And I just want to say to you, man, just as someone who's had a good amount of personal tragedy in the last year, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I feel for you. Like, I hope you're doing okay. And if you needed to talk about it, I would definitely be down.
Thanks, Brett.
And I mean that.
I appreciate that, dude. I mean, I loved him, and nothing's ever going to change that. But like at the end of the day, man, I knew this was going to happen 2.5 years ago, and it's because of stuff like this. It's because, you get to a point in life, especially if you're really into philosophy and you really mean it. Right, and it's like, Hegel thought that ethics was the highest form of philosophy. It was the transcendent philosophy. The moment that you can get to the point where you're really playing with ethics and ethical deliberation on a philosophical level, that's the highest form of this art. And unfortunately, we're in a society right now where almost nobody is doing this. And you guys right now are among the very few. You're among the pure and chosen few, as Calvin would say. So, I mean...
I wanted to ask this earlier. I asked my dad this question a couple days ago. What do you... And, we were talking about teaching, the not as lucky countries to learn how to fish, right? It's kind of the moral of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
What if we taught philosophy in school? What problems?
Oh man, that'd be wonderful.
What benefits do you see from that?
Look,
because my dad thinks it'd be more problems, but what?
No, hell no.
Yeah, no.
That's like saying great. That's like saying, well, what if we taught math in school? I don't know, man. By the time people got to physics, they have a hard time.
Hold on. Let me steel man the other side, because this is what he said, and he's not as well trained in philosophy as I am, even though he's 70 years old, but. He says that it would be like teaching religion or teaching, even politics in a sense. We try and kind of, we have a barrier in some sort of politics that we teach, right? So, and he thinks that would fall into that kind of controversial category.
Perry, may I read you the great Epicurus' letter to Menoetius on this topic?
If I don't fall asleep, yeah, sure.
Okay. Epicurus said to Menoetius, let no one be slow to seek wisdom when he is young, nor weary in search thereof when he is grown old. For no age is too early or too late for the health of the soul. And to say that the season for studying philosophy has not yet come, or that it has passed and gone, is like saying that the season for happiness is not yet, or that it is now no more. Therefore, both old and young ought to seek wisdom, the former in order that, as age comes over him, he may be young in good things because of the grace of what has been, and the latter in order that, while he is young, he may at the same time be old, because he has no fear of the things which are to come. Now, my dear Epicurus, and me and Pangburn both are very fond of Epicurus. I think I agree with him. I think we should strive toward teaching kids the same way that we teach them math and English and all these other things that we want them to be proficient at. I think we should teach them philosophy, and I think it's what's missing from the world.
I agree, and even if it was just. Thank you for reading that, by the way. That was good.
Yeah, that was nice.
Anytime.
All of the Socratics and all the pre-Socratics kind of had this idea that is foreign to us in the 21st century of the love for knowledge, and
Plato was a bit funny on the topic. Plato thought we shouldn't teach kids philosophy till a lot longer down the road. I think Plato.
Yeah, he had like a whole life kind of scheme for you, and then once you turned what was it 50 or something, that's when you were able to really.
That would have been ancient back then.
Yeah, if I was Epicurus, I would have told him to kiss my ass.
50, it'll be like I'll be dead by 45.
Yeah, right.
I just wish we could also add self-love in there, because I think back to my point about economics and models and stuff. Like, I understand that we need to sell products and that's our modern economy, but like, kids tell me all the time that I work with that they feel inadequate because, advertising goes to a level of like, the only way you're good is if you own all the shit. And especially with young girls having a much higher suicide rate in their teens, God, I wish I could just grab them by the shoulders and every kid look them in the eye and be like, you are fine as you are. If you're in a single parent household, however you came into the universe.
This is how you do it.
Because
this is how you do it, Brett.
Besides the philosophy, they need to know that they are loved, that they are.
That can be taught. That would definitely be a subcategory of philosophy for sure.
That's correct. You should teach people psychology and philosophy at young ages. Just break it down for them. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be super complex or anything. You can build people up just like you do in math. So,
I mean, I place this kind of teaching in my ethical doctrine. I call it neuroaxiology. So basically, it reads something like this.
Fancy.
The active recognition of the intrinsic source, production of, and nature of value, being the human cognitive identity. Value as described in concept, function, and pursuit by the above central elements of, the mind and where this comes from. So basically what the idea is you place on the child the concept as well as you can develop it and sophisticate it, the idea that they are valuable because they are in fact the source of value itself. As a concept,
there's nowhere else that
right.
I mean, it's in the human mind. There's nowhere else that.
And that's a human universal beyond sex, beyond skin, beyond religion, like all this bullshit that we separate each other with. Every child that walks into my class, it has that intrinsically in them, and just show that they know that an adult cares about them.
That's beautiful, man. I'm glad you're a teacher.
I have a question for you, Brett. I have a question for you, Brett. Is there like an age where you see that like sort of go away in kids?
Can you be more specific?
How you were saying, like you see that kids have like I don't know, they're more like in tune to being open and wanting knowledge. But adults, people become like a bit calcified. Do you notice there might be a certain age of kids that you're teaching where that kind of thing sets in?
School is like the last real age of 13 to 14, where they're very interested. They also are engaged with the material you have. I think the modern schooling system needs to change is reading and writing have been ruined. Industrial model of just, putting out standardized
100%.
tests.
100%.
When all they do is standardized tests, they don't want to read books. They don't, like, writing becomes a chore, whereas writing for me became a liberation. And there's a disassociation in part because they now are staring at screens and they can't go see the beauty of a sunset. They're like, why am I looking at this? Let me just go look at a picture of it on Instagram. It's like, God damn it, ocean. Like,
Brett, do you remember what Michio Kaku said on this topic? Michio Kaku was asked, like, what's good? Oh, it was so good. He was like, somebody asked him, like, what's going on? Why can't we get more physicists? And he said, yeah, we have the H-1B visa, and that's our super weapon. But what's really killing physicists is middle school.
Yeah.
And basically what's happening is people are getting to middle school, they're thinking about sex, and they're thinking about, social status rather than their art.
So when do you teach philosophy?
Well, the ones that are obsessed stay obsessed. You know what I mean? There's a select few that are personally driven to learn. You know what I mean?
I was never.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, G and Perry.
No, that's fine. I was I was never that kid. First of all, but now I
was. What are you talking about, man? Like.
I was definitely that kid.
I went to 7 different high schools, and about 3 of them, I think, were AAA schools.
that's a good way to lead you to philosophy, honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I was able to recognize, like, just the triviality of social status very young in life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me live my golden years. I was, you know, the jock, the cool kid, the goofy kid, the class clown, and I mean,
Right.
I didn't know how to spell philosophy, and then now 25, I guess 24 is the age that I started.
Oh,
and
nice.
I mean,
it doesn't matter when you start. You got to have a love for it. You know what I mean?
Reconciles to Epicurus's whatever he wrote that G said.
The letter to Menoetius.
Can we guys? Can we let Dorian respond? I think he's been trying to jump in a few times.
100%.
Dorian, go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, like one of the things I was going to ask G was when you were talking about these universal principles, is that you said you don't need empathy for that, but what are the consequences if you violate it?
Well, that depends. If you want to come to my house and try it, I'll show you. Now, I don't mean that to sound like some hard ass or something. I mean that in the sense that, no, really, like, if you actually try it in front of me, I'll show you what happens. What happens is I reassert the universal principles. That's what's going to happen. Right? So,
if he
like,
shows you empathy?
No, the opposition to that. What is? I believe the question was, what happens if I break the universal principle?
Okay.
Was that the question, Dorian?
No, I was
Did
trying
I
to
mistake
understand because you're saying like you want these universal like principle constants right throughout wherever you go, so this way you don't have to have empathy, right? Correct. So then I'm saying that let's say I'm going to go with that. So, what if I always take it to the extreme? So, what if someone doesn't believe it?
Oh, well, believing doesn't bother me at all. You can have your own beliefs as you wish. But if you come to me and say, strike me in the face, well, I'm going to show you how much I care about my principles. Same thing if you strike my wife or you strike a child in front of me. I'm going to show you just how much I give a shit about these principles. But if you just believe in your own heart, in your own dark heart, that none of this stuff matters, that's fine with me. Take your dark heart and walk your ass on down the Himmelstrasse if that's what you wish to do. It doesn't bother me. But
I completely understand where you're coming from there. And I'm talking about when you're protecting yourself, right, you're grounded into something for a reason to protect it. Because that's your particular piece of property or for that particular reason. But when you're talking about, like, I feel like universal constants of how people interact with one another, I think it has to be grounded in something that they can see rather than just something they just subscribe to.
Can they not see themselves?
Attached to a feeling.
Can they not see their own flesh and blood?
Look how we're doing now. Like
I can see
hear you.
I can hear you.
Where are we now, though? I get where you're at, but most people just aren't there.
But that's what. But Dorian,
G has his own deontological. I'm sorry, guys.
I know you've been listening, but if you really, really remember what I've been saying all this time, is that's specifically what I find to be the most troubling about all of this, is that only some of us are on this level.
The number one killer of physicists is middle school.
That's right. That's
Social status.
We're getting killed in middle school.
The joy of learning.
And we can reconcile that by potentially teaching kids philosophy.
Well, part of that also, though, guys.
Spin.
Part of that is also, though, is the social acceptance that doesn't occur because there are the individuals who are, the large jockish types. I'm sorry, not trying to pick on anybody in the crowd, but like they establish in high school, no, I'm going to get the chicks. I'm the strongest athlete. That's all that matters. Brains are fucking stupid. And so then,
that was me.
Brains,
that's what I was saying.
Brains is dumb.
There's a hybrid.
So then it's like, there's a theory I have that in communities that are really suffering from like violence and whatnot, is that the community is only good as the strongest alpha males in that community. If the males in the community, like our alpha males, are drug dealers, then that community is screwed because those guys will be like, bitches get snitches, or snitches get stitches, and they say that all the way down to like 3 or 4 groups of social guys around the area.
Do you think those kids were taught philosophy at all ever?
Still. Hey guys,
bro,
I am gonna have
to. Those kids have secondhand books.
We're getting a lot of commentary here that's making me so proud to be a philosopher and an ethical one. But that being all said, we do have Hakeem and Easy on the line here that have been kind of waiting.
Oh, yes.
Hakeem was trying to say something, by the way.
Well,
so don't put him.
There's a hybrid theory that I'd like to offer, or a hybrid description. What if there was someone who was insecure and concerned about social status in middle school and became a jock, chased the girls by high school time, but also felt that deep study into whatever mysteries they could uncover was also just as essential, with role models like Beast from the X-Men, who is very strong and athletic but also extremely intelligent. Those examples are out there.
Less than very, very rare, I'd say.
We're talking about you, aren't we, Hakeem?
Is that he's blue. So anybody has access to the inspiration from a character like that, because he doesn't represent any race that we know of or anything like that. He's a fucking mutant. But he's a mutant who's a goddamn beast, and a super intelligent one at that.
Mm-hmm.
So there are people who find that to be a pursuit as well. Just offering that perspective.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's progressive. It's good, useful fiction.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's useful fiction, nor would I say it's progressive. I wouldn't care.
You don't think what Hakeem just said was a useful fiction to help people strive for both philosophy and, they're chasing girls and being a jock?
I don't think striving for philosophy on any level is a useful fiction at all.
A story that talks about people who can strive for that story is a useful fiction.
Oh, that's what you're saying is useful fiction.
That's what Hakeem was saying.
Yes, totally fine. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying
yes.
Okay. I thought you were saying Hakeem's statement was a useful fiction, and I'm like, wait a second.
Everything he says is bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's not useful.
This
on
fucking
the same page
guy
now.
again.
Scott, did you want to say something, bud, or Hohenheim?
No, man, I'm just enjoying it right now, man. It's a great combo.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it too. That's why I'm being quiet. Hohenheim, you got anything to say, brother?
No. I'd love to get on the topic of who we are, who you are, and if you
well, I will say there's going to be. I'm going to have a series on that. So tonight, I didn't have enough time to throw this show together because Tart kind of canceled on us, earlier. So I just kind of threw this one together and I just kind of gave it a title. But I'm more than happy to talk about that stuff. Absolutely.
No, don't be doing that. But you can't.
Oh God!
Well, you brought it up. You brought it up, Hohenheim, because you want to talk about it. There's no way that you brought it up otherwise. You have something useful to say.
Who the fuck are you?
I didn't get to finish my sentence. I was going to say,
sorry,
before you jumped in, I don't want to derail the conversation. I didn't get to say that though, so here I am.
Sorry.
Go ahead, G. What's the question?
Who the fuck are you?
Who are you?
Hohenheim. It just says it there. You can see the
it's a cyborg.
Yes, I can read.
Yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, I think I'm just
question.
Ultimately, I just think I'm a biological robot that's been here for 42 years. That's it. Any more than that, I'd be making shit up.
You are a determined robot?
I am.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys have free will, but I don't.
I don't know. Am that I am.
I'm just here for the ride.
Dorian's riding with us.
But then I am not actually that body. The body is just
some of its parts.
Well,
It's okay. We're not. It's all good. Take your time.
It's just a brain reacting to what you're saying and spouting out what it. So it's just really matter in motion. I am just matter in motion. We are just matter in motion, and that's it. Really, anything more than that, then is making shit up.
Just a determined particle system, right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Big battering soup of stuff.
I'm willing to be proven
more
wrong,
deterministic than. I'm sorry.
I was going to say I'm willing to be proven wrong if someone can give me some
hope. The arguments for libertarian free will are few and thin.
It doesn't have to be free. It can be limited will that we have.
Oh, compatibilism?
Compatible. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to hear it because I feel like that's where I teeter between is electrical impulses in my brain and then some kind of soul that is somehow integrated with the body and the mind that can pull strings in a way that, I don't know.
Y'all are going to get me started.
Machu Picchu has a way of calling the soul as just information processing, and that seems to fit pretty well with me. I don't know if there's some kind of compatibilism.
Are we talking about compatibilism as in like free will, the free will argument of compatibilism?
I personally don't like the word free will because I feel like it's a perverse way of saying what they're trying to say because I don't think anything is... I can't just float in the air. I don't have the will to do that. It's not free. It's limited. It's not unlimited.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying libertarian free will. The arguments for that are kind of silly and a lot of them don't make sense.
That's why I'm not even bothering
But the argument is determinacy versus indeterminacy, which is determinacy, everything is supposedly determined, or indeterminacy, it is random.
And I know all the random parts of it, but that still doesn't account for like some sort of... How do you have will over the randomness? That doesn't help with...
Oh, yeah, I follow.
Well, guys, have reviewed anything from Stephen Wolfram?
I just watched a podcast with him and Lawrence Krauss, I think.
Literally every YouTube video that I could possibly find. Yes, he's a brilliant mathematician.
So basically, his Rulliad system describes the indeterminacy of everything.
Yeah, I can see that.
So his system is based on quantum mechanics, so it's beautifully well written out.
So are my bones.
Yeah, dude. I just think it's interesting that Stephen Wolfram utilizes quantum mechanical calculations in his theorems, like the idea of irreducibility and reducibility computationally.
Well, yeah. I mean, like what's very strange about this is, from a logical perspective, from a sort of Aristotelian logical perspective, we do have, but we also, with that Aristotelian perspective, we have this New Age perspective that people like Wolfram and Baidu really appreciate exploring, in the sense that very same system provides us with access to the understanding that the infinity associated with, all of reality that's associated with anything that we may make contact with in an A is A kind of manner is implied by A is A. There's an infinity behind us, and there's an infinity in front of us. And almost everything about that is indeterminate, except for the fact that we can see it. We can at least see it. And so that's not determined. That's not indeterminate. That's a determinate aspect.
Okay, I got you now. I thought I got confused there for a second because I think
it's kind of I'm trying to talk about it in ways that aren't like, sort of New Age Deleuzian bullshit.
No, I got you, bro. I know you're not like that.
What I'm saying is A is A gives us an insight into the infinite tautology that is, the universe behind us.
I'm glad you said tautology.
That is correct. A is A.
I love tautology, by the way. I love tautology.
There are, but for the audience, there are linguistic tautologies like boys will be boys, and then there are logical tautologies, philosophical tautologies like triangle has three sides, A equals A, those things.
G is G.
Yeah, G is G.
Can I say this? Can you tell me why this statement is wrong? So, with quantum mechanics, I'm such a retard, man. I'm so stupid.
You're not a retard, dude.
So, when it's like either or, like the many worlds theory is kind of implemented in it?
Schrodinger's cat, yeah.
Right, okay. Maybe I'm not a retard. So, whatever. So there's infinity worlds. I guess I have to ask.
From every possible state that could be, there is a quantum reality that could potentially exist. So yeah, every possible choice or chance that could happen in that many worlds interpretation is and has.
Let's take just our universe. And let's take the idea that there are infinite universes. Let's take that presumption. Whatever is going to happen in this universe is going to happen. It's not indeterminate. Within our universe, the electron is going to be at this position, this longitude and latitude, at 12 o'clock. That's already, the universe already knows as if it were omniscient. That's going to happen. Now,
that's a weird thing to say, but I think I follow you. Yeah.
In the next, don't say good.
No, you're good. I just thought it was an interesting way to put it. Good.
So, but that electron is going to be there in that orbital at this time in this universe, but with Schrodinger's cat or whatever in the next universe, it's going to be different. But this one, ours, right now, just our single individual one.
Well, see, it's weird because the many worlds interpretation is talking about layered on top of this one. It's not necessarily referring to another universe. It's talking about
I'm not that imaginative. What does that mean?
So like in every technically all possible states right now in terms of a quantum, like a field system. I know it's really weird. What? Yeah, it's really, quantum mechanics gets pretty crazy, man.
So that's where free will comes in. If someone were to make if someone actually that personally I respected as a logical being, that is the argument that they would have to present to me. Is that I can make a left, I can, turn left right now. I have with this idea that there's infinite universes that are layered on top of each other that are dependent on what Perry chooses.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, those infinite universes clearly live inside your head.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that.
They don't exist anywhere else. I mean, and to be frank,
is that the same thing as the many worlds theory that we're talking about, or is that just
so the multiverse theory is different than the many worlds theory? The multiverse is just saying there's a generator of universes, right?
Multiverse.
Yeah, no, but it's like the many worlds postulate is that there are in any situation, in any action or any happenstance, that there are infinite potentialities because of quantum indeterminacy. So that Schrodinger's cat was talking about like entanglement and indeterminacy.
So if there is an argument for will to be made, some compatibilism, it would be. I'm just saying that's what I think, right? Is that where?
Well, a lot of people use the indeterminacy argument from quantum mechanics to say that free will somehow exists, but I can also show how quantum mechanics is extremely deterministic mathematically.
That's in our universe, whatever quantum mechanic is going to happen, that is going to happen. And then there's the separate universe that maybe is in some kind of. I mean, we only can think in 3D, so maybe there's a 4D.
I lean towards determinism, bro. I'm with you, but can you imagine not a reality, but a universe? Let's say in a multiverse, could you imagine a universe that is not determined?
No.
Hard for me too. I
determined. So the electron is on the left, and then the other right.
I was going to say something about that.
Yeah, go for it. I'm done.
As far as like what you were talking about, like the quantum, the aspect. Hello? Okay, sorry about that.
Go ahead, Dorian. No, you're fine. We want to hear from you.
So as far as the quantum aspect of it, it almost like I do write some programs, and that is, it almost sounds like it's managing state. Like when I write React, we have to manage the state and for the components for that, and you can see how that's repeated for that, and then it goes on to the next person, and then that state is managed by that particular thing, and then it's almost like you can see it's like a Mandelbrot set.
It is similar, yes, like a Mandelbrot set.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you see it building upon itself.
Exactly. That's a good way to look at it.
That? What kind of computer is managing that? It sounds like
interesting to think about it like that. Yeah. Yeah, Mandelbrot set is imaginary numbers tending towards infinity, and it makes those beautiful fractal patterns that we all know. God, I love talking about the Mandelbrot set and shit. But quantum mechanics is, like I've told people before, is like trying to find a drop of water in the ocean. It's one of the most difficult things to try to understand because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, non-locality, entanglement, superposition, virtual particles. I mean, all these things that are so indeterminate to us, but it's just because we've just gotten our feet wet in terms of, the human race in quantum mechanics. And I think more and more as we go, we'll understand more about it. But I don't know. That was just my little side tangent. Quantum mechanics is one of my hobbies. So.
Yeah, it's the thing with quantum mechanics too is all the people, all the top minds in the world that are working on it have no fucking clue what's going on yet.
Yeah, nobody does. And I've followed this shit for years, and I've watched people debate on this stuff. And I mean, the quantum is even in the early 1900s when they had to redo math for all this shit, and when they realized the electron was actually a field of potentiality and all this shit. I mean, it's still unknown to them, but even now we have more information to know. Hey, there's even more we don't know. You know what I mean? So it's
exactly.
It's the ever going science where we just peel back the layers infinitely, and there's just more layers infinitely, like the Mandelbrot said.
I always do like to throw it out there though, because to try to apply like what's going on in quantum mechanics to our existence, the way that we experience everything makes no sense. Like it's just not.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta. It's like philosophy. We gotta understand philosophy, why it undergirds science and allows us to predict things, and we also have to understand the quantum in how it constitutes us. You know what I mean? But we can't live every day thinking about the quantum and that when I move my hand, it's actually quantum. No, exactly. On the pragmatic level, it doesn't matter, but. I still think everybody should have a foundational understanding of classical mechanics and quantum mechanics, at least just a general idea,
Yeah. Well, I'd like it because to me, I just think of who's that guy, that like guru guy, the quantum fucking
Deepak
Chopra. Yeah, dude, like he like the amount of bunk bullshit he fucking says all the time about the quantum. It's like, dude,
that's because that dude likes to throw magic into my quantum mechanics, and I'm just trolling. It's not my quantum mechanics, but I tell people all the time, I'm like, hey. I will entertain mysticism, but keep it out of classical mechanics, quantum mechanics, because those are accurate. You know what I mean? They're mathematically accurate, so to certain decimal places anyway. I didn't want to cut anybody else off. We've got Dorian, Honenheim, Perry, Brett, Josh, Hakeem, Scott. Anybody who wants to run their mouth, jump in with me and Scott. Run your mouth. I love it. We can keep talking about Scott. Tell us about quantum computing. Oh, I'm sorry. Perry and Brett jumped in.
No, I was just going to say what up to Josh.
Yeah, Josh is with us because I wanted him to be here so bad, and he came.
Ahoy, Perry! Good day, everyone.
Dude, I do have some computing. I don't remember the guy's name, Travis. If you remember, posting in the channel, he used to like come on the Discord and talk about how he like built this quantum computer, and then one day he pointed to it, and it was like a real shitty like Alienware desktop that he had in the background.
Yeah, quantum computers. The IBM quantum computer is the size of a car because they have to cool it to negative 361 Fahrenheit to fucking operate the seeing where the particles are and the entanglement and shit that they don't quite understand.
And it doesn't even really work yet. Like there's no true quantum computer yet.
No, but it can outdo any computing software that we have now, just in terms of its multivariable thread analysis, where it can take like complex protein structures and like break down simultaneously what they're doing, where we can't model that now with regular computers.
Well, because I think like the bit depth they've got to with quantum right now is not fantastic. It's like in the hundreds, and we already have like 128-bit computers. Like IBM iSeries was a 128-bit computer that they made in the 70s, and people still use it.
quantum computing chips do work and they can solve problems. They're just not anywhere near the sophistication where they need to be to where they can actually do these multivariable analyses. So, but that's why they want them, because they're like, exponentially better than just regular quote unquote supercomputers with shitloads of processors and.
Well, the problem is because the computers, it's like the reason they're getting there is because the chips are getting so long or so small where you're having bleed, right? It's like once you go back down to past a certain nanogram on your die for the chip, you can no longer hold a steady state of a 1 or a 0.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Scott Pangburn responded to you.
Oh yeah, Leo Madrid, yeah.
I'll post the link if I can. My damn phone will do it. IBM has a page on their quantum computer, and they describe everything about it, and it's really cool. Scott, I'll send you the link when I can find it, but it's pretty awesome.
Because
understanding qubits is difficult for people. But what?
Yeah. So that's the thing with that is it's not actually a quantum computer. They're using what's called qubits, which it's different what people are talking about when they're really talking about a quantum computer.
Audience, a qubit is like a slice of a quantum system. It's like, let me see if I can find a good explanation for it.
Yeah, because the ones that are huge, they have to like cool those things down to like damn near 0, like Kelvin, to get it to actually work.
It's like negative 361 Fahrenheit. It's like it's ridiculous. That's why it's the size of a car, because they have to use, I can't remember the fucking type of cooling system it is, but it's extremely advanced.
Yeah, because I guess when I say quantum computers, they're not actually like any of them that we're using right now aren't technically using quantum mechanics yet. They're using qubits, which is
they're using our little interpretation of what quantum mechanics can do. You know what I mean? We've thrown it together and exactly. So audience, in quantum computing, a qubit is a basic unit of quantum information, basically quanta. The conversion of the classic binary bit physically realized with a two-state device. A qubit is a two-state quantum mechanical system. So it's got two quantum states. One of the simplest quantum systems displaying the peculiarity of quantum mechanics. Examples include the spin of the electron, in which the two levels can be taken as spin up and spin down, or the polarization of a single photon, in which the two states can be taken to be the vertical polarization and the horizontal polarization. So it gets kind of complex. Oh yeah, hey, oh shit, my bad. Thank you, Perry.
Hey man, you guys are good. I love listening to you. I just wanted to say, who was it earlier? Yeah, it was you, Thomas, about saying, you're talking about quantum mechanics. It's your hobby, and you mentioned Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and wave particle duality, and several things. I just wanted to offer this. One of the things that really got me interested in physics, despite what some may think about it, like somebody said something about Deepak Chopra earlier, which I'm not a fan
of. That was Scott.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him necessarily. I actually have never read a single one of his books, and
I have read one of his books.
I attempted to, but I'm actually for some reason kind of repulsed. Not repulsed. I just don't have an attraction for anything he has to say.
He wants to bring the mystical into the quantum, and that's a cool idea, but none of it is useful yet. It's all just his philosophy. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say that. Hey, Josh.
Hey.
Go ahead,
Hakeem.
I
was just gonna say that that the mystical and magical stuff is actually, so basically metaphysics got me into physics. Because of the way that people would speak about things, and especially, for example, the book The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. Something he says about the universe really primed me for physics, I think, to start looking at quantum mechanics more. And he says that, and I'm just paraphrasing, but he says, but it's really close. He says there's a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and its original state, it permeates and penetrates the interspaces of the universe. A thought in the substance can cause the thing that is thought about to be created. So by impressing your thoughts upon this formless substance, you can cause the things that you think to be created, something like that.
So there are some forms of quantum mechanics, like interpretations of quantum mechanics, the Copenhagen model.
The Copenhagen interpretation, for example.
Well, exactly. Well, there are certain other ones that are very fringe that take on the view that you were just talking about. That the observer is the observed, and that our consciousness collapses the wave function. Have you heard that?
But that's but that's what got me to throw out all of that nonsense, like the Copenhagen interpretation, for example, because I had to look at what was really being said as far as the uncertainty principle, which is simply stating position and velocity. And just
position
talking about the measurement.
Position and momentum.
Well,
God damn it.
Momentum.
Yeah,
it could be momentum, but because velocity also implies a specific direction. So you're right. It's momentum.
Yeah, it's a vector.
Yeah, it's a vector of quantity. So the thing about that is that's what it simply is. It's just really a physical fact that if something is moving, you're either going to capture it how fast it's going in layman's terms, or exactly where it is in space and all the coordinates that you can track it. There's no other way to do that but to then, for the Copenhagen interpretation, I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm not even very.
That's why there are newer interpretations coming out to argue against the Copenhagen interpretation.
But
there are new ways at looking at quantum mechanics that are slowly forming. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. No, that's fine. But I, on looking at the uncertainty principle, never thought anything about collapsing the wave function because of observation through consciousness actually computed with me. I mean, I thought, I understand a little tiny bit about, the nature of waves. And like one thing I really like to study, just as a person who's really big into audio and being a musician and a singer, and I just naturally pursued these things, is thinking about acoustics and sound waves. And then that eventually led me into Fourier transforms.
That's right. Yeah.
Because then you can look at how things go from an unextended domain and be translated into sound, which is basically how things are recorded and then played back.
You can metaphorically look at the quantum as all technically frequencies, and you can look at music as all frequencies. So it's really interesting to look at it that way, because it's all waves,
Right. And so it looked to me, actually, one of the reasons why I think some time ago when I first came on here, I talked about ontological mathematics, and Thomas, you said there's no such thing.
Oh no, I don't think. I don't know if that was me or not.
Well, someone said that.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have made that claim.
Yeah, the point being that they also helped to clarify more about these ideas, how things come into being, and also specifically Fourier transform and Euler's equation and things like that, and sine waves and cosine waves. And so, but my point is, again, that the mystical subjects, and specifically people who call themselves metaphysicians or metaphysicists, is what fascinated me into pursuing these things further. So I don't know, unless you're a Yahoo that can't get a hold of yourself and pull yourself out of the nonsense of all the metaphysical stuff and really look, okay, they're using this word physics. Let me explore, where does physics actually end, right? And extend into this, or dissolve into this unextended domain, before I start disqualifying everything. Well, physicists don't know this, and because I'm a new ager, and I know this about the thoughts and about the emotions, and there are some very interesting things that they say, but I think that it's also extremely important to understand it's not good to discount physics just because it doesn't paint the whole picture. It's the world that we live in, and having an understanding of those things shouldn't, I think, in some people's mind, exclude them from also pursuing things that are metaphysical in nature, even things as stupid as religion. Forgive me, everyone. I'm just in that mood about religion right now. And
that's all right. Nobody's going to get offended, I don't think.
And I carry a Bible with me all the time and I read it, but I fucking hate God. And and I think it's an interesting book, and I like some of the stories in it. And when people,
Hakeem, I found a source on ontological mathematics. It says ontological mathematics, an attack on the scientific method. I'm gonna have to read about this. Oh yeah, I need to read about it. It seems interesting.
It's a very specific group of people calling themselves the Pythagorean and Illuminati, and that their understanding of how the universe is created is the key, that everything starts from zero, which is also infinity, and things can be demonstrated and explained through Euler circle and sine and cosine waves, and Fourier transforms show how things translate from the non-physical to the physical. But again, I wouldn't even been interested in any of that or looked at any of their fucking lessons and videos if it wasn't for The Science of Getting Rich and books like that, because of the fact that they were pushing the word physics in metaphysics, which I actually, by the way, would like to share my creative take on metaphysics. I actually created an acronym for the word meta, and to describe the kind of metaphysics that I pursue, because I feel like it should be complete. And it's META, which is mathematical, experimental, theoretical, and applied physics. And all of those things together, by looking at them, then you can then start to explore what else is being called metaphysics, which I think, I'm not exactly sure if Francis Bacon said it, but that metaphysics is the traditional foundation of philosophy.
Yes, everything goes back to metaphysics. So metaphysics doesn't mean spiritual or supernatural. It encompasses ideas that question that, like theology and ontology and things like that.
It's more based on idealism rather than materialism, right? Instead of being
no, metaphysics is basically the overarching structure of philosophy. It's basically asking the two questions: what is there and what is it like? They have topics such as identity and change, possibility and impossibility, contingency and necessity. I mean, all of these different things, causality, how we see space and time. Metaphysics is a huge branch but probably the most integral branch, arguably, of philosophy, because it's where all the underpinnings for everything else come from. Ontology, epistemology, logic, all of those technically are subsets of metaphysics. Go ahead.
I have a question for you. Have you then seen one of the latest videos from the Institute of Noetic Sciences with Dean Radin, where he says that
no, sorry,
you can be tell. They went through this really wonderful presentation, and then they did these experiments, which I repeated some of them while I was drunk on vodka when I first got back to the United States. I was going through some shit, guys, and
that's all right.
But I remember watching the video called "The Elegant Universe" with Brian Greene, and one of the guys who were working on quantum mechanics and string theory. He was like, "Well, I presented my theory and it didn't work out, and so what did I do? I went home and got drunk." Here's me doing experiments following the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who basically said that you can telekinetically influence random number generators, and they went into this whole thing about how that started and how, in physics research, if you get like a sigma 6, it's good enough for a Nobel Prize, but they were getting results at like sigma 9 and shit like that. And so, and then at the end, though, he wraps it and he's like, so does this mean that we should throw away everything that people learn in school, starting from, mathematics, physics, psychology, and then into metaphysics? He's like, no, we just put metaphysics underneath that, and then you go metaphysics as a foundation for everything, then math, and then you
that's why they call it metaphysical grounding. Let's let somebody else jump in here real quick, Hakeem. We've been talking for a while, guys. Buddy. I'm sorry. You're good, man.
It's metaphysics all the way down. It's turtles all the way down.
Yes, you're correct. Turtles all the way down metaphysically, in my opinion. Hunenheim, Josh, Brett, Dorian, Scott, speak your minds. Somebody speak their minds. Or I'm going to start out.
Yeah, something I want to ask, maybe comment earlier about, and that is, I'm not sure, the guy G earlier, I think G and Brett were having a conversation.
Yes,
and
they were.
It's going back to like a universal, like constant law. And then And I'm like, doesn't that go back to the beginning of like the conversation that we're having, this whole appeal to law again?
So Dorian, G is very different in his ethical approach. He is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he would consider
I'm just
himself
wondering
this,
if that was,
but he is.
okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, just real quick, and I know we have a delay, but he is deontic. He has a deontological value or a deontological equation that he calls the neurocategorical imperative.
Similar to
and
Kant.
He basically has his own type of philosophy he calls neuralism, and he's writing a book on it. And he is a deontological ethicist. He believes that we can have an equation and that's why he was talking about stage 6 ethics and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I can read you that real quick, by the way, just to let y'all know what that means. Stage 6. Yeah, I heard you say that, and it was funny when you said it. So the stage 6
he won't let it go.
Yeah. Real quick, and I'll shut up. The stage 6 is called Universal Principles of Ethics. People at this stage have developed their own set of moral guidelines, which may or may not fit the law, and these principles apply to everyone. So that's what he was saying he was. Sorry, I just had to throw that out there so that we could understand that a little bit better.
I mean, how is that
so
different
the audience
than
could
anyone
understand.
else applying their own?
So, yeah, hold on, Dorian. So G is not here.
I'm gonna let you speak, Terry.
Thanks. Yeah, I know there's a delay. It sucks. So G is not here, but let's do whatever justice we can for him.
I'm trying to steel man him. So
yeah. No, me and Thomas are both trying to steel man him. Yeah. He's making some sort of axiomatic claim. So
yes.
Kind of similar to what we were saying about metaphysics. I mean, every being, and I'll incorporate my own beliefs into this, every being is subjective to what universal means, is what you're asking for, Dorian, I think. You were pushing back on his universal law.
Yeah.
And I think G realizes this issue. And instead of just being nihilistic and sticking his head in the ground, he is making his own universal, as Thomas was saying, categorical imperative, neuro-axiomatic categorical imperative.
Yeah, he calls it the neurocategorical imperative. I think I can remember what it is, but it doesn't really matter. It's
something intrinsic to...
Yes, violating consciousness. He has deontology, which means he believes that there are ways to decide factors of moral ethics before an action. Whereas like someone who's a consequentialist, like a pragmatist or a utilitarian, takes into effect what happens after an action. So deontologists make rules before an action. Consequentialists decide what's good based on the outcome of an action.
Okay, the first I've ever heard this.
Yeah, so your subjective...
That's in ethics.
Your subjective moral universal, Dorian, is going to be hopefully reconcilable and compatible pragmatically, but it's not going to be the same. And this is my argument, personally, that we will run into with any domain of thought unless we make presumptions, and unless perhaps, I mean, we can all agree on those presumptions. I mean,
well, remember Kant had his categorical imperative, and it was basically "Thou shalt not lie." You know what I mean? That's a deontological statement.
This was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, he had some situations where it fucks up, but I think it's a good idea in the general sense. But you know, it's all about if you're either a deontologist or you're a consequentialist, based on terms of actions and whether they ethically derive a moral state or a moral proposition. And G, I don't know if he would admit this, but I'm not really sure. I think here he is.
Yeah, it's hard to speak for him.
We just randomly brought you up, G, and we were me and Perry are steel manning the shit out of you over here, but we needed you back, really.
Well, guess who's here?
Come on back, brother.
What do we need?
He was asking about your.
I was trying to explain your neurocategorical imperative.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And it seems like you two don't really have very reconcilable beliefs, or maybe you guys just need to Wittgenstein it out.
I was just curious. I just
yeah, no,
I wanted
I
a
mean,
clear understanding, and now
for
I do.
sure.
Dorian, you're
And
good, brother.
I want a clear understanding of it too, honestly, between you
Okay,
two.
so here's the neurocategorical. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. It reads thus: the universal application of the inviolability of the human cognition and the human cognitive identity is the only source of ethical duration in the universe and of all ethical systems, and as which constitutes the boundary and limit of ethical action as defined by its reflexive identity. That is the neurocategorical imperative.
Mm-hmm. I didn't want to misquote it because that's what I was talking about. Is I wanted to steel man. We were talking about steel man and the shit out of you, and then I was like, I can't remember the neurocategorical imperative. So, that we wanted to be here, but is finally here, so Mr. Nivik. I'm sorry, Dorian. You can go ahead, brother. I was just saying Nivik is here. And
I'm going to parallel with like the architect always trying to find the balance, the equation.
Did you hear him, G?
Do you mean like from the Matrix?
Yeah, in that sense. To find this perfect equation that balances, like in that sense, as far as like the moral universal.
No.
Okay.
No, the idea is that the human mind can actually engage on ethical topics in ethical manners for ethical solutions, because guess what? It is the human mind that produces the concept of ethics in the very first place. That's the idea. It isn't
so
about
violating violates the source of ethics, and if you violate the source of ethics, that is by necessity or by description a violation of ethics, right?
Got it. That
makes sense. The very same way it would be a violation of music or science or love or any other thing that you could possibly, like, imagine this. Say you have a child you love or something like this. Somebody comes along, blows your brains out. Guess what? You don't love that child anymore. Somebody has violated the love for that child in a way that
your ability to ethically deliberate, basically, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So ethics at its source is what you're saying.
Yes, you are the nexus of all of these things.
Yeah. Anybody want to respond? Nivik? Anybody? Dorian?
I'm a little confused. I think it's naturally people violate other people.
You're breaking up a little bit, Nivik.
Nivik, you're going robot, buddy.
You're roboting.
Testing.
Much better. Much better. Yes.
No, I was just saying, just by others existing, they could violate your consciousness because they can have a different thought than what you have. And the things that they do can be contradicting to what you're thinking. And there could be a problem where people would...
Here's a definition of violation. Any inhibitory action placed upon the freely operant cognitive identity to exercise its ethical deliberative faculties in pursuit of homeostasis. Just because you have an opinion that may, in some way, be oppositional to mine does not mean you have inhibited my ability to operate in accordance with my own faculties.
But the things that happen outside of you in determinism have cause and effect consequences on you. So that's why I think what people do, regardless, it affects others. So they have a moral obligation, duty in looking out for your well-being, because, you'd want that to you and vice versa with you in doing that with others, because you'd want others to do that for you, because just like you have a moral obligation in the consequences of your actions affecting others, in where you should be considered towards others, they should do that to you because they'd want the same for themselves.
Disagrees.
Yeah, I disagree fully. I don't want them to do anything to me. I want them to not do something to me. Anything that they would wish to do to me, I want them to not.
I have some good terms to maybe.
But that happens regardless.
Doesn't matter to me. I want them to not.
Quick respond and let Perry go.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying the environment and others have a causality effect that
everything has a causality effect.
Yeah.
Well, don't you understand? Everything is causality. There's nothing we can do about that. That doesn't mean that my ability to deliberate on my own damn standards should be affected by you at all.
But it's something that's impossible that would happen regardless.
No, it isn't.
You don't think what the things that people do within the environment that's manipulated by them, that environment.
The guy jacking off next door isn't doing anything to me.
No, I'm saying we make changes to the environment. We make changes to the environment. If a person puts a roadblock, it's going to make you do all. It's going to make you.
Josh, what would he have to do to get in my house and jack off?
Go for it, Josh.
What if we made eye contact with you through the window?
I would watch. I would definitely watch.
Of course you would.
What if I looked you dead in your eyes through your window and just beat off right on the fucking windowsill?
I mean, did I request that?
Okay,
or
real
is
quick.
It unwanted? I mean, it just depends. You know?
Can I
real quick, guys. Real quick. I know y'all were about to talk, but I think Honenheim has an important question here. Would you jump in, Honenheim, and ask that for us?
And then Josh.
Yeah, I'm sorry about Perry. I'm sorry I forgot.
No. Then Josh.
Oh, yeah. Honenheim, please jump in. Please. You had a question in the chat. Oh, Mike, very bad. I'll ask his question for him. How certain can you be human cognition is the source of moral... How certain can you be human cognition is the source of moral deliberation?
It's like saying, how certain can I be that his website? Well, let's have a look, shall we? Are there any goats here?
The greatest of all time.
Any rabbits? Any dogs?
For 0 so far.
What about it?
Okay. What about gerbils? Do we have any gerbils here? What about parrots?
We get it. I'm just kidding.
Oh, but we
name another animal. More animals.
Monkey.
Monkeys.
I identify as a bear.
Ooh. Sir Bear.
You get what I'm saying here. So it's like, well, how sure can we be? 100%.
I think
Josh, go ahead.
100%, I thought.
The same way I can be sure that every instance of mathematics has come from a human. Any instance of literature has come from a human.
What if it came from God? How do you know it came from human?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what God is?
No.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in the Bible.
Okay, but I'm just saying, how can you be 100% sure? How can you be 100% sure when it could be like, we could be in a simulation, or we could be...
What's a simulation?
Controlled by a witch or something.
What's a witch?
Real quick, fallibilism and infallibilism is... So, fallibilism is the belief that there is no epistemological certainty, right?
Yeah.
I would have to be just as sure in the fact that you can't be sure in your postulation of a witch, of a simulation, or of a god than I am in my own damn self, in the fact that my eyesight, my engagement, my mind, my abilities can engage this stupid website right here to notice that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people on this website right now talking to me about exactly this.
I'm not so
sure you
about
tell
that.
me what is a witch that I should be so sure of should test my surety.
Well, I'm saying that you shouldn't be sure. I'm saying it could be a witch, but it could also be God. And
what's a witch? I don't even know what a witch is.
Well, whatever you're going to define it as, it doesn't matter.
A simulation. What's that?
Sure, but just the fact that you can make that argument leads me to believe
No. What's a witch or a simulation?
It's it's a concept of whatever that human comes up with.
So you get what I'm saying then. It's a presupposition.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm not going with right here?
What?
Perry, you're right here, right now, talking to me.
You could be wrong perceiving that.
No, you could be wrong saying I could be wrong.
Yeah, I could be wrong. So that just saying.
So who's got the most evidence?
But so what I'm saying is you are 99.
I would say, where does the evidence lie? I wouldn't say who's got the most evidence, but I'm
would
with
most
you. Sorry.
certainly. No. If somebody's going to present to me, hey, which simulation? Okay, where's the evidence lie?
Well, I think he's just saying that there are.
That's cool with me.
There's an infinite
I'm sorry,
number
real
of
quick. I think he's
possibilities.
just talking about. I think Perry's just talking about all the global academic scenarios, academically skeptical scenarios like the solipsism and the brain in the vat and Descartes' demon and the dream argument.
Yeah, I could be the only one who actually exists, and you guys are, like I'm a schizo or whatever.
Who could?
Right.
But I'm just saying, you say the word 100. Yeah, what? Go for it.
Well, no, I was going to say that's weird. You used the very same language that I use whenever I'm speaking. So whenever you say, I could be the only one, that's weird because I seem to know exactly what you're saying whenever you say, I could be the only one.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. That doesn't seem right because I'm also hearing you say I could be the only one. So I could be the only one.
Your interpretation of the words I could be the only one is actually different than my interpretation.
Hey, Scott, did you hear the words I could be the only one?
I think what he's saying is you may or may not exist.
Wait, so Josh, you heard the words I could be the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Sure,
Thomas, did you hear the words I could be the only one?
Yeah, no, everyone heard that noise.
Oh, that's very strange.
But your interpretation of the noise...
So I don't think I can be the only one. So sorry.
Your interpretation of the noise is not infallible. So, I mean, I'm just saying...
A fallible brain? That can't be trusted to what? Assess noise?
No one is omniscient, is essentially what I'm saying.
That is a good point.
So, I mean, you can... it's just the fact that you use 100% is what I'm pushing back on. I mean, I agree with you. I think that you understand.
I love that. Everybody has a problem with that one. What is that? 100%. So if I said I 100% have feet and a dick, does anybody have a problem with that?
No, probably not.
I mean, if you didn't,
hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, Thomas,
I'm sorry.
no, for real. Should I defer to a witch?
No.
On the feet and the dick thing, probably don't ask a witch.
There's no evidence.
What about a simulation? Should I to the possibility of a simulation?
There are good arguments for simulations. Yeah.
Or feet.
Some scientists do. I wouldn't. I mean,
this kind of.
Listen, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just steel manning who would oppose what you're saying. Essentially, I mean, I think you have a dick and 2 feet, but there's no way.
Two dicks and 1 foot.
Even if I empirically saw it, G, there's no way that I could still say to myself that 100%. I mean, that experience. Yeah, go for it.
I do not need you to see my dick for me to know I have one. Nor do I have to defer
but you could
to
be
any
wrong.
sort of
But you could be wrong about that. Is what I'm saying.
So for the audience, G is arguing for phenomenal conservatism, which is the way that things appear to be is what they are, and we can trust that epistemic value.
Yes.
Perry is questioning that by bringing up global academic scenarios for skepticism, like the simulation argument, the hard and soft solipsism, the dreaming argument, Descartes' demon, all these things that we could point to.
I'm on G's side. Listen, I'm on G's side, but I just know that I have set my beliefs in a box and stuck with them, and they've been torn down because
you thought they weren't. You thought they were infallible.
I thought they were
right?
infallible, and I thought they were 100%. And
that's what happened to me in my early 20s, bro. I'm
that's
right
a bad
there
habit, in my opinion.
Yep. I had to scrub my brain clean.
Well, you should consider my metaphysics. My metaphysics.
Dude, no, I have. I consider Kant's categorical imperative. And I think it's good. I think it's useful.
Well, no,
it's
just
not.
ethic.
It's not 100%.
I think he was wrong. I fixed him. Don't you understand? I fixed him because he was wrong.
Talk about
I would
solipsism.
say my metaphysics states. Well, I don't know about solipsism because I noticed that you're here.
But I could be a thought in your head. I may not exist.
Talk about solipsism.
Saying that I don't exist is the antipode to solipsism.
I know that you do exist.
But how do you
don't know that for 100%? You know it for 99.9.
No, I know it for 110%.
Then that's irrational, and that That's fine if you want to take that.
No. That's not irrational, dude.
Okay.
What would be irrational about it? No. I'm gonna need you to.
If you don't accept that, then, I mean, there's no.
You said it was irrational. What do you mean by irrational? You're right here speaking to me, Perry. You're about to respond to what I'm saying.
It's all right, guys. Nobody's on trial here. We're good.
Yeah. No, I am open ears. I'm open ears, G.
How many ears though? 1, 2,
I know that Josh just
I think
asked
2, but I could be wrong
years?
about
1,
2.
2, 3?
I could be wrong about it. I think
really
2.
have to? No, for real. Do I really have to imagine a world where Josh didn't just say that?
No.
I know he did. 110%, 111%, 0.9999.
And the noises that Josh made may be interpreted differently amongst each individual and each listener in the podcast.
Okay, so Thomas, did you hear that?
Por supuesto.
I'm a fallibilist. I don't know if there is such a thing as a certainty. I lean towards
it's a Platonic idea in the realm of forms that 100% exists.
He liked to think that any universal abstract
and I'm
existed
fine with
in
that.
its own reality pluralistically.
That's fine.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Don't worry,
the Christian
Perry.
worldview would say that you can be certain, though. Just to point that out for Christians.
So a neuralist worldview.
Speak up, Josh.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Christian worldview would say God has revealed himself so that you can know things for absolute certainty, right? I can know things that are certain, right?
Unfortunately, Christians have thousands of different interpretations. So, I mean, we can go into that. If
there's no bad topic here, guys. No bad topic, as long as it's not illegal. Like, we don't want to talk about murder here. Please, nobody.
Just to maybe not get bogged down on this, I would say, and I guess this is where we would agree to disagree, that I'm 99.9, to the 100th decimal place, sure that I have 2 ears. But I could be wrong. We could all be wrong.
Weird.
Yeah,
Perry,
it is weird. It's
I am
weird.
100% 0.99999.
Yeah, and I hear
that
it. And
I
that's
have
where
2
we agree to
ears
disagree.
and that you have 2 ears.
Yeah.
Scott has 2 ears. Hey, Scott, tell me, did you hear this tonight?
Did I hear it? Yeah, I heard it.
Yep. Okay, so I'm 101% 0.9999% sure that I have ears. Perry has ears. Scott.
The fact that your numerator is bigger than your denominator is irrational beside the logic that we're trying to argue.
No, what was irrational is that we could ever have 100% certainty over 99.999999.
I think it's Travis that says we are 100% sure that we are not 100% sure, or something synonymous.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fallibilism. Fallibilism is we can be pretty certain that there is an absolute certainty.
So if that's what you're saying, that we are 100% sure that we are experiencing this fallible subjective experience, I would agree with you, perhaps. But I
would say that our dear Pangburn is 100% correct. You just have to know what he's correct about. Look, if I look at this screen right now and I say, "There's Perry."
Mm-hmm.
I've been talking to Perry. How about this? 100% certainty is in the realm that Perry exists. 100% non-certainty is in the realm of who the hell Perry is and what he's up to on a daily basis. That's where uncertainty exists. And it's implied in the fact that you do exist and can be perceived.
But what if you're wrong about that? Have you ever considered perhaps you're wrong about that?
I have. On a daily basis. I'm waiting for the day someone shows me that I'm wrong.
Hang on, let's let Dorian say something real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead, Dorian.
And that's where I'm at with Perry on that one. What if you're wrong? And that's what you're making do.
That's what we all have to ask ourselves as
what if
scientists.
You're wrong about asking me? Whatever that motivation is. What
you
if
could be omniscient.
Wrong?
Yeah, you could be the one in.
No, it isn't about omniscience. I just said, look, if I said, hey, Perry exists, right? Mm-hmm. Perry exists, but everything that's associated with Perry that I could know about, I don't know about. So 100% about Perry's life, whatever that means to Perry, that is the uncertainty. But what I do know for a fact is that Perry exists, whoever Perry is.
And can you give me just a short sentence on how you know that Perry exists? Just because I'm making noise?
You just responded to me.
So because I'm making noise?
No, in English and in logical syntax that
in
actually
English.
indicates
Okay.
that you just heard me and responded to everything that I said.
Logical syntax is subjective.
And you keep doing it and then showing everybody that you exist.
And it's up to interpretation.
No, it is not up to interpretation. Notice how we just used English language.
That's where we agree to disagree, and that's fine.
But it can't be, because I just heard you say that.
It can't be that we disagree?
You must agree. No, I'm just
okay. I agree
no,
with you. I agree with you. I agree.
But why can't it be that way?
Because he doesn't allow it, and that's fine. It's a presupposition that he won't allow it.
I wouldn't say it's fine.
Josh is also a presuppositionalist.
I know he is, and he admits it.
I'm sorry, G, I didn't mean.
And he acknowledges it.
But it's not a presupposition. I just heard you speak the English language
so you're
again.
Okay.
It's not omniscience. I'm hearing you speak my language, dude.
I think what Perry is getting at.
Go on.
Yeah, I think what he's getting at is how are you hearing him speak? Like, what are you using to listen to him talk right now?
Ears and brain.
So your senses, memory, and reasoning.
Fallible?
Yeah. How do you know that?
How did you just hear me say that so that you could respond with, how do you know that's not
I could be at an 89% interpretive level where I hear that.
You could also not be.
I mean, my dog can respond to me, but that doesn't mean
Yeah, but here you are still doing it.
He doesn't know English.
But don't you know you're still doing it? Here you are still doing it?
You don't want
Aren't you noticing?
This. I am.
No, it's not. No, it's not that I don't accept anything. I'm saying you don't accept it, but to accept something
I literally
that you don't yourself accept.
I agreed with you. You're right.
I love this so much, but we've got a speaker in here. Let's be in our corners for a minute. Go back to our corners after the boxing match. You know what I mean? I fucking love this. This is what I live for, guys.
Yeah, you gotta replace my mouth guard, bro.
Do you know when you're dreaming, G? I think is where he's coming from. Said in your dream.
Yeah, we talked about earlier, Nivik, that he was explaining some of the global skeptical scenarios, and that's what he was basically going over. Is that how can we know that we know things, or Descartes' demon, or all those kind of scenarios. But we've got Jacob in here, guys. Let's not ignore him. Jacob, do you got something to say? Any thoughts on the matter?
Indeed, I do.
I was about. You guys covered what I wanted to ask.
Hold on, Vlad.
Hey, Vlad, buddy. 1 second. I swear to God, I'm gonna let you get in here. Jacob, go, brother.
Thank you. G. Is he still there? You said earlier that you can be 100% certain about something?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Through the sensory network. Just the same way that I know that you just asked me that question.
You know that?
Through exactly the same way that you just asked me that question.
See?
It can go on for infinity, right? This is what a Pyrrhonistic skeptic...
Yeah.
Because every standard by which we've come up with to test whether or not something is lying to us was presented to us by exactly the same system that governs our sensory network. For exactly that same reason. Yes.
Can I ask one question? How do you know if you're being
hold on. I want to experience what Jacob has to say.
Huh?
It's real quick. It's a second. How do you know if you're being manipulated?
Through the sensory network.
But that means
breaking up, Nivik.
You're breaking up because I know that through the sensory network.
I'm saying somebody is manipulating you. You might not know that, right? Because you're fooled, right?
Is manipulation a concept?
Yeah, it exists.
You're breaking up, Nivik. You're breaking up.
Hello.
How do we know that? Do we know that because we're hearing him break up?
No.
Jacob,
I'm not talking about,
once again.
I'm not talking about don't exist. I'm just saying like you're coming from a place of free will. And
no, I'm not. No,
he is definitely not coming from there.
He does come from there because the conversation that we were having before, I was trying to say how what he does isn't separate from other things.
Oh yeah, I guess I could be wrong about my interpretation of that. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't come from the perspective of, as everybody often brings up, libertarian free will. I would come from the perspective of my will is free.
Yeah.
It doesn't involve
but you have individual
or anybody else.
Hang on now.
But you have individual things in a way that's not always the case. You're part of. You are
okay,
part of
and
what's
the next
going
time
on
Thomas
around you and
is
others.
doing mathematics, because he's very proficient at it, the next time he's doing it, should he also take into the account 1 + 1 = this or that or the other? Also, this group of people over off in New Guinea have also some sort of play on that just doesn't even make sense. It's like, why would I?
I'm saying the knowledge you have in your head is from others. It's not just It's not just from you. You didn't invent
no, it's not.
everything
It's from me. No, it's from me.
Everybody else. The English is not your language. It's not the language. English is not.
It's not anybody's language.
It's not language.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's no one's language. Do you notice that?
No, I mean it's language.
Wait, so it's not my language, and it isn't nobody's language. It's everyone's language. Okay, so did everybody teach it to me?
Well, not everybody speaks English.
Okay, so did everybody teach me English?
Only the people that talk to
you talk to the next person,
to
the next person, to the next person, to the next person. It's passed down.
So whenever I jerk my dick off, just because there's about 4 billion other people who can jerk their dicks off, that means I'm not jerking my dick off because other people can do it too.
It's just a big old orgy
you
of
did it because you saw another guy do it. Who knows?
Do you see how silly this sounds? This is nonsense. No, I learned English because my brain learned English. It's this very same way I don't know Spanish or Japanese. It's because I never learned it. It doesn't matter if other people built the language or anything like this.
Maybe a girl manipulated you to jerk your dick off deliberately.
No, maybe a girl manipulated you to say a girl manipulated me. Did you ever think about that, Nivik? Maybe a woman
going down the rabbit hole
manipulated you to manipulate me.
How do you
feel
like the things that you're doing? It's not some evil villain in the background.
Because I have 1,000 things to test it against. I can pick up my
There's more than 1,000 things in the universe. That's the issue.
Oh, that's cool. Well, there's more than 6 trillion things in my very living room without me even moving.
There's more than
the other question to take into account is manipulation wrong, and by what standard?
Yes, manipulation is wrong because most of the time you have to actually lie about what it is you're up to. And you have to get somebody who...
all the time?
Yes, because it's against reality.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
And Frank.
I thought that was Kant's categorical.
Most of the time,
what about Anne Frank?
Of the time, it's... Well, I mean, they came in asking if there's any Jewish girls here.
Why would they be asking about Jewish girls?
Because they wanted to kill her, and they had the presupposition
they wanted to kill
them.
Yeah, for what reasons? No, for what reasons?
Culture, racism,
So lies, right?
Genocide.
How do you know that that's a lie?
No, that's not accurate.
Oh, okay. So whenever they said, "Hey, we've come to your house to kill Jews," because they're not human, they're not the Aryan race. Where's the non-lie?
Well, I think you're applying a universal statement that all lies are wrong, and I would just say that's incorrect. Just because
I'm saying where's the non-lie? No. You guys presented Anne Frank. Okay. So, and then you guys presented the people at her door knocking, asking for things. Okay, what are they asking for?
To see if there's any Jews to kill them.
Why are they asking for Jews?
Because they want to kill them.
Why?
Well, they don't think that they're people, right? They think
okay.
Death.
So the lie.
Sure, we're not disagreeing with you that may or may not be a lie.
Yeah,
we're telling you that
you can't
it's
be
the motherfucking D-O-double-G.
So hold on. What I would ask is, G, have you ever been wrong?
Thousands of times, even tonight, probably.
So even well, fair enough, man. But
fair enough on that one.
Even in that, you're admitting that I mean, where does 100% lie is a friendly question I would ask you, knowing that fact that you've been wrong in the past and, you know,
Well,
Murphy's
I'd
Law,
know a
whatever.
Nazi when I saw one from any distance.
Well, and you actually can't trust your sense of memory or reasoning.
But how do you
That's
know that
weird.
you're not just hallucinating, let's say? Let's just take one of the many threads.
Descartes' demon is a serious problem to reckon with. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that it's a thing. Hang on. I'm not saying that it is something to pragmatically think about all the time.
Of course not.
But it is a philosophical contention.
Okay, then, oh dear, friends, let us contend with it then. Tell me, friends, what's a demon?
So Descartes' demon, you know what Descartes' demon is. You try.
No, what is a fucking demon?
I have no idea what a demon is.
I don't either. Anybody?
You can enter this infinite. You can enter this infinite regress, and that is almost an argument for me, saying that nothing can be 100% if you can just keep asking, "What is this? What is this? What is that?" We don't know. We can't know.
I know
we can't know for 100%. Yeah, but how do you know that you know exactly what a human is?
I am one.
And how do
you know because
that
you are
100 out of 100 times, 1,000 out of 1,000 times,
1,000 out of 1,000
a million
times,
out of a million times? You might not be wrong. That you might be dreaming in one of those billions of times.
Perry, Perry, can I ask you a question?
Please, someone push back on me because I feel like I'm just the perpetrator
why
here.
is it?
No, you're doing great.
I
love it.
I often hear this from people that there has to be an absolute, the objective, the omnipotent, whatever it is.
Right. I disagree.
Why is that so important? I don't think
it's important.
Okay,
and
but
even has to implies some sort of knowledge, truth, and moral claim. Like, what do you mean has to?
I don't think that there is any absolute truth, or I mean, I think that there could be absolute truth, but in terms of morality, something that us primates have created ourselves, unless you are a religious origined person, I don't think that there's absolute morality. I don't know if you were going to truth or morality.
The morality can be seen. The morality can be seen in wolf packs. It's not just a human thing.
How do you know that that's not just natural selection, though? You're calling that morality, but you may be misinterpreting that.
Wait a second.
No.
Why did we conclude that natural selection wasn't based on some sort of ultimate morality?
I'm not concluding
that.
I'm saying
it's not just natural selection. It's a literal, like, the wolves understand that when they go to wrestle, the dominant alpha will wrestle with them, and then the other one submits. There's nothing about selection there. It's like they say, hey, like, I'm the strongest one here.
How do you know?
Hey, Brett, how do you know? No, how do you know?
Huh?
How do you know, Brett?
Because it's self-evident.
By the way, to what you're talking about, good is relevant. Right. Like what a person could be good at one point, but the environment changes and they could be useless at another point in time. So to this view of dominance, it's all relative.
Listen, guys, I'm not disagreeing with you. There could be that good wolf ethics, right? There could be that, but I'm just saying, how do you know that your interpretation that's ethics and not something else? I just said natural selection, but it could be anything, right? It could be politics. What if the wolf said politics? Like
human beings move as a group. They could have killed the dominant wolf, right? I mean, like the dominant wolf could have been an asshole. The dominant wolf could be an asshole and be killing other wolves, and the group. Okay, but what I'm saying makes sense though.
It does.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me 15 seconds. Put on the clock. Perry, I'm going to say I'm not concerned. Repeat the last sentence that you said.
I was just saying that it could definitely be, as you're saying, whatever idea of wolf ethics, as fallible as us human minds are, saying that could be the case. But I'm just saying that there are so many other possibilities that could be the case.
Okay.
And just with that fact, you can't say that something is 100 out of 100. You can't. You got to say 99.9 to the 100th power out of 100. You're not omniscient.
I'm not concerned about the infinite possibilities. And the reason why
you're pragmatic.
is because What?
You're pragmatic. You're practical.
I don't know that it's pragmatic, or more in the sense that, like, you know, if 99% of human history and human societies have realized that the ethic of murder is something beyond what we fully understand right now.
Sure.
And I understand your claim, but that doesn't, to me, it's an infinite regress that is irrelevant, because it doesn't.
I agree. I agree with you on that.
So, like, I'm not.
My issue is to not accept the fact that we are fallible, and to say confidently 100% is to create a bad habit.
No,
let's finish. One sec.
Yeah, I've been interrupted quite a bit. It's a bad habit to. I mean, this is why, in my opinion, subjectively, and I'm conscious when I say that before I say anything else. Subjectively, I think that skepticism is one of the best doctrines of thought that we could ever have, because there are no 100%. That idea exists, as I said, platonically, in the heaven of 100%ness.
I get you, and I'm a fallibilist. Hang on one second. I'm a fallibilist as well, but hey, we've got Josh's son in here, guys. So let's be nice and let him ask one question.
For sure.
Jacob, ask thine question, sir.
I will ask thine question.
Mr. Perry.
What's up, man?
I'm blanking.
It's okay. Take your time.
You just said that there is no such thing as absolute truth.
In my opinion.
That's called fallibilism, Jacob.
I could be wrong. Maybe there's a God who has some absolute truth.
Is it true that you could be wrong?
Yeah.
So that would be
100%. Yeah.
Appealing to an absolute.
And that's what I said. I said my subjective experience could be argued to be, if that's what you're saying 100% is, I'm fine with that. I said that earlier. That's
so
fine.
There's a paradox there.
Strange.
Yeah, there's a paradox there that's a problem.
As though, I mean, there's definitely a perverse way in talk. What's that?
Oh, sorry, I was responding to Thomas, but I'll wait till you.
Yeah, go for it.
There's a paradox in that. Yeah, but because say what you said again, Perry. I want to get it right.
So something along the lines of, I can be 100% sure. I mean, it makes me think of what Travis
being
says.
100%. Yeah. So I know that I don't know, basically, right? And that's 100. Yeah.
If that's what you're saying, that's basically that is fine with me. I'm fine.
Yeah, that's probably the only tautology that I would go with in terms of that, and the reason why is because I'm 100% certain that I can't be 100% certain. That's a paradox, and that's why it breaks down at that point.
Yeah, and what did Kurt Cobain say? He said, "All I know is that I don't know a thing."
That's a Socrates.
But does he know that?
Socrates said that.
Science usually starts out that I don't know and then moves from there to observation.
And that's why it's our best tool. And if you search up on Google, are there absolute truths in science? You're not going to find anywhere that says there's absolute truths in science. And there's a reason that's our best.
Gravity.
Nope.
Yeah, even that
is
is
just
not
our
100%.
best guess.
And I know that, you would say that it is. And I would agree that it probably is true. But we, as fallible human beings, this concept that you don't want to admit, are fallible, and we
don't know.
No, you've invested that with so much trust. You have invested that condemnation of me.
I have trust and
with
skepticism.
So much trust. I don't accept the fallibilism. Let me explain something to you. No, in my own model, I have an understanding that every
in your own
ounce
model. That's perfect. Yeah, presuppositionally.
Can I say something?
I interrupted.
Somebody's upset.
I interrupted. No. I interrupted.
Perry's upset.
I'm not upset. I'm letting
you. We may not have Jacob for much longer, so let's just let him ask a couple more questions because he's a youngin, boys. Let's be nice to the youngin. He's a little young.
Guys, don't forget to have a drink, okay? And breathe.
I've drank too much tonight.
Yes, we can all.
Maybe that's the problem. That's the problem. It's all good. There's no trial here. This is all my rooms are all about getting to know each other and getting to better understand.
I don't think
stuff
Perry
together,
understands that, Thomas.
Well, I mean, no, it's okay. Perry and me agree that fallibilism is a thing, and that we have to contend with that.
If you want.
It's in every aspect of my own damn model. Just letting you know.
Your model.
Yeah, mine.
Right.
Yeah, the one that I created.
You're
not
infallible.
Yes, that one. Yeah, that one.
It's okay. So, Jacob, what was your question?
I was going to say, I disagreed with what Perry said. So I actually do agree that we are a fallible species, but just because we are fallible does not then follow that there are things we can't be certain about. Because...
Okay, go for it. What can we be certain of?
So I can be certain that there is truth because of the God of the Bible is our foundation of truth. And the reason I know that is because one thing, without God, you couldn't frame the question.
So,
I can go from an evidential approach,
sorry,
but then ultimately that would be... I come from a presuppositional approach because I believe that's the best way about it.
Sure.
Because if you come from an evidential approach, ultimately the person you are trying to evidence to would have to judge that by their worldview.
And that was as best as anyone could put it. I mean, you admitted that you were a presuppositionalist, and that your truth can be 100% made by that presupposition, and that's fine. And I'm fine.
I'd interrupt real quick. Jacob's truth is not
awesome.
his truth. He's coming from what God has already said, right?
What
his
interpretation of God has said. Yes.
Sure. Well, I would say that an infallible God, the Almighty God of the Bible, can tell us.
Well, no, don't you understand, Josh?
But human beings are fallible, is what he's saying.
Of his
fallible.
No. Perry
that's what Perry's
absolutely sure of his assessment. Hold on, Nivik. Perry is absolutely sure, Josh, of exactly his assessment of you and Jacob at this very moment that he knows he's having with you and Jacob at this very moment. He's absolutely he's obsessed with it, even
99%
his own assessment.
Sure.
Yeah, no, it's 100. No, it's 100.
I would say saying 100%. Not actually sure.
No, it's in his own model.
I could be dreaming. I could be being controlled by some.
No, you couldn't.
Why not? Why?
No, because you just told him.
Just the fact that you take that potential out of the equation goes to show that you're close-minded on the subject.
No, you already did that. I just heard you say that of Josh's assessment there.
I think you're misrepresenting Perry's position. I think Perry's already said he's 99%
Of course he doesn't,
certain.
He's on my side.
Yeah, but he said that, but then he assessed your position with 100% certainty.
So I would say that
Jacob's position, right? Or Josh's?
No, both of you.
Well,
no, both of you.
We share the same
Because
position.
Jacob's I agreed with.
No, I heard you say to both of them.
position.
I just listened to you. Yeah.
What a good show. This is solid.
This is pretty fun. Let Nivik talk for just a second because he's been.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
Hey, great job, Jacob.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, for real.
You're not going to say anything? I doubt that.
Okay,
okay.
No, I get what
Nivik,
Perry's
what are you wearing?
I get what Perry's saying.
This is always a question that we go to. What are you
never
wearing?
mind.
I'm just curious, man. I'm a curious guy.
Yeah, what are you wearing?
Yeah, what are you
black pants, black shirt.
Prove it. Send nudes. I mean, dudes.
Nobody wants to play with that? Nobody wants to play with that?
No, go back to talking with G. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to change it.
I mean,
all right.
I mean, here's a guy telling everybody on the panel, you can't be sure, but then every single time somebody says something, he absolutely states something.
When they agree that it's suppositionally, I can absolutely to 100%.
No,
agree
it doesn't matter
subjective.
if he agreed it or not. You absolutely heard it and
that's why
said that that's exactly what happened.
Recapitulated what Jacob said and steelmanned him to make sure that's what he was saying. Jacob
yes,
acknowledged
in
that he was a
you are not abiding by your own damn position.
What?
By what authority? By what tools that are in your disposal?
No authority.
Did you make that? Oh, okay. So nothing. So why?
I am.
You're just reiterating what they said. Is that what you're saying?
You didn't give me the.
Gee, I gotta say, you gotta let him. You gotta let him respond, man.
Oh,
don't be mad, bro.
Mad.
Jacob
let Perry respond.
Presuppositionally, and that he said God, and if that is the case, that you're
wait, how do you know that,
dude? Let me.
You're 100% sure.
No,
he said
I'm
that. What do you mean?
Well, he's 99% sure he's already said that.
I'm 99. Right.
Josh,
I can work with.
Me, dude. I'm just calling this motherfucker on exactly his damn standards
you don't have
that
to
he
swear
presented.
at me, man.
What
Listen,
is it
it's all
that
good.
you're
I'm
zoning in on right now?
99.9.
How do you know that he said that?
99.9 to the 100th power out of
No,
100 is a
Why
pretty
aren't you
high
100?
percentage that I'm confident with.
No. Why aren't you 100? You simply
I'm 100%
reiterated this
that.
person's statements. How did you know he said them?
I don't know for sure, but I'm doing my
okay,
best.
So then why are you doing it?
Because I'm doing my best, and I could be wrong about the noises that I'm making and the interpretations that I'm making about it. But we can work with that.
That seems a little funny, don't you think?
Yeah, it is a little weird. You're right. But that doesn't
guys,
give
it's
you,
okay. Hey,
guys, give you license to make
guys,
100% certainty claims. It just doesn't.
Guys, real quick. I love the shit out of this, but I know it's getting frustrating to y'all. So continue to talk about it if you want.
Thomas.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying we get passionate, and that's cool. So if we swear at each other, just realize we're not attacking each other's character. I don't think G's trying to attack anybody's.
But G keeps perpetrating my.
It's interesting because I think
no. I stopped taking you seriously the moment that you told me how I was thinking.
You wouldn't keep talking to me if you didn't take me seriously. G.
Oh no! I stopped taking you seriously the moment that you told me how I was thinking. Now I'm going to call you out on every damn thing you say.
Is it wrong or right to take somebody seriously? And by what standard are we
subjective.
saying that?
Hey guys, can we agree that this would be infinite regression with the help of the damn word?
I agree. So, I'm fine with a disagree here. I've already said to him that I agree, but somehow I'm still getting pushed on my ideas.
No, you told me how I was thinking. You told me I was presuppositionally.
Well, everybody has presuppositions. Everybody's a presuppositionalist.
No. He said what I said, and then said this was a presupposition, and that's specifically what I was saying. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then you're not a presuppositionalist. Then you're just.
That's right. I never was.
I would say
you just said I was.
Well, then you're just a presuppositional in denial because everybody starts with presuppositions. That's kind of the way that it is.
For the listeners, this is where
the hold on. Does Perry agree with this? Everybody starts with the presupposition?
Yes.
Oh,
that 100%. That is 100%. That's what I said in the beginning, but you won't listen to me.
Okay.
I've told you that 100%. We have subjective presuppositional opinions. If that's what you want to call 100%, that's fine. No, correct.
You got to let him finish, bro.
I've said it 2 or 3. This is now the 3rd time I'm saying it.
No, I'm just holding your ass near a damn fire.
Right, that's what I've said, and I'll repeat it and stand by it because I'm confident with it. If you want to say that 100% we are having a subjective experience that includes presuppositional and subjectivity and all of that stuff, if we're 100% sure of having that, that's fine. I agree with that. Though I'm still willing to be argued against that and be proven wrong because.
So you're a foundationalist then?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
No, don't worry about it then.
So, real quick, let me explain for the audience. Hang on, guys, stop, please.
If I explained it to you, it'd be a
please, guys, real quick. Let me explain foundationalism to the audience.
Yep.
Foundationalism is a theory of justification when you're talking about epistemological justification that says at some point justifications stop and there is a unjustified final stopping point by definition. So someone who is an infinitist or believes in infinitism would say that the line of justifications can go on into infinite regression, and the foundationalist says it stops at some point, and that point would be unjustified. By definition.
Is that definition that you just gave us objective, or is that subjective?
Hmm?
Is that definition that you just gave us objective or subjective?
I literally just pretty much quoted what I read off of Stanford
both.
Encyclopedia.
So is the encyclopedia subjective?
I am a fallibilist, so
right.
There's actually no difference between either of the two. Objective or subjective. Only objects can have subjectivity, and subjectivity comes from objects.
So are you saying that there can be a starting point other than presuppositional? Other than subjectivity? Can there be
where'd that
initial...
concept come from? That concept, preception, where'd that come from?
You'd have to say, you'd have to make a presuppositional argument of
No. Where did it come from?
The subjective minds of humans.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. subjective.
It's not a presupposition. We actually upped the term. And we gave it like all the letters and stuff and the definitions associated with it. Like we made all that shit the fuck up.
Exactly. So how can you derive 100% certainty from that fact alone that everything was made by subjective
certainty,
humans?
That fact alone, those are all things that we made up in our head.
And that's fine. And I'm like I said, this is the fourth time now that I'm saying that. If you want to say 100% that subjective things happen and we experience subjective things, I would.
Can we let Honenheim in real quick?
Then you're a foundationalist, right?
Can we let Honenheim in real quick, just real fast?
Yeah.
He's been trying to jump in for a while. I'm sorry, guys. It's my job. Honenheim, you were trying to jump in. Come on, man. Sorry.
Save me, man. I'm getting rolled.
Well, I guess he doesn't, or he got reception or something. Okay, y'all keep going if you want to.
So Perry,
we're just going in circles. I feel like at this point.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm fine. If that aligns with what I've been saying the 4 times, maybe someone else can steelman me and make sure that I'm saying the right thing. But the only thing that we can be 100% sure of, similar to what Travis says, I believe, is that we can only experience that is not 100%
Yeah, we can experience.
That we can experience. And that experience itself, in it of itself, is not 100%.
Welcome to neuralism. Thank you. Anyway, let's move on now.
Yeah, I think the Christian position is that, how do you know that, right? So Christians can be 100% certain of multiple things.
Because of your
right?
Now you guys can talk about a less contentious subject, which is religion.
Like God.
Perry, this might be a stupid analogy, but right now I'm enjoying a nice Oktoberfest beer. There are 3 beers poured into a large mug because I'm a large man and I enjoy this beer.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm large
I'm
too,
probably
240, 6'2".
Yeah, I'm
big ass motherfuckers.
230, not that big, but
yeah.
So
thanks.
I'm gonna finish this beer within the next 5 or 10 minutes because the gods call me to, Dionysus says drink and I say be merry.
Ah, yes.
How am I not finishing the beer by literally licking the inside of the bottle?
By your perception of tasting it, right?
What?
By your perception of tasting it, you're asking, how can I not be 100% licking this, right?
No.
Okay, say again.
What I'm saying is that the liquid inside of my delicious mug, at one point, I will basically have drank the entirety of the beer. How is that not 100%?
Are you saying the entirety of the liquid in the glass, or your experience of drinking that liquid in the glass?
I'm a little buzzed. I'm going to go with the
So I
have
an ace in the hole that can beat both of these, in my opinion, subjectively.
Okay.
What if you are? Who said this, Nivik? What if you were dreaming? What if we're all dreaming? What if actually?
What's a dream?
I have no.
It is a subjective, fallible concept that
unfallible. So it's
no. I said fallible. I may have said and then fallible. I meant fallible.
Oh. Yeah. Fallible. Okay.
Yeah. It's all good.
I was thinking. I'm a bit slow, but what if that is fallible? How do you know that?
What are you comparing it to for fallibilism?
My experience, my subjective
experience.
Okay. How do I?
That would cover it.
How do I?
What else do I have to compare it
real?
to?
Oh well, I couldn't imagine.
How do I know it's real? How do I know it's real? Because I'm about to pick up the mug and finish the beer.
Right, but
how do you know
are
that?
you 100% or 99.9 to the 100th power?
I'm 100%. I'm 100% certain with my ability as a beer drinker that with about 6 ounces left in this, that I can finish the motherfucker about now.
Have you considered? And I believe based on this probability of what I would put my money on it. But what if you're dreaming? Who is it, Brett? Is it Brett talking?
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Brett, what if you're dreaming, bro?
How do you know that you're not dreaming? How do you know that you're not in a simulation?
Wait, how did you wait, hold on here. Perry, how did you know so much in your own head that you weren't dreaming to ask the question.
Could be. I don't know.
What you were dreaming.
That's what Perry's saying. He's saying he's not 100%
I don't know.
Then how did he ask the question? Wait a second. Then how can I even take it seriously, Perry? Because how do I know that you're not dreaming while asking me if I'm not dreaming?
You're presupposing that just the fact that you're experiencing me asking
Wait, what am I presupposing? Your question?
I'm about to tell you, but interrupted me. You presuppose that just the fact that I can ask you that question, that equals 100% certainty that that question is being asked in reality.
You asked me if I was dreaming.
What if you are? How do you know? What I asked you was how do you know that you're not dreaming?
Wait. So how do I know that I'm not dreaming? Right. How do I know that you're not dreaming?
You don't.
Asking me the question you don't know that
I could be.
Dreaming.
That's what Perry's saying.
I could be. You're proving my point for me.
Wait a second. Hold on. So your point is I can't tell if I'm dreaming.
Not 100%.
You can't tell if you're dreaming.
Not 100%.
And yet you just asked the question
with
whether
my
99.9%
confidence. I asked that question. Correct.
Wait.
He may or may not have asked the question.
So you're 99% confident that you asked the question.
Well, 99.9.
Gee, let him respond, buddy. Come on.
You know, not just 99. You know, that's a pretty high probability, honestly.
Hey,
Perry, I'll hammer your ass on this.
That's fine. And I'm.
Guys, it's really important you understand this. I'm 100% certain that I just finished the fucking beer, and it was so good.
Yeah, I'm 100% certain that I'm not dreaming.
I licked the bottle.
Can I say
you're not dreaming,
Brett, I have a question for you, Brett. How much of that beer evaporated
you
from the
let
time
people
you poured
get
it in
in,
the cup?
you guys have to let
Scott has a good question.
A molecule or two.
Theoretically, is I guess what we're.
So you didn't actually finish it.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, saying that no beer evaporated or no beer was left on the side of the glass.
Oh no, some got into my beer.
You'll get. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And it still won't. Let. I am so certain that you are not.
He's gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Did you hear this fucking shit? Are you hearing this? Okay, look, Mr. Perry.
Opposite to
Mr. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Me saying that I could not exist
How
is
did
the
you
complete
even know
antipode.
that you were awake to give the benefit of the doubt?
I don't. I could not be awake.
Okay, then how did you do it?
Well, what he's trying to do is
there could be a way
to a basic epistemological position.
People sleep talk. People sleep talk.
Slow down for the audience. Slow down for the audience.
I need some motherfuckers who are gonna play this little game to actually present an answer.
And I told you. What if I'm sleep talking?
No. You're trying to evade. I'm gonna get you, you little rat. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me? How did you know that you were awake enough to ask that question?
I don't know.
He's already said he doesn't know.
Yeah.
You're pushing him to a standard he's not holding.
I'm waiting for you to get to the rifle to the answer because it's not happening.
Okay, then
I don't
asking
know.
the question.
You're the one asking me questions and I'm answering.
No, you're the one doing it, and I'm just calling your ass on it because, well, you're the one that presented these standards. Don't you understand?
What do you guys think about the Thanksgiving Day parade? Do you guys still watch it, or is it kind of like lame?
I watch the football game that goes on, but
okay, I just wondered. Sorry, continue.
What about that sports ball, guys?
Guys, the World Cup starts in November 20th.
I love tennis.
World Cup starts November 20th.
Dude, doubles, let's go. What?
I'm sorry, G. I know you're just trying to hold people accountable, and I know Perry is trying to defend his position honestly too. It's just,
well, he should have thought about it before telling me how I thought. Before then, we would have all been game, but then the moment he did that, I thought, I'm gonna get him.
But we can forgive people, right? Or even if it did happen.
I can, but I would
just
love for him to actually answer a question. How did he trust himself enough to even ask these questions?
And I'll answer again. I don't know. I can't know.
Well, Perry's saying
Dorian hadn't spoken in a while.
Okay, then stop asking them. How about that?
You asked me a question. I was going to do the same. I'm so confused.
I did. I really did ask you a question. I'm waiting for you to stop asking them because you cannot trust your goddamn self to ask them.
You got to settle down, bro. Calm down, man. It's all good, dude.
I know you're passionate about this, man. I'm sorry. We don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, it's not about passion or anything like that. this guy is trying to get you to believe that you can't believe your own goddamn mind whenever you ask a damn question. But every single time you say something, he presents to you a new question. No, I'm going to present to him exactly the same bullshit he's trying to present to everybody
and I'll
else.
answer you.
It
And I
is
won't
not
be mad.
a, oh, I'm waiting for you to answer me. How the hell do you trust yourself?
Garrett, I think all Perry's trying to do is kind of engage in some discussion. Like,
Oh, I
there's no
don't
need to
think
be
so.
like.
Oh, I'm so
aggressive.
sorry,
Well,
Josh. I don't think so.
I mean, I don't think you're sorry, but I
all right,
understand.
Josh.
Like, I do think
am
that's
so
the truth.
sorry, Josh.
I
don't
you.
think so.
So basically, G, you're asking Perry, how do you know that you know what you know, right? It goes back to that.
No, I was already telling everybody what I think I know and what everybody else was telling me. They were telling me, oh, well, I think I know this. And then Perry comes along and says, well, how do you know? Well, how do you know anything along these certain standards? And then I present to Perry, hey, well, how do you even know anything that you're saying to me along exactly the same standards you just presented to us?
I don't.
And then guess what? I get all these nonsense.
I
like
say I don't.
Guys,
look,
hey guys,
Perry,
if you had a
hold on. Perry, I think he wants to hear a humble, I don't know.
I do not know anything for 100% certain.
Good.
Period.
Now keep it to yourself.
Well, then don't ask me about it. Then if you don't want to hear it, that's fine.
I wanted that. I wanted you to admit to your own damn standards. Now keep it to your fucking self.
Yes, I will admit to my initial comment of the whole
Thomas,
topic.
I think that we could honestly do a debate between these two, and one of the rounds that is required is a steel manning.
Sure, I would love that.
Steel manning is my favorite part of the arguments.
No, but we're all jacked up, and like a few people said, we should take a break, just like breathe for a second, and like kind of explore more topics to be productive. But I think honestly, I would listen to that future debate if you guys put it on Pangburn, and I think it would be dope because you could then present the arguments. You have to
What's my pay cut?
Brett is a teacher, after all. He does have to deal with this.
Man,
so.
I'm telling you, I think it would be a great debate.
It would be a hell of a debate. I think Pangburn would probably do that.
Yeah,
I'll talk to Travis about it and see if we can set that up.
Honestly, guys, I wish politicians would engage in these types of debates.
I genuinely don't know what Perry would do, because he would walk in and say, I don't know what to say.
Exactly.
I'm only 99% sure that I'm even here.
Exactly.
Let alone that you're here.
That's a pretty good steel man. And what's wrong with that?
Nothing. I'm just waiting for you to stop saying things.
Why do you want me to stop saying things?
Because you keep saying things even though you have no faith in your own damn self to say them.
That's all I use is faith and confidence. And confidence that the 99%...
It seems to be exactly the case.
Yeah, confidence is not the same thing as 100%.
Is 100% the same thing as 100% plus 99999?
Well, clearly not, since...
Since what? You just made it up, right?
Well, you just said 100%.
Just go, right?
100% is not equal to...
What?
Yeah, in our subjective terms that we use...
How do you even have faith that I said that? I'm just using your own damn thing against you.
Yeah, and I want to talk, but I'm waiting for a pause that I can actually talk without
How'd you know I said anything, let alone pause?
Exhibit A. Because I have confidence with 99%. Certainty.
Do you have confidence?
Yes.
99% certainty.
Yes, what is wrong with that, brother?
Yeah, just real quick, guys. We're getting stuck here. Let's maybe just move it along.
Yeah, let's do it another day, man.
Yeah, one of the rules is ideological repetition. Let's just let's keep going.
I agree.
Hadn't spoken in a while, so let's hear what
we'll call it for the night, and then we'll do it another date if you're fine with that. But yeah, let's not get bogged down and let's talk about other things.
The thing about it is, you guys should have others chime in and what others might on what each of you are talking about.
That's the purpose of this app. Go for it.
But Nivik,
I just felt
the point that
Perry's view follows more in line with like the laws of like nature. Like there's no certainty.
True.
Whereas G's doesn't. That's what I stand.
The point to Scott's point, we impasse right now, and I'm not trying to like have the last word, but I'm saying like it's not Scott made a good point. It's not productive right now.
I'll just go to the comment section. It's much easier to talk in the comment section.
Let me be honest real quick, since I host, guys, real quick. We have to follow the rules or Trav will start making me, enforce them. So just be as calm as we can. And I know it's passionate, contentious stuff.
There's no reason to be passionate. I mean.
Yeah, no, I know. I have to speak to everyone equally. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just saying, I have to enforce these rules. I'm the moderator here. This is
what should we talk about?
So, well, we can go on to what the show's about, but honestly, I was thinking more maybe, not politics. Please, God, no.
I have a couple of questions for G.
Please, Honenheim, go ahead. Yeah, please, Honenheim.
Hold on. Sorry, Honenheim. Go ahead, Honenheim. Sorry. No, basically, the thing that left everybody dumbfounded, I noticed the last weekend, was when G spoke about socialism, communism, and fascism. And the way he put it, I swear, everybody was talking about it all week.
Well, I do want to say.
Well, then let me reiterate. Then, socialism is the idea that the collective is to be held to more importance than the individual, and so much so the individual is to be subordinated to the collective. That is socialism.
Okay, Honenheim had some questions. Yeah. Sorry, I had to get him back in here because he's been trying a long time.
This is the thing. You guys go back and forth.
Nivek, hold on, man.
I get it. Everybody's to hold on.
What do you mean,
you guys? My God, we've got 9 people in here. Come on, guys. Let Honenheim real quick, and then Nivek can go again. Make it easier on me, please.
I'll try.
That's okay, Honenheim. You're good.
Hi. Just a couple of questions. One is, how certain are you that human moral deliberation is moral?
100%.
Well, that depends. I mean, it's like the same way that I know that human literary deliberation is literary, or human carpentry deliberation is carpentry. It's very much the same way. Like for example, I know that for your deliberation right now, it was ask G a question. That was the sole purpose of your deliberation. It wasn't to ask Perry or Josh a question. It was ask G a question. It wasn't ask Thomas or Scott a question. It was ask G a question. That's how I know.
Okay, then how certain are you moral deliberation is moral?
How certain am I? I'm only certain in the sense that I'm doing it. I'm not certain that you're doing it. I'm not certain that Thomas is doing it, or Scott, or Perry, or Josh, or Nivek, or Vlad, or anybody.
The question is, how certain are you moral deliberation is moral? Just moral deliberation, not us doing it.
I think he's saying 100%.
100%?
Oh yeah, 100%. The same way that, like, if you were in front of me, like mathematics, I would know that your deliberation was mathematics.
But there's no value claim on mathematics.
Is there not? What about mathematics?
There's a claim of logic there, and
no, there's a claim of mathematics there.
In morality, you're making a moral claim that moral deliberation is better than not.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying that there's a difference between ethical deliberation and mathematical deliberation. If you're in front of me doing calculus problems, I know that your deliberation is mathematical. The same way that I know that you're in front of me thinking about your interrelationships, your individual.
Sorry,
yes.
Sorry.
Go on.
But how do you know moral deliberation is moral, is a good thing? How do you know that?
Oh, I don't know that it's a good thing.
Oh,
interesting.
When did I say it was a good thing?
Because impeding it, you say, is immoral.
It's against moral. Yes.
But then to make that claim, you're claiming that moral deliberation is moral, are you not?
Moral deliberation is itself. Is that what you're saying? I'm saying that moral deliberation is in fact moral deliberation, and that which goes against it is in fact not moral deliberation. Is that what you mean to say?
No, you're saying that impeding to stop moral deliberation in human cognition is immoral. So then you are claiming that moral deliberation itself is a moral action.
No, I'm saying that the human brain produces this effect, and to stop it is to do the opposite. That's what I'm saying.
I think that's what he was saying, though, right? Or am I confused here? Maybe I'm confused.
No, he's asking me to say, as an outsider, how would I feel about that? Is it moral or is it not? That's not important to me.
Isn't your syllogism, though, impeding on moral deliberation is immoral?
Violating human consciousness.
Violating human consciousness is immoral.
Friends, if you wanted my syllogism, all you had to do is ask. Let me scroll up here on my handy dandy model.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
If ethical deliberation is a product of human cognition, then the human cognition is the source of the category of ethics. If human cognition is the source of the category of ethics itself, then to violate human cognition is to violate ethics categorically. Ethical deliberation is a product of human cognition, therefore to violate human cognition is to violate the ethics categorically.
I already been over that with G already. I already been over with that with G earlier when I was saying it's something that just naturally happens, and that's impossible to not violate. I don't see how you can get around it.
I think in that you are saying, though, that moral deliberation is a moral act, because to violate it is immoral. You're saying that.
Wait, hold on. So moral deliberation is not a moral act? How can it be anything other than itself?
You're putting a value claim on it, though. Moral deliberation. Why are you saying it's? Why
it
should
is
you do
itself.
How do you know? Yeah,
what
do
you mean? No. We're switching the topic. How do I know? That's not what we're talking about. Moral deliberation is moral deliberation.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
How is it not itself?
I'm just saying that it may actually be immoral to deliberate morals. You don't know that it's moral.
So then it's immoral action. What are you saying? Moral is immoral? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're assigning a value claim to moral deliberation. Moral deliberation is just simply moral deliberation.
Now we're switching. Now we're switching again. Okay, so is moral deliberation, or is moral deliberation immoral deliberation? Which one is it?
But I'm not,
okay, so moral deliberation is in fact moral deliberation.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's actually moral to deliberate morals, does it?
Okay, so it's not moral.
Are you
assuming that?
What do we mean then? But no, you're going to have to explain what you mean. It's like, look, if I say mechanical engineering is mechanical engineering, but in your sense, it's not mechanical. So what do we mean by mechanical?
An example?
Well, no, I'm not making a claim. So it's just a simple question: do you think moral deliberation is moral? 100%, 80%?
I don't. If you think yes, so is moral deliberation, or is it something else?
No.
So
is
what
moral
about like people
moral?
who are in
is it better than
countries?
Not deliberating morals? I'm asking.
Okay, so better.
If deliberating morals is moral.
So is I mean, you're going to have to really analyze what you're saying to me. Is moral deliberation moral? Okay, it's itself. Is mechanical engineering deliberation mechanical?
Real quick.
Is it moral deliberation if it's coming from an abuser?
Is it moral deliberation?
If it's coming from an abuser.
Okay, so is moral deliberation coming from an abuser?
Could we get a definition of deliberation?
Hang on one second. Let's let Dorian finish real quick, and then Josh, you can. 1 second. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dorian.
So you're an abuser, You now decide that I'm for whatever reason, now you give some sort of praise or whatever it is.
Wait a
Now,
second.
is it
So
moral?
hold on. No, I've got to stop you.
One
No,
second.
I've already got to stop you. So we've moved from abusing deliberation to something
I'm not
else, right?
necessarily abusing. I'm just saying, what if the person is an abuser, right? And you're saying moral deliberation, right? Is it moral, right? In this case, would it be moral?
In what case
I'm saying,
would what be more?
if
Okay, so hold on.
the person was an abuser, right, and they're
so
still giving
abuser.
moral deliberation for what they've done.
Wait, hold on. So hold on. We have abuser here. We've detached abuser from deliberation, and we have moral deliberation. So does the moral deliberation have anything to do with the abuser deliberation?
I think they do. They work hand in hand.
I don't know what that
One wouldn't
means.
occur without the other.
So we have abuser deliberation and moral deliberation, and they're the same.
In this context, I'm not going to use it for everything. I'm just using for in this context, just to examine where that line is.
So in this context that you're presenting to me, you have already equated abuser deliberation and moral deliberation. I can't even separate them. Do you understand that?
And that's fine. Okay.
There's nothing I can do with it. You're just saying these are the same thing. Here, G, analyze it. And I'm saying, wait a second. Are they not different? And you're saying, no, they're not different.
Let's see if I can clarify positions. It sounds like there's some meta ethics talking. I think Honenheim was trying to say that moral he's asking if moral deliberation was moral, meta ethically. And I think I know where you're coming from too, G. I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page and let the audience know where we're at. You know what I mean? And I think we got Travis up here with us, so if he wants to jump in and make a comment, that'd be great too. And Honenheim, if you want to go again, that's cool.
No. Travis is here. Go, Travis. And I'm just asking the question. I'm trying to deliberate this all in my head, G. And this is like I'm dying to find some kind of objective morality now. So please convince me sometime. But yeah, sorry, I'll shut up. Travis, go.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to say there's been a lot of we're circling around on some of the same things. Let's just try to be as helpful as we can be to each other, and let's try to why don't we first try to understand exactly what Honenheim's asking for? So Honenheim, can you tell me what it is you don't quite understand about G's position here?
Oh, so it seems like there is some kind of value claim on moral deliberation, and I could be wrong. So that's what I.
Okay, so you're saying, in a more meta, you're wondering if G is claiming that at a fundamental level, you're asking if he believes that moral deliberation, if it's good.
Yes.
Right. And
yeah.
G,
I thought that's what I got.
And G, do you think it's good?
No.
You're kind of you just so is this not a moral anti-realist position then?
Is this a moral realist position? Is that what you said?
Moral anti-realist.
I said moral anti-realist because you're not really claiming
this is
that
as realist as it gets.
But you're not claiming to have found the objective metric of morality, are you?
Yes.
Okay. And so the deliberation itself, you're saying, is not necessarily good or bad. You're just saying descriptively, moral deliberations happen in the minds of man. And I believe, if I'm remembering back when I looked at your syllogism, you're saying to violate the source of that ethical deliberation would be objectively wrong. Is that correct?
Yes. To violate it would be objectively wrong.
Now, Honenheim, do you disagree with that? Do you think that's simply, a normative claim that has no, objective basis to it, simply born of the sentiments, or what do you believe about that claim?
Well, it seemed like that's the same question I asked before. So now he is saying that it is unethical, immoral to liberate morals. So it seemed like it's changed.
Well, no. I'm saying ethically deliberating is neither good nor bad. To violate
that
ability to determine that for oneself is most certainly bad. It is not good because it is not a deliberation of the person deliberating.
So, I mean, from my perspective as a moral well-beingist, I think in most cases I would agree with you, G, that a violation of one's consciousness in most cases I would say is probably bad based on my perspective. But I would say the reason I could give as to why I feel that would be born of my sentiments of my pleasure hierarchy, which are born of my pleasure drive. So, I'm basically saying I would think that because I kind of feel it, that I've come to find, the most pleasure in my current moral quest, which is as a moral well-being.
Right. The moment that I come along and tell you how you ought to conclude things, that's whenever you can know for certain that there's no good here, because you haven't actually determined that for your damn self. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean that determining things in and of itself is either good or bad. It's just you actually producing the calc, right?
Yeah, but I think hang on, Nivik. Yeah, but I think I'm disagreeing with you fundamentally that thing you are you've landed on, I would say, is a pretty damn good foundation for a for morality. But again, I'm only judging that through my own moral sentiments, which I claim are subjective.
Exactly.
Can I rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
So how certain are you that moral deliberations are ethical?
I'm only certain in the sense that they're ethical. I'm not certain in the sense that they're mathematical.
But Honenheim, he just said that he doesn't say the deliberations themselves are.
Oh shoot! Sorry, yeah.
Right or wrong.
So, how certain are you? Sorry, that violating someone's moral deliberations is unethical?
100%.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I was asking.
Okay.
Yes,
100%. Now, took a while.
Now,
I would
ask,
as in 100%.
And I would ask you,
as far as that bar can be filled up. That's what I mean. Yeah, go on, Travis.
Yeah. So now my question for you would be why adopt it as a dogma as opposed to something that could possibly be wrong?
Is 1 + 1 a dogma?
Is 1 + 1 a dogma? No, I mean we're open. We're actually open to the fact that some ancient.
I don't adopt
it as a
dogma.
It could be wrong.
Gee, try not to interrupt me, man. I was giving you my answer. Okay, let's just try to unwind yourself a bit here. You're wound up a bit. So what I would say is that, in the mathematicians I have spoken to, they said that, they will say that anything in mathematics could always be overturned. It's possible for it to be overturned, and it would be a dream come true. The greatest thing to ever happen to mathematics for someone to figure out, or for an alien to come down and show us how 1 + 1 is incorrect based on some principle we just couldn't come to by ourselves, or for whatever reason. So I don't think that mathematics is dogmatic. I think it's controvertible if someone comes forth to show us a different answer.
Yeah.
So I guess my answer to you would be, is 1 + 1 a dogma? No, but it sounds like what you are, this idea you've landed on, you've adopted it as a dogma. And I guess I would ask,
No, I don't think so.
what's the difference? What's the difference if you were just to say, like, yeah, I mean, it's possible my system's wrong. I'm open to it, but at this point, I see it as my best foot forward for now.
Because my system isn't just predicated on the idea of the ethics. Okay, so my system may be entirely wrong in its predicates, so to speak.
Right.
But the idea that you produce thought and that your thought has a certain character to it, that is not wrong.
Agreed.
That is not some sort of dogma. That's not what I'm saying here. Any more than what I would say a dog is going to fetch a bone if you throw it to it is some sort of dogma.
Well, is it possible? Well, I mean, for me as a thinker, like and for my understanding of dogma, if you believe something incontrovertibly true, like Josh believes about the Christian God, I think I would say you're making the same mistake as Josh
No, I don't think
putting
so.
such a. Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you what I think, but I understand you think differently.
No, I get that. There's a major difference between a dogma and, like we've talked about before, an axiom. Okay, so like equals isn't a dogma. Equals is the middle.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I'm talking about dogma in the sense of something being incontrovertibly true. Now, and I don't believe that's what an axiom is. Axioms are, well, how would you describe an axiom?
Dogmas are 100%, axioms are not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dogmas are just, they are accepted that it's like, not possible for them.
Okay, so let me go ahead and just okay, so a dogma is a principle or set of beliefs laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly.
That's just what Travis said, though.
That's what I just said.
Okay, so let's
not
compare
able
that
to
to
be
an axiom.
That's 100%.
Not able to be denied.
An axiom is a rule you put in a formal system to derive theorems from.
Yeah,
it's
and the
an
axiom,
accepted truth.
Yeah, and truth, and in my mind, like I have truth. I have my epistemological standard of truth. I think it's true that I'm breathing air right now, but I also think that it's possible that I'm not. Now, I don't think that this possibility of me not breathing air is going to inform my epistemology to any level, the things I know or the things I claim to be true. But I'm simply just saying that in some world, it might be the case that I'm wrong about that belief or claim. And that's kind of why I created I start with the maxim that I start with. And I just, when I hear you with the level of conviction you have to your ideas, it just it falls in the category of dogma the same way I would identify a dogma from a religious person.
Yeah, that's weird because I'm not a religious person, and that's the thing about it is that now that you've said dogma in that sense, whenever I said dogma as laid down by an authority person, you guys.
Well, I would say you're the authority here.
You guys seem to have just disregarded that aspect and just said,
no one disregarded that.
I'm the authority.
Yeah. So you would be the authority here, laying down the the tenets, right? So that's how I view it. And I'm not saying that like
I'm
not saying
authority.
I'm not I'm not saying that that like dogmas can't be pragmatic in serving our purposes, and this one may be for you. I'm just saying that's kind of I use that basic, I would call it the contemporary usage of dogmatism. You know?
Okay, well, let me reiterate that again. A principle or set of beliefs laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true. Saying something is incontrovertibly true is not the same thing as being dogmatic.
You just read the definition of dogma. That's what the definition of dogma is.
Yeah, that's what the definition of dogma is. Now,
so
whenever I
say...
What?
You just said that's not dogmatic in principle, even though you just read the...
What did I say wasn't dogmatic?
You read the definition of dogma, and then you followed
Okay, what did I say wasn't dogmatic?
The definition that you just said, and then you followed it.
No. What did I say wasn't dogmatic?
Definition. That's what I'm saying. You said.
No, I wasn't talking. No, I was just reading the definition of dogmatic. What did I say wasn't dogmatic?
Everybody's favorite animal. I like.
No, Josh. No, Josh. Let's try to get to the end of this here.
So
what did I say wasn't dogmatic?
Based on my definition of and how I'm using dogmatic, do you see how I would do what you say? Like when you say I guess you use like this percentage model of certainty, but
certainty.
Being one.
No. It's in my model that determinacy and indeterminacy are part of the same equation. That's part of my model.
But again, I'm just talking about your conviction to your ideas, right?
That's not dogma.
If it's incontrovertibly true, if you're claiming this, then based on my usage of dogma, which you disagree with it, but I would suggest that it's the contemporary usage, common usage. I would say that, based on how I'm using it, that is dogma because you're claiming that it's certainly the case and incontrovertibly so. Is that not?
Travis, but if you're following what I'm saying, man, dude, I'm telling you that certainty is most certainly not certain. That's what I'm trying to tell you is involved in the actual. No, it isn't what you were saying. You were trying to have her doubt everything they said, doubt everything they believed, doubt everything they saw, doubt everything they felt. That's what you were trying to do, and I called you on it, and that's what's led to this moment.
No, I just don't want them to be 100. I don't want them to be 100% about it.
What, 100%?
Well, let's try to clear. Let's try to.
You 100% don't want people to be for 100%. Is that what you're saying?
And I'll say for a sixth time.
Sounds like a dogma.
So
where
Perry,
are you getting this?
Yeah.
So Perry, is it your goal? Do you think it's a good principle to try and eliminate dogmas from your belief sets? In that, something could come along to convince you otherwise of something that you thought was incontrovertibly true. For instance, the Christian who is now an atheist, right? They at one time, in many cases, thought that it was incontrovertibly the case that Yahweh is God and the ultimate creator, and I think that's what Josh would believe. So Perry, do you think dogma in the way that I use it, are you simply cautioning against adopting dogmas here?
Exactly, and that's why I said the word bad habit, because it's a bad habit to convince yourself with conviction that something, that your own subjective idea, that you have some presuppositional origin. That is,
now
how'd you convince yourself of that right there?
Sorry, G, I just wanted to go with Perry for 2 seconds, if I may. Perry, so now from a pragmatic sense, it sounds like G is, wondering, or maybe he thinks that you would apply this to your senses, like pragmatically. It sounds like you like, for instance, a cynic who might come up with some principalism might cynically start looking at like, oh, well, I can't even tell if this is food in front of me, so I can't even tell if I don't know if I should eat it or not. Does this principle affect you at that level, or is it more in a in a really fundamental sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I am unfortunately nihilistic and cynical in many ways, and
would have never guessed.
Well,
and so to take your point of the atheist point, I mean, I wouldn't consider myself an atheist. I would consider myself an agnostic atheist.
And yeah, well, an agnostic atheist is still an atheist.
Almost like an idealist, wouldn't you?
So I would, but what I say is that, so everyone is agnostic is my claim. That
is it
that I'm.
Why is it like a 99% claim,
yeah.
or is it like a 100% claim, or 199%?
99. You said it. You said it. You don't got to keep.
What is? Yeah, this whole percentage thing gets a little bit weird. I think
it's anything except 100% is my. I mean, whatever.
You know, a term.
Okay, so then 100% plus 99 would be cool.
100%. No, anything under. There's no. That's an irrational number. I mean, anything above.
You notice how certain you are about this dogmatically.
I'm not 100%. I could be wrong.
Perry,
Perry,
are you only presenting this as what you think is a good idea for the moment? Like it's possible you're wrong, right, Perry?
So it's 100%, and I'm willing. And I'm willing.
Is it
to be
wait,
wrong about
Perry?
that.
Perry?
Yeah.
Let's be a little bit consistent. So when you say, yeah, man, 100%.
I didn't say that.
You might want to look at
I didn't say 100%.
No. Hang on. I know, but didn't you just say 100% in response to me? But all I'm saying, hang on. I'm not trying to corner you or anything, but
sure.
I'll just take this as an opportunity to promote my my maxim. The first maxim in my book, that certainty is almost certainly unattainable. That might be a way you want to present it, Perry, as opposed to having to bring, any kind of mathematical percentage, probabilistic game into it. You can just say that simple statement, and then when you become, almost certain about something, like the laws of like the logical absolutes or something like that, you can simply use that maxim, or maybe you will come up with a better maxim. And the reason why I like the maxim is because it just states right inside it. It deals with this problem that a lot of people have when someone will say, well, I don't think you should be certain about things. And then they'll respond with, are you certain about that?
Definitely.
And so you can just say that you're only almost certain about being almost certain about almost certain. It's just the dogma. What I find is that like that the allure of dogma is kind of always pulling at us, trying to get us to commit to things to such a degree. And I just think it's wise, myself serving my own purposes, I find it fundamentally pleasurable to leave a window open for where, any idea I have, or that any ape has, or that any alien has, or that any God might have. It's possible that
I gotta say, Travis, I don't think our friend here agrees with you.
I mean, I
think he wants us to be 100%.
Hang on, man. You can't read. You
can't
read his mind. Real quick, let Perry say it real quick. What do you think?
For fuck's sake.
No, I would essentially agree with pretty much all of that, and I'll say it for a 6th or 7th time. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to say, Travis, that I inevitably am dogmatic in what I say.
No, dude. I will always claim to you directly what I mean, and what I offered to you was my maxim, because in situations where you're trying to communicate out how important you think it is to shake oneself from dogma. It's just that maxim kind of does it quickly, and it deals with that problem of like people coming back at you saying, well, are you certain about that? It's like, right within the maxim, it says you're only almost certain about that.
And that's why it's a maxim and or an axiom rather than a dogma, because it is subject to potentially being proven wrong.
Overturned. Yeah.
I feel like I mentioned that.
And G, I would ask you, do you think that's a helpful maxim? And if you do, then I would I would kind of push you and ask why you don't apply it to your, your current moral system that you're developing. Because I think it does make it more. There's something more.
It's presuppositional.
No.
Anyway, let's let G.
It's like this guy just wants to trigger me.
Well, maybe you're just easily triggered tonight, G. You sound wound up.
No, it's not presuppositional. I've tried to make that clear, and
everyone is presuppositional.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, he's 100% certain in his dogmatic view that everyone is presuppositional.
Yep, and I'll say that for a seventh.
Okay, so I win.
A seventh time. I've said this 6 other times. If you're going to say that subjectivity is 100% true, then yes, I will agree with it. We can roll back the tape. I've said this 6 times.
Okay, yeah, we can roll back to. I think if G and Perry could mute, I'd like to go around the room if we could and get everyone's opinion about this exchange because I think it's fascinating. Scott, what do you think about this exchange between G and Perry, and where do you land on how you see G's conviction to his ideas here? Are you there, Scott? Or Thomas, how about you first?
Scott, are you there? I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead, man. Sorry, I was yawning.
I've
been up since 5:30.
I don't want to challenge anyone because I'm way too effed up, but I am a fallibilist, so I don't know if any beliefs are certain. I've been thinking this a long time in my life, and then just made his maxim, and that's pretty much what I agree with because that's how I felt my entire life. I can't be certain of anything. I don't know about percentages, but I can't be certain of anything.
Anything other than
I'm almost certain that I can't be certain of anything.
Yeah.
So,
Wait a second. So you're certain of something, right? That you're not
I am
certain.
almost certain that I can't be certain of anything because that's a better way to say it. That's why I changed it to what Travis said.
Okay, Thomas. Now let's get Honenheim. I literally do want to get everyone's response because I think it's important to develop in helping each other develop our ideas.
Honenheim, you there, bud?
Honenheim, yeah. So
and Honenheim, what's your perspective?
Travis, I think we can't hear you very well.
Oh,
can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. I just couldn't hear Travis very well.
Okay, it seems from my perspective, could be wrong, that Perry is not certain about his views, and he's saying 100%, but I'm sure he would happily say he's not 100% certain that he's not certain. But it seems like G is saying he is 100%. Well, he said 100% certain on 3 things so far. So, yeah.
No, I've just repeated Perry's statements.
Okay, so that's Honenheim's take. Brett, what's your take, man?
Brett.
What's up?
Yeah, have you been listening, brother?
I have, but I also.
Okay, what's your take on their positions? Or just your own thought on the subject, whatever.
Sure. So, I think that what's happening is there are 2 perspectives of consciousness that are being explained, and yet neither one can agree on what is the necessity of validity of proof.
Okay, so Brett, let's just take a step back here.
Justification.
Can you hear me, Thomas?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Maybe Thomas is having a hard time.
I can't hear you, Travis. Is he talking?
Yes, he is.
Okay, yeah, I can't hear Travis.
Can you hear me
now, Travis? Thomas is talking.
Thomas?
Yes, barely. You're cutting in and out.
Oh, but you can hear me, Brett?
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you if you were talking. My bad.
Yeah, Thomas, he's trying to ask me some questions right now.
Oh, I apologize. I couldn't
Brett,
hear him at all. I still can't.
So Brett, specifically, what I would like to know is, um, uh, within your own thinking, what you think, your own value set, do you think it's valuable to attempt to rid yourself of any ideas or beliefs that you think are incontrovertibly true, or are you or do you think it's okay to land on things and go with things with this, I guess it's been referenced as like 100% certainty?
Can you give me a quick example?
Well, anything. Brett, are you absolutely certain about anything to a degree that it's not possible for it not to be the case?
That really made sense.
Travis, I'm really sorry you cut out for me for like 10 seconds. Can you repeat the question?
I can't hear anything.
Damn it.
Just so y'all know, I'm over here in Trav's garden, over here in Discord. Please come hang out.
Yeah, well now I know Travis is trying to talk, but I don't hear anything.
Well.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Trav, if you can...
Well, can you guys hear me now?
Hear us? We can't hear you right now, man.
Check.
We can't hear you, Trav.
Damn.
Maybe hit us up in the chat.
I can hear you, That's why I accidentally interrupted earlier.
Wait.
Travis.
You can hear Travis? Oh man, the app's
so
definitely glitching then.
Honenheim, can you
I could hear him for a while, and then
he's talking to me. Can I just translate for him?
Honenheim, please just continue with this.
Sure,
I'd just like to get the room's response to the question I was asking you. So, I'll hang up. Yeah.
Okay. So Travis was just asking to get the response from everyone in the room, if everyone could give this response that he was asking, so what their take is on the difference of opinion between G and Perry, and then possibly their own opinion. So whoever hasn't gone yet, go ahead.
Okay, I'll give my 10 second because I was trying to understand the question. I agree with G to a degree that there could be 100% proof of something, and my answer is going to sound cheesy, but it's love. And
Bingo.
I'll stop there.
Bingo. Man, you nailed it, homie. Love.
Who else hadn't been? Nivek, have you spoken?
Well, you said that you know that you wouldn't be manipulated, and the violation of conscious thought is wrong. How do you know if you're not manipulated to have the thoughts that you're having?
Because I won't have the thoughts that I'm having without manipulation from myself to have them. That's how.
Okay. So you're saying like even though a person made you think that you made you think what you thought, at the end of the day, it came from.
Yeah. I think what I want myself to think.
So they're not violating your consciousness.
No, if they try to, I mean, I can just disengage, right? For example, Nibik, you could fill my head with all kinds of crazy shit right now. I could say, sorry, Nivik, I'm all good. Bye-bye. And that'd be that.
No, I'm saying if you did something and I rigged it and you and said that you made a mistake, you could end up being fooled because people fool other people.
I could also do the opposite, couldn't I?
Well, you would come to the conclusion. A person could come to the conclusion that there's something wrong that they did. In reality, they didn't do anything wrong. It was just rigged to make you think that.
Oh yeah, is that right? I could do the opposite.
What do you mean, like think differently than what reality would make you think?
Yeah, exactly the opposite. That's right.
No, you can't.
Oh, I can.
So if something was done to, if a different effect, if something else would have happened to you that caused you to do something else other than what you would have done, you're telling me that that wouldn't be the case?
That's correct. I can do the opposite.
He's omniscient.
No, I'm not.
How so?
He keeps trying this. Perry does. He thinks he's gonna get away with it, but he's not.
They fear their own dog.
Get to Brady.
G has them running from their own dogma. Good job, G. G wins. That's my opinion.
You're welcome, my dear Brady. I love you, buddy.
G,
Thank you for noticing.
G, you really care about the family unit in it being important, right?
No, I don't. You know what I care about this? Ontology begins for the human when it emerges from out of the topos of their own damn thought. Within the intended meaning,
Brady, we got some background noise, brother.
Its definition is supplied from the exact same existential and extended point in the universe. That's them. That's what I care about. Moving on.
Nicely said.
Come from you and not an effect of the environment.
I said that about you, Nivik. Now shut up.
Jesus Christ,
man.
Intellectual brutality.
Right.
Oh. Said what about me? It went over my head. I'm too slow.
Your own damn ontology begins whenever it emerges from your own damn skull.
Let's pick the pace up a little bit.
So Josh, did you have a say, Josh? I don't know if you were around everyone. I don't know if Thomas and Scott, did you put forward a...
Yell at me tomorrow.
No, I'm okay. I'm fine with just listening to everyone's opinions.
G, I didn't mean to upset you.
You could never upset me, my dear love.
You're gonna have to try a lot harder if you want to upset him. You're gonna have to try way harder.
Okay, I thought like when he cursed, he was upset.
So a question,
no, he's not easily upset.
Question for you then, Brady. Brady, are you 100% certain of these things that G is also 100% certain of?
I'm gonna go with 99.9999999% certain.
Hey Brady, check this out.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Brady,
okay.
Brady, you want to hear some crazy shit? I am 100% certain that Honenheim just asked you that question, and 100% certain that you just responded with a 99.99999. I just heard that 100%, man.
It's good enough for me. But yeah, a funny story is I just got done in a room, like somebody angrily targeted Schnarf. Y'all know Schnarf. There's a small community here of people on Call-In so far. It's a new app. We're beta testing this, so everyone knows who Schnarf is. And Schnarf decided to target me in the middle of a podcast, just go after everything I said. And I'm like, what the fuck do you want, Schnarf? Like, and he tries to call me a racist and all this shit. And it totally fucking works, dude. The whole fucking room thinks I'm a racist and like I'm a bad guy and all this stuff. And then like after the room ends, he goes and opens a room exactly about the topic that I was trying to bring up, basically coming to the conclusions that I was trying to get people to come to. And like all the same time talking about what a bad guy I am. So
you want to hear the big guns, Brady?
I'd love to hear the big guns.
Ask any one of them what is the issue with racism. Let's see if any one of them can give you even a single reason why racism is evil.
Well, they can't because they already blocked me from the comment section.
Oh, wouldn't have imagined.
Right? Yeah.
Wouldn't have imagined.
Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, that. I mean, this kind of conversations and questions is so far and beyond that would just blow their mind so fucking much. Like they're just not even ready to approach that, dude. You know, it's so embarrassing. Like I'm so embarrassed of the left. I'm ashamed of the left the way that I used to be embarrassed and ashamed of conservatives. Does anyone else relate to this?
Is he saying that you're a classic conservative? is what he's is suggesting.
I'm not saying I'm becoming conservative, but it's just a shame that to feel the same way about my fellow lefties as I do about the people I've spent my life fighting.
There
you
are
know?
no fellows.
I said closet
no
conservative.
There are no fellows. I like that. That's a good one. I can subscribe to that. There are no fellows.
I said closet
There's
conservative.
only you.
Yeah, there's only us. Yeah, we're all individuals here. But yeah, I mean, it's really sad that I used to really like the Daily Show and the Colbert Report. I thought they were brilliant and hilarious. I got so much joy. I learned so much from watching them. And then they got corporatized, or maybe they've always been corporatized, and I just became aware of it as I got older. But it's just
Josh,
a
give us
shame.
your opinion on this.
Opinion on
It's
racism?
just a shame to watch your heroes become just to be disillusioned by people who used to be your heroes. It's just such a shame.
No, it isn't, Brady.
Maybe it's a good thing in disguise. Yeah, because it means that we're all our own hero.
What's going on?
That thing that you thought was your heroism, that was in you, dude.
Right? Exactly. I like it, man. That's fucking brilliant point. You guys are cool as fuck. Y'all get me.
It wasn't them.
If you're thinking of becoming a conservative.
Yeah, dude. I feel you, man. I feel you. I totally feel that, and I totally have become my own hero.
Be it. Stop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was making a joke about Halloween the other day. I'm like, every day is Halloween for me. I get to be exactly who I want to be every day. You know what I mean? And that feels pretty liberating. Even though I don't make a lot of money, I don't make enough money for my current happiness to justify my current happiness level. But
maybe you do.
Right? A lot of poor people are. What do y'all think about poor people being happier than rich people? Is that true, or is it just that we see them in very happy moments on camera when there's a camera there?
All right, let's have some other people go for a minute, and then we'll let G and Brady go right back at it. Honenheim, Perry, Nivik, Brett, anybody? Scott.
Yeah, just saying that the guy was accusing you of being a closet conservative, not if you're thinking of becoming a conservative. So that's suggesting.
Well, I think I've come to realize that I'm both conservative and liberal. It just depends on the time of day and the topic. I think it's important to be both. If you're not one or not the other, then you're an imbalanced human by nature. And so it's important to have both a conservative and liberal side, no matter who you are. Be ecologically conservative, try to conserve the environment, and be socially liberal, try to let people do what they want as long as they're not hurting anyone else.
That's not where I'm coming from. I'm saying that there are conservatives who are far right and say that, hey, I'm center left. So they do this goalpost moving tactic, right?
Right, yeah.
They try to do this what do you call it? Overton window shift tactic in making a person think that, oh crap, I'm really they make a person think where they're falsely are. So if you think if a person who's far right, they think they're the center, and they're saying that you're to the extreme, then you're gonna say, "Oh crap, I'm to the extreme," and then you're gonna go to a point where it's far right, falsely thinking that you're at another point, and it's a way to manipulate a person's mind to make them falsely think they are someplace where they're really not. And
they're still.
He's wondering if you're trying to be that, if you're trying to do that tactic.
Respond to that, Brady, and then we're gonna get somebody else.
I can do that for fun every now and then. I'm capable of doing that for fun, but it doesn't last long, man. I love just being my wild self.
Or maybe the spectrum is not helpful because it continually divides people to actually have a real conversation about it.
Yeah.
I think if you actually asked most people and we cut the bullshit about, what is truth or whatever else, most people of today's age would agree that judging people on melanin is not just wrong, but it literally dehumanizes people to where it's anti-American.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
The majority of
them. Never guess.
Listen, the majority. Okay, all right. You're being sarcastic. It's all good. But those need to have those conversations need to happen because The problem is that, like Nivik was saying, when people are so in the tribal thing of like left versus right, they don't actually focus on, hey, most people want healthcare. Why aren't we able to get affordable healthcare? Well, let's start naming reasons why we think it might be, and let's not be right. Let's just have a conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much. You guys are cool fucking people here at the Pangburn Hangout. I appreciate that so much. It's such a breath of fresh air to hear, honestly. You know, it's a real struggle out there trying to get people to pull their heads out of the sand. A real struggle. And it's just good to know that I'm not alone completely. It really is nice. Y'all restore my faith in humanity.
We
It's
need
great.
to use the comment section more and
yeah,
address
I agree.
address it more, because other people chime in.
I love you guys in the comment section. I feel like sometimes I'm the only one talking in the comment section, even in rooms of like 300 people. It'd be like just me talking to myself. I'm like, is anyone using this thing? But much love to the comment section. And it makes things quicker. Like sometimes you only need to say something really quick, but honestly, a lot of times the hosts don't really check the comment section either. It's really hard to check the comment section when you're talking or something like that at the same time, though, in any host defense.
I think we can move the conversation along.
Yeah.
I think it's
what
more,
are you guys? What direction do you guys
productive.
want to go in?
Well,
what direction
we were
do you guys
gonna
want to
go
go
around
in?
the room and ask. We're gonna go around the room and ask for people's, I guess, what just opinions on the subject that was talked about, or just what's on their mind, because we hadn't done that in a few minutes. So, anybody want to give their 2 cents who hadn't spoken in a while?
I'm wondering if it's possible.
Honenheim, Brett. Oh, Brett. Yeah, Brett just talked. I'm sorry. Honenheim, go ahead.
I'd say on the same topic of the 100% certainty and dogma, we agree that being 100% certain is dogmatic. Do we or not?
I agree.
Yeah. So then, if you have 100% certainty of something, you're being dogmatic. Yeah.
Only Sith deal in absolutes. I partially agree.
Yeah. I was gonna say that. Yeah. Yeah.
Can someone
if
answer
we could
my
post gifts, I would have.
Can someone answer my question?
Repeat
in
your
the comment
question.
section?
Oh. All right, Perry, did you have something to say, bud?
Well, I'm currently reading Nivik's question. Yes, people can manipulate others, in my opinion, so a person's thoughts might... Well, yeah, I mean... My ace in the hole, my trump card, is that you could be dreaming. You may be a brain manipulated by some other being, right? You can call it God, you can call it whatever you want. And so Nivik, I don't know if you were trying to relate that to 100%, the certainty idea. It might not be wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think people are definitely influenced by other people, and influence and manipulate could be synonymous terms in this case. But I don't know if you were going to like the certainty thing with that, or if you were trying to go to another kind of idea.
I was just saying, like, a person that has ill will towards you, they could want to make you think of yourself in a negative way, and then manipulate the thing that you're doing to end up saying, see, you're dumb, you're retarded, you're a loser, and then you would end up validating them. So you're thinking what they think matters, and what you were thinking didn't matter. When in where your reality was manipulated in a way to control you end up having self-doubt with yourself, because people can make other people feel like shit and make them feel bad about themselves.
I mean, I would say
and
if you're calling someone...
they can distort their reality in where they're insecure, in where they end up not valuing themselves, and they would end up being owned by you in a way.
That's a high probability that would happen. I agree.
So it's a way of owning a person. That person will give you the validation that you seek within yourself, in where your ego, you as a person, matters. It's like the song "Sweet Dreams Are Made of These." Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Those ones. The abusers want.
Guys, we got some stuff going on in the background.
The abusers want. They're self-aggrandizing. They want the other to look up to them, and the other they don't feel valuable, and they want the person that looks down on them approval, and it's like they share a sick relationship. Of the abuser and the abused.
That happens. I'm sure of it. Not 100%, but I'm sure that's.
So to stop the guy from abusing, in imposing on the will of the abused might not be a bad thing, because the will of the abused is just.
You're breaking up a little bit.
It's good to be slave. It's because their well-being is in the slaveholders' hands, and they're just thinking that is a good thing, and to stop that thing is a bad thing, because that is their will, but that's not originally their will. It's the will of the slave that manipulates them through the environment, because their only well-being, survival, is within the slaveholders' hands.
Agreed. Where you going?
Imposing their will of what they want might not be a bad thing, because you're freeing them from their bondage.
I think I get what you're saying. Like a parent and a child who doesn't know better, perhaps?
Well, abusive parent or child, where child protective custody should rightfully come in, right?
But I thought you were saying that there's like a situation where that might be good, or that might be a good thing. Or
let's finish up and respond, and then let's go to Brady and Josh and Scott. They haven't said anything in a while.
Yeah,
I'm saying it could be a good thing to abuse to interfere in the relationship between the abused and the abuser, where the abuse could the abuse became accustomed to the abuse, and they're not so sometimes seeking help outside is a good thing, and things affecting things that that could have an effect on could be important too. And I'm just saying, just to think of yourself as the individual, and your your thought, those thoughts is only what should matter. I'm just saying, like, you outside having outside lines of communication to others that could potentially help you. It could be a good thing as well.
I agree. In some situations, I agree.
So it's a negative. It's a cause and effect outcome of things that are happening of others.
So you want to impose benevolence instead of just non-maleficence.
What's benevolence?
You want to impose a good doing,
my mind is
as though
so
you
blown
think
right now.
whatever you think, instead of not doing anything, right? Like non-harm is what non-maleficence is. So you want to impose a good act instead of just letting the abusive relationship happen.
Yeah, it's benevolence and malevolence, but let's let Brady go real quick, and then Josh, because he's trying to get in.
I've totally forgotten any interesting point I had. I had like a list of things. I've forgotten every single one of them. I'm past the mic.
Damn. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say that as a Christian, I think that Christians and really people in general can be 100% certain of certain things, i.e., truth, morality, and truth, morality, and knowledge. God has revealed Himself to us in the Bible and in creation, so that we can know things for certain. And I think
but you're not 100% perfect.
Oh, I'm not at all. I would say by what
Where's
standard
the
am I
part
not
in the
perfect?
Bible where God reveals the reason that he forced or encouraged two little girls to get their dad so drunk they could rape him and have his children?
I mean, you tell me. Where is it at?
I never got a good explanation for that in the Bible. I read the whole thing. Of course, it's in like old English that I could barely understand when I was like a teenager reading the Bible. So, I mean, it's hard to interpret on its face already. So I was wondering if maybe you had any insight as a Christian.
Sure. I mean, ultimately, for you specifically, Brady, I would only answer you presuppositionally, and I would say, given what you think about that scenario, what's wrong with it? Why is it bad?
It's bad because I think, for one, God shouldn't have destroyed two cities over butt sex. And for two, I don't think that God should have destroyed their mother for looking at the destruction of the two cities. And for three, I don't think that he should have recommended incest.
So, do you believe in God?
I believe it's a ancient fairy tale myth that's used to control people, and it works really well.
So what I'm saying is, you're upset at the God that doesn't exist for saying things in a Bible you don't think
I'm upset
exists.
at the people who believe Yahweh is real. I'm upset at people who believe Yahweh is real. Not there is no Yahweh to be upset at. So I'm upset at people like you.
Sure. So why are you upset? Why does my belief upset you so much?
Because there are children on this earth who have to suffer rape and murder and torture and slavery so that people like you can live a comfortable, peaceful, cozy existence. And I would argue that a lot of those children actually might have more to offer than someone like you.
Great. Let's expand on that. What do you mean? Talk to me more about,
like, for example, there's children in Africa. If I go to Africa right now and I give these African children a drum set, if I bring my drum set to Africa, I set it up in front of these poor African kids, we are going to fucking rock. There's no doubt in my mind about it. We're going to have a good time. If I bring my drum set over to your house, I set it down in front of you, what are we going to do?
I mean, I already have a drum set, so I don't need your drum set. What's your point?
Doesn't sound like we're going to have a lot of fun. That's my point.
So fun is the goal? That's what we're supposed to do? Fun is the goal? That's the goal of humanity?
That's what certainly a big goal. Yeah. It's right at the top of the list.
So who told you that fun is the goal? We're going to bring drum sets to starving kids in Africa, and they're going to have fun.
No one had to tell me. No one's enforcing the rules. I'm just making them up.
Oh, okay. All right, that's good. So you're making these rules up. Why should we follow your rules?
Because they're more fun than yours or your God's.
Sure. So fun is the goal. Who told you that fun is the goal? You just made it up arbitrarily. Why shouldn't I go with what Perry says? Why shouldn't I go with what Nivik says? Why do I have to go with what you said?
Because mine is more fun.
Sure. I mean, ultimately, your problem is you're lacking a basic and ultimate epistemological standard for truth, for knowledge, for ethics. I mean, you're kind of just saying random things.
Well,
I know it's
your
kind of a
end goal is heaven. I don't think there's even free will. Free will doesn't even exist in heaven, and it seems like you're just forced to sing songs to your God all day, which is what you can do in church every Sunday if that's really what you wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of problems with what you just said. I think first and foremost, it's the ecclesiastical position that you're actually espouting here. I mean, we are the church. It's not a building or an event that you go and sing to. So one, you're fundamentally wrong in what your definition of church is, and then two, again, you haven't shown me what your ultimate standard is for why I'm wrong and you're right.
Josh, my issue with you is that you come from an absolute 100% viewpoint in
sure do, and you do
being
too.
Perfect, and the thing is,
I'm not perfect.
You're not exactly. So you can't therefore conclude saying that you.
Why can't I? Is it wrong that I'm doing that?
Well, God's infallible, but the thing is, you, the subject, is fallible. So you
sure.
see how that doesn't work out, right? In your conclusion, because you're not perfect, and you're telling me a perfect person,
I don't think you can work anything out.
You're telling me you, an imperfect. You stop interrupting. You're telling me you, an imperfect person, that I'm supposed to accept what you say.
Well, I don't think you have to do anything according to your standard, because as far as I'm concerned, you are your own God and you're making up your own rules, much like Brady is. What I'm saying is that an infallible God, the God of the Bible, the triune God, can reveal things to fallible human beings so they can know them for certain.
No, you're making up the rules because
I don't make up any rules.
Well, God is 100% correct. You're not correct. So it's about you believing what you want to believe.
Real quick, Josh. I'm sorry, Josh. Scott, do you have Scott or Honnenheim or Perry? Do you have something to say about any of this?
I would just say, I think Josh is admitting that he's presupposing his epistemology, which...
Yeah, he's a presuppositionalist.
which
for sure.
is, the only way that you can... if you admit that your basis is subjective, I would call presuppositionalist, that's synonymous for subjective, in my opinion. Fine. Fine, whatever. If that seems to be really the only way that you could do it to get to 100%. And so if you're going to do that, that is, fine might not be the right word, but Nevik,
the only thing is
100%
is
keep in mind.
Yeah.
Go for it.
No, I was just saying, only thing is 100% certainty is objective reality. It's just that people can't always have 100% understanding, but they make their best to get as much information and knowledge to process in coming to logical conclusions. I choose that versus his God that
Same.
that he says is that he's saying is perfect and he's imperfect. Mm-hmm. And I'm supposed to take what he's saying as...
You don't have to.
Okay, well, you have imperfection. Here's the pipeline. You have perfection here, and then it's going through imperfection. The net result would be bogus.
Something imperfect. It could, yeah. It can't.
So you're siphoning perfection through imperfection. So the result of that would be bogus.
Imperfect. Right.
You there? Hello, Honnenheim. Scott, I'm just making sure these guys are here, dudes. Okay, there you are, Honnenheim. Got anything to say about what? You got anything to say about what Perry and Nevik are going at?
Yeah, it still seems like we're still on the same topic about being certain and uncertain and being dogmatic, and it's just
that's what we do in philosophy, guys. We beat the horse to death. It's okay.
For sure.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, you're equating perfection with imperfection, so that would equals imperfection.
That doesn't make sense.
If you're taking something that is false information, right, and you're taking it, you are putting it into another equation, you're going to have an answer. So let's say if you're building a plane and there's genuine information in how to do it, and I just put in whatever random bullshit equation that's off the top of my head on measurements and everything, and where wires should go and everything. The plane, is not gonna fly.
No kidding. I don't think anyone's going to make that argument, dude. I'm sorry. Someone just has to say it like this. This is like a straw man festival we're having right now.
Real quick, let Honnenheim respond, and then I'll let Brady say something real quick. Go ahead.
So it seems like there's often a false equivocation. You there, Brady? Are you speaking?
Totally.
But what I'm saying is, I'm told what I'm saying is wrong.
Nivek, let Hohenheim go, man.
So it seems like there's a false equivocation that's made often that you can't discuss morality without having a moral standard, like discuss it It seems like a false equivocation to me. I don't know if I'm wrong there. I've heard this many times. If you don't have a standard for morals, you can't discuss morals. It seems like that's not true. Am I wrong? Josh, you were making that claim, and I've heard that from presuppositional Christians a lot, that you can't make moral claims because you don't have a moral standard. I'd push back that quite strongly.
As well, you should. I think the Christian.
Your God has no moral standard, dude. Your God murders children. Your God, like, how many bad things? He has committed genocide. Like, all the bad things that can possibly happen, Yahweh has done. He's the demiurge of the Gnostic Christians. He's the one who's meant to torture us in this earth prison and, like, teach us some kind of terrible lesson.
And who told you that?
Like, let's see, the Torah.
Okay. Torah, the Pentateuch, the Bible, the scriptures.
The first books of the Bible.
Do you believe those are true?
No, not at all.
Then why do you care? That doesn't make sense to me. You're going off
because
of
there's people who do believe that there are people at least claim to believe they're true, and they like to hide their psychopathy behind their belief in the Bible. Doesn't fool me. That's more than half of people who identify as any part of the Abrahamic cult.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see some statistics on that. I don't think that's
right. The vast majority of psychopaths on this planet will identify as some major religion, and they'll use that to justify their own psychopathy.
Josh, you already admitted to me that people do that. Like this person is not really a Christian, or those the people that did that are not really Christians.
Yep, let's be philosophically consistent here.
Can we invite Brady up to speak, and then we have Hakeem?
Let's invite Hakeem up. Hakeem has a point. Hakeem is finally ready, so I'm going to make room for Hakeem.
Yes, I am.
Right,
I'm trying to fix this as we speak. So, okay, all right.
I got it.
So we got Hakeem.
Can I ask?
Yeah, you can ask whatever you want.
I'm going to ask Josh a quick question. Josh, do you think you have to have a moral standard to ask questions about?
So I think to answer your earlier question, I would say any Christian that says, hey, you don't have a standard for morality is wrong. I think everybody has a standard for morality, right? I also think that any Christian that tells you, oh, you don't get to talk about morality because you don't start with God is wrong. I would say the Christian position is that we can't account for morality and the moral standards with which we claim, right? But I do believe that the law of God is written on our hearts. I believe that we're all created in His image and that we have a moral intuition because of that. And that's how we're able to be moral. So I wouldn't shut you down and say you can't make moral claims, right? So like Thomas and I don't really agree about God, but I know that if I had Thomas into my house and somebody broke into my house and tried to kidnap my daughter, Thomas would beat the shit out of him, right? That's him imposing his morality on somebody else that's trying to do my family harm because of a love of human beings, myself and my daughter, right? So I don't think that just because Thomas doesn't love Jesus, he's not moral. I would just say it's different how we account for it.
So
who are you to say a Christian that doesn't get more?
Sorry, Nevish, I can't even keep track. What'd you say?
Hey guys.
No, I was just saying, who are you to say a Christian that does something immoral is not a Christian?
That's not at all what I said. So
let's go to Hakeem. Hakeem, if I can just jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I was saying go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead, Hakeem. Sorry.
Oh, sure. So I just
have
you're
good to
go. And this is well, because Josh, you're Christian. So, what do you think about? And I know this will sound kind of funny, that I struggle with the existence of God, and
sure,
I have chosen to believe and accept that God rules this planet and everything on it, and has complete and total control over it, and can do whatever it wants to do. And it has all power over me, and can, with its power, can choose to punish me by sending me to a place that would, for all intents and purposes, appear to be something like a lake of everlasting fire that will never end, because it will be so much longer than any of my lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yet still, I choose to oppose this being and say fuck you to it, and decide that I'll accept whatever it wants, but I will never submit to it.
Okay.
I just wonder, what would you have to say to someone like that? Because that's me.
Oh! I thought there was a question. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say I'm sorry for you. It sounds a little bit weird, like you know that God exists, but you reject Him. I mean, I don't really have much to say other than I think you do know God exists, according to Romans 1. I think that you're choosing to live in sin. Even some of the stuff you said earlier, kind of like about how you fucking hate God. I mean, that's it's a weird thing.
That
to
was
say.
Brady. That was Brady. I don't know if Hakeem said that.
No, I did.
No, he said that. He said I
Oh,
wrote it down.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
I wasn't following. My bad.
Yeah,
I apologize.
He's absolutely correct.
Yeah,
So
which
it does
is
seem
fine.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy. No, I'm sorry.
Sorry, the cough wasn't on purpose. I can't help it.
But see,
it does seem like there's often a straw man made of God.
I don't hate Josh though, or other people,
I appreciate that.
Or other people,
yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. It's just that God. That's it. I don't hate people. Sure. I love people.
Yeah.
So it does seem like there's a straw man made of God, but it's made by the people who are religious often. Like this image that Christians say that atheists portray of God is created by the Christians often and coming from someone who has a modicum of faith, but that's a completely different topic. But does come from the Christians usually, this God this is of course the problem of evil and all sorts of other problems there are. They come from the Bible, they come from Christians, not from the atheists. If you understand what I'm saying.
Does that in some way then, does that make me a Christian? Because I absolutely believe God, but absolutely hate Him or it? Or
no. Christian means you just follow Christ. That's what it is. You just follow Christ.
I'm just being clear. That's what I thought.
I'd say I'm a Pangburnian. I'd say I'm a logician. I would say I'm a scientistism. I'd say I'm also a Marvelism.
Scientism.
I'm like
that.
Scientism, I think, is I am probably a scientism, but then I'm also a bit of a Sufi, a bit of a Buddhist, a bit of a Christian. I'm like,
Can you have a different interpretation of Christ?
Jack of all trades.
Can you have a different interpretation of Christ?
Yeah. Say it again, Nivik, sorry.
Yeah.
You're going robot.
Holy moly. You got to go one more time, buddy, sorry.
I'm saying, can you have a different interpretation of Christ and think he was just some hippie that people made a big story out of?
Oh, he was definitely a hippie. He was well, I don't know if he definitely exists. It seemed like it, but I haven't seen. I can't say. Most historians, I thought, did believe that a man exists. Whether he was the son of God, whether he had superpowers, I don't know. May have been just an incredibly smart original Stoic.
And I don't hate Christ.
I'm a following of Christ and be potentially believing in God. You can have a different interpretation of Christ, potentially.
Yeah.
I think you're roboting real bad, Nivik, is why people can't hear you.
I don't.
No,
I don't hate Christ. And I have a tendency to believe he exists.
So there could be billions of different interpretations. In fact, there are over 30,000 different interpretations of Christianity. So, yeah, but there is actually one truth. We don't know what that is. So claiming to know what that is, I think, is a problem, and it's a problem with the Christians, not with the atheists. Like I would say I am a Christian, but I wouldn't claim 100% on many of the things that Christians would claim on. All sorts of.
I could have an interpretation of Christ in thinking he's just a hippie and not believe in God and be a Christian.
I know, and I would follow him. Yeah, he'd be a really cool hippie. He's like he said some pretty cool shit. He was pretty wise, and even if he didn't turn water into wine, maybe he did. He discovered.
So I have a different religion of Christianity of there not being a God. So I have a different interpretation of Christianity of there not being. So I have a different interpretation of Christianity of there not being a God.
Well, that's not an interpretation. You can't. That's Christianity is a definition.
I think
That's just a
he
faint
was just
definition
some
of it. Someone who
hippie,
follows
some
Christ.
head hippie. I think he's just a pothead hippie, and the stories were distorted, and
It's a hot-headed hippie. I love it.
That's some
it
claims
was
right
distorted.
there.
The stories were distorted bullshit, and I think it's just a false bullshit narrative, and I want to end this belief of God in the distortion of
I
that
don't know,
narrative.
man.
Careful.
Well, there's some great ideas of what it could be. Like there's Christ. There was one idea that Christ was actually Tutankhamun, that his father was that Moses was Akhenaten. This whole story was taken out of Egypt. There's also another story that the whole idea of Christ is a passed down.
That's my point. That's my point.
Knowledge that Christ is. There's also another theory that Christ is a passed down title that's spread down his bloodline as well. There's all sorts of really cool theories, but there is only, of course, one truth to what happened, and if you don't know what that is, don't claim it, really, I'd say.
There's so much distortion that I could just believe what I want, and it be valid argument to believe it, because there's so much distortion from such a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Bible's a cool book, though. It's worth reading and carrying around with you.
So is the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and I would probably read that before the Bible.
Oh, that's a great read. The Marcus Aurelius Meditations.
I'm going to bed.
Why not read it?
Harry, thank you very much, man.
Why not?
Have a good night.
Why not read a story where you don't have to take the story literal, right? You don't leave from a Marvel comics. You don't leave from a Marvel Universe movie thinking like there's a Thanos and there's a.
No, not necessarily, because I can create a Thanos.
So it's like if I go to a movie and fairies were telling people to kill each other, I'm not going to leave the movie and just start killing people because the fairies are talking to me in my head after I watch the movie.
But you can, if you go into your imagination, if you decide to be such a weirdo and go into your imagination, you can make it just as real if you wanted to. It's possible.
Well, that's the thing. That's the difference between a story and religion. It's taken literally with religion, right?
But you can make things seem as real as you want them to in your mind, which is what Jesus was talking about when he says, in the old tradition, it was one thing for you not to kill your brother, but now I say to even hate your brother in your heart is the same thing. So, mind over matter.
You can get the meaning. It's metaphorical, is what I'm saying. Something that could potentially just be metaphorical is end up taking literal, and where it's just better to just watch a nice movie that would have the same message, where you wouldn't take it literally, but you get the important meaning of the message of the movie.
But see,
literal just means according to
read
liturgy.
The Bible.
It's not good. It's not good to take a delusion and have it affect reality.
But even
by what standard?
Earlier, someone mentioned about a useful fiction, which I brought up about Beast, for example. So, I mean, there are plenty of times when I look at characters from movie, for example, Isaiah Bone from Blood and Bone, or Mike Terry from the movie Red Belt, and you can adopt characteristics of these people that you admire or look up to. Or, for example, let's think about the Compassion Buddha from Buddhism. There's one called Avalokiteshvara, which is the Compassion Buddha. And so they don't literally actually believe that there were these Buddhas that existed. They believe that meditating about them, by learning as much as they can about them, by making up a story that they're true and giving them a backstory like video games do sometimes, and then they make movies out of them, by creating an entire philosophy and history and theory about this character as if they really existed, you can embody that as much as you possibly can and follow that. And in that way, the Bible is useful for some things, right? I mean, there's a lot of stories in there, and you can look at them and be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that shit. But then there's other things that are said and that they claim have happened that you can say, yeah, that would work in my life, because it really actually will, from your experiences and just from your own logic and reason and things like that. So, I mean,
so how do you differentiate the good from the bad?
Well, personally, through something that could be called by some of the New Agers an emotional guidance system, You feel it. When you don't have to hide shit in the darkness, or like like, how do pedophiles know that they have to hide it if it's something they're really so sick about? You know what I mean? They go hiding the shit. That's one of the ways you'll know that something is right or wrong, is that when you don't want to fucking hide it.
But you say see bad things, others can see that as good.
That's very true, and I don't pretend to be anywhere near as able to even come close to how you guys would be able to explain it. I'm going more by my intuition, which is just as valid to me because it's helped me in so many ways to not do fucked up shit. And like I said, anyway, in the Bible, there are lots of great stories and lots of things that are very helpful and useful. And that's as far as it goes. But, I can believe in a God that is totally separate from that Bible. Like, there's this being that's described in there.
The person that has different interpretation of it being good, that you see as bad.
Right.
Like, people can't be on the same page if you're doing things through your interpretation. I mean, like, what you do, I can call that the devil, right?
Sure.
Potentially. And you're saying, well, I'm going to exclude this. That's kind of messed up. And another person goes, no, it's not. And then you could say, well, no, you're wrong. And then the person goes, no, you're wrong. You're the devil. And you said, no, you're the devil.
Well, that that actually happens a lot. But our culture is full of communities, and that's what's happening. Like, for example, I have a couple of friends who claim to be Christians, but they still love and accept me even though I have the feelings and thoughts that I have, and they claim it's because they're true Christians. So they don't have to love everybody. Like, Brady said something in the comments. He was like, I don't love all humans. I wish I could. I hope nobody thinks that I said that I love all humans, because I do rightly believe that some should be torn to shreds for certain things. But overall, because I wasn't there, I can only use all kinds of stories and all kinds of things that I see to my behavior after, coupled with how I feel emotionally about what's happening, and also coupled with or put together with the fact that I'm not trying to hide it and nobody's trying to stop me. And if nobody's trying to stop me while I'm doing things out in the open, it's not because then either I'm all powerful God and they're scared to try to stop me, or I'm not doing anything wrong.
Here's where I'm coming from. It takes away the responsibility and accountability of having to give an explanation. You can just say, God said so. And then if anything bad comes of it, you can say, well, then that's the devil. You don't have to you don't have any.
Well, that's not my stance. What are you talking about specifically? Because I don't believe that.
People, you could take away accountability of backing, of giving logical explanation, and accountability of consequences. You take away accountability of rational explanation and saying God wants this, and take away accountability and saying the negative outcome of the person's
who thinks this?
of coming of the person's actions is the devil.
Wait, I'm confused about who thinks these things.
At first, you said that you don't agree with everything that the Bible said, that there are things that were done was wrong. And I was saying,
right, in the sense that not a belief as in a metaphysical belief, that just that the stories, just like you could read a manual of how to drive a car, that some of them are very informative lessons. Not that there's anything to believe in a being behind it, that it's completely, it doesn't have to be
I got you
connected to like a supernatural being. But I do believe that there is something that controls this planet, and it may be even described at some points in time in the Bible.
I believe you're right in that there's good from the Bible. Saying
okay,
there's a potential negative part from as well.
I mean, haven't children learned story? Like, doesn't G.I. Joe say, and and knowing is half the battle? Don't people try to learn lessons from fiction a lot? We can learn things from so many things. So anyway, I don't want to become incoherent, but thanks for, again, guys, always letting me come up and speak a
Hakeem,
little
you're
bit.
always welcome,
Yeah.
man. You're always real calm and chill, man. I enjoy listening to you talk.
All right, my brothers. I'm still sticking around and listening until you guys are done.
I appreciate that. Everybody, please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout, and I hope. I don't know if Travis has left. I think he's already left, but maybe Mace or somebody can help us and throw the Discord link in there. We're this bad boy down in probably about 5 or 10 minutes. This is about the 5.5 hour mark, so I really appreciate everybody sticking with us. We're losing people, but if Honenheim, Nivik, or Josh got anything else to say, I want them to say it.
No, man, all good. I think it was a good show. I think there's a lot of, claims against Christianity, which I'm happy to address, in my show on Wednesday. Just so many, they were coming so fast, and then...
Well, there's a lot of claims about everything tonight that were coming fast, and it's not my job to prove everybody wrong and, parse everything out and say, no, but this claim and this claim, let's talk about this claim, because when you do that, it just gets outside of natural language, and it gets difficult to communicate. But I still like to do it that way when I'm not very well. You do it very well, holding people's feet to the fire about their claims, and when they say things like, this is the way it is, or whatever. Hey, what's your justification for that? Give me some kind of evidence, whether logical or empirical.
100%. Can we say that?
Yeah, it's
99%.
Well, I know how you feel about things, but just in my, to finally lay this down as my opinion, because it's my show. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I said something about love earlier, and that he's 100% about love.
Yeah.
I am as close as someone can be to 100% certain. I am certain about love.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds cheesy, but I don't give a fuck. I'll say that from the top of the tallest building, naked and screaming. But I just don't. I'm a fallibilist, like I've said 100 times. Probably tired of hearing that, but I just do not think there is any human way right now to be certain. Now, we can be certain about like abstracts, like we can be certain about the number one is the number one. There's certainty in the conceptual, but in terms of the physical, I don't see any, or even in some logical argumentation, things like that, things will go over in skepticism. I have problems with a lot of the global skeptical scenarios. So, that is my epistemological agnosticism, to where I understand it quite well, but I still say, I don't know for certain. And when I operate, from methodological naturalism and materialism, I'm operating from best possible, most efficient way to get to some kind of understanding what it might be to be correct. So it's like it's a process. But anyway, guys, I really appreciate you listening to me babble there at the end. And Honenheim and Josh, I love you very much. I'm gonna go in the tavern or whatever for a little while. So if you guys want to come hang out with me, I'll be there. And
Thomas,
I guess we're gonna wrap this bad boy up. What's up?
What's up with tomorrow? We doing a Thomas torture time or what?
I am. We're going to get into a torture time, and tomorrow I'm going to make people listen to a decently long lecture, so hopefully they'll be okay with that.
Yes,
they'll have to, so they'll have to be okay with it. But tonight was just a fun night, and I wanted to be quiet and let everybody else get it out. And that go back and forth between G and Perry was intense, man. I was enjoying myself, but I was also like, man, G's gonna get really angry here in a minute. You know what I mean? So I was scared. I was kind of scared. Like I was on the edge of my seat, like waiting for somebody to blow up. You know what I mean? But but anyway, guys, I love you all. I really appreciate y'all coming. And we're about to hop. Yep, there's the Discord right there. Hohenheim got it for us. And let's end this bad boy and go to the Discord, guys. Thank you.
See ya.